Never survive being on that show. Why's that? I don't want to go lady to lady, test driving the car without any true desire to purchase while the whole world watched. Well, sometimes you have to taste a few different fruits before you know what you like. Yeah, but you don't shove a banana in your mouth while still chewing on a peach. I chuckled. Did you just so happen to pick the two most sexual fruits you could think of? What? I get the banana, but what is sexual about a peach? Now it was time for me to raise a brow. Are you serious right now? Serious as two kangaroos fighting. You have the weirdest comparisons. And you have a beautiful smile. I felt my cheeks heat, but I rolled my eyes to take away from that fact. Oh my gosh, Bachelor. Do these lines really work on other women? Truth or truth? Truth. They really work on other women. I nudged him in the arm. Let me guess. This is the part where you tell me I'm not like other women, right? No, I never understood that. He shoved his hands into his pockets and shrugged. I mean, what's so terrible about being like other women? Women are amazing. All kinds. I feel like guys use that line to flatter a woman while at the same time putting down all other females. And who wants a cocky asshole who has to put others down to lift someone else up? It's like a backhanded compliment. I pursed my lips. I'm trying to determine if that's reverse psychology or not. Good. I'm hoping to keep you on your toes. So, back to the peach. What about it? How is that sexual? The bashfulness came back to me, and I knew he noticed, but I tried to play it off. It's what the youngsters use as an emoji to speak about someone's butt. You know, because butts are juicy and plump. I made a hand gesture to indicate a round bottom, and I regretted it instantly when Connor began cracking up in laughter. He made the same motion as me. So, a peach. Yep. Aren't peaches fuzzy? Wouldn't a plum make more sense? I tossed my hands up in surrender. Hey, I don't make the rules. He looked so perplexed by the whole idea as he shook his head in disapproval. I think we should start a petition to change peach to a plum. I'm sure that would take off if you get Gen Z in on the switch. They can make some TikToks with plums. It would go viral in a week. Are you a TikToker? He asked. I'm a professional lurker, but refuse to post anything. I have a strong fear of people judging me. You know the best way to get over people judging you? Putting yourself out there and realizing their opinions don't matter. I laughed. Aw, but the fear is strong. He shrugged. We might as well do whatever it is that makes us happy. Life is short. If only he knew how short life can be. So you're telling me you put yourself out there? I asked. Oh, on the regular. He scrunched up his face and cringed a bit. I have a confession to make. I'm a TikTok celebrity. I burst out laughing. What? No, you're not. His hands flew to his chest, and he narrowed his eyes. Wait, why is that so hard to believe? I'm definitely qualified to be TikTok famous. I have over 3 million followers. No way, that's insane. What do you do on TikTok that would make you famous? I give real estate tips. The way I laughed at him included a hardcore snicker and my head tossing back. That's how you're getting our generation to engage on TikTok? With real estate tips? Hey, you're never too young to learn about the real estate world. Plus, people get really screwed over when they purchase their first homes. They need to know more details. Plus, this way, I can help more people around the world find their dream homes instead of just in New York, and they don't end up broke doing it. Don't get me wrong, I think that's brilliant and just more proof that you are a genuinely good person. But it seems bizarre that you'd have so many followers for giving useful tips. He bit his bottom lip, and I watched as he nibbled on it. I poked him in the arm. What are you leaving out? What makes you think I'm leaving something out? The fact that you have no poker face and you look as if you're avoiding giving me all the details of your TikTok. You know what? I reached into my back pocket and grabbed my cell phone. Let me just pull out my phone and look you up and... Okay, wait, he said, tossing his hand in front of my phone. Okay, so there is a little bit more to my TikTok. Do tell. I give the tips while dancing. You do TikTok dances? As if it's my day job. He narrowed his blues and shook his head. You're judging me. I'm not. The image of you doing those dances brings me more joy than I thought possible. I bet you do them shirtless, I joked. The way his face read guilty made me jump up and down. Oh my gosh, you do, don't you? Connor! I glanced around the penthouse to make sure no one was listening, and I moved in closer to him. Do you set up thirst traps? I do not set up thirst traps, he whisper-shouted. He went back to biting his bottom lip and sighed. Okay, I set up thirst traps, but you have to understand, supply and demand is the way the world works. So you supply your knowledge and they demand your abs. He gave me a wicked grin. You think I got abs, Red? I rolled my eyes. Look at your arms, Cap. Your biceps are growing their own biceps. I'm sure your stomach exhibits that same level of fitness. What? These old things? He smirked as he not so casually flexed his arms, posing as if he was the freaking Rock. Oh my gosh, stop, I whispered, feeling my cheeks heat as people looked our way. People are staring. Should I take off my shirt and give them a real show? Only if you do a TikTok dance, I laughed. Even though he was so embarrassing, he made me laugh more than I had in a long time by simply being a dork. I like that too, you know, he said as he stopped his dramatics. When you laugh. And just like that, he went from making me laugh to making me swoon. I tried to shake off the butterflies that had no business existing within me, but still, they lingered. It weirds me out a little, he confessed, sliding his hands into the pockets of his jeans. How easy it is to joke around with you. I mean, I have a pretty easy time being around most people. It's in my character as a people person. But being around you is effortless. You make it easy. He looked up toward Damien, who was staring our way. He gave Connor a single nod, and then Connor nodded back. Those people Damien just spoke to will probably put an offer in tonight. How can you tell? Because Damien almost smiled. It's a done deal. Come on, let's wander a little bit more. I began walking with him, and suddenly felt extremely lightheaded. I blinked a few times as my vision blurred. The room began spinning faster than I could handle, and my heart began racing faster as I reached out for the closet wall to steady myself. Connor instantly grew alert and moved in toward me. Aaliyah, are you Blackness. Syncope. Noun. Definition. The temporary loss of consciousness caused by a fall in blood pressure, also known as the medical term for passing out. 2 years ago, I didn't know what syncope was. 2 years ago, I didn't know a lot of medical terms. I didn't know the ins and outs of a hospital room. I didn't know that sometimes it took hours to be seen in an emergency room. I missed those days when I didn't know. I sat on the uncomfortable hospital bed after being given a script for medications due to my fall. I didn't remember exactly what happened, but when I came to, Connor was standing over me with concerned eyes. I remembered a warm sensation trickling down my face as I placed my hands against my skin, then pulled my fingers back to see red painted against my thumb. I'm bleeding? You hit your head on the side table on your fall. We should get you checked out at the hospital, Connor said. I disagreed. I didn't want to go to the hospital. He disagreed with my disagreement. He worried about a concussion. I worried about my heart and what the hospital might have told me. I knew that wasn't a good reason to not go get checked out, but it seemed every time I went into a hospital, I came out with worse news than before. all I wanted to do was be normal for a moment. All I wanted to do was interview Connor, get a look inside of his world, and become a senior editor. Regardless, Connor won the hospital visit argument. I was too tired, and my head pounded too intensely for me to put up much of a fight. So, now I sat in the chilled hospital room, with a nurse bringing me my discharge paperwork and prescriptions. They'd given me 5 stitches to my forehead and some pain medicine to help with the recovery. I knew Connor was still in the waiting room, and the biggest wave of embarrassment flooded my mind thinking about facing him. Not only did I faint in front of him, but I did it in the middle of his work event. I passed out and bled inside of a multi-million-dollar home in front of dozens of people. There were so many days I wished I wasn't me. That day was high on the list. I'm going to need you to be more careful with yourself, okay, sweetheart? If you ever start to feel lightheaded, find a close seat, or lean against a wall and lower yourself to the ground. Eating enough can help with the dizzy spells too, and try not to take your heart medicine on an empty stomach, okay? And don't forget to follow up with your primary doctor. The nurse spoke to me as if I were her own child, filled with nothing but care and concern. I will, thank you. She smiled and squeezed my hand. Of course, honey, you take care of yourself. Over the past 2 years, I was quick to learn that nurses were never appreciated enough for what they did. To them, I was nothing but a stranger each and every time, but they treated me as if I were their own family. They tamed my fear when it ran rapid. Come on, she said, smiling. Let me walk you out to the front lobby.
23. Connor. I hated hospitals, especially emergency rooms. They always reminded me of the time I'd spent in them as a youth, waiting for my mom to come out okay. No matter what, she'd never allow me in the back room with her until the doctors made it clear she was okay. Mom worried about scaring me too early on with her first go at cancer. The second time around, I was a teenager and old enough to know what was going on, but Mom still didn't allow me in the back. Instead, she always made sure I had cash in my pocket for the hospital vending machines. It was due to that time in my life that I vowed to always have cash handy. That afternoon, I was thankful for that as I waited for Aaliyah to come out from behind those 2 automatic doors that led people to the back for examinations. I'd hit up the vending machine and emptied it of all the bags of Cheetos. The items looked as if they hadn't been changed out since the 80s, but lucky enough for me, the chips tasted fine as day. When Aaliyah came out from the back, she thanked the nurse practitioner profusely, then thanked the receptionist repeatedly, and she thanked the other receptionist nonstop, because that was who Aaliyah was as a person. She was thankful, even on the days when she had a million reasons not to be. I stood from my chair the second she turned my way, and a small smile curved her lips as she nodded me over. It was so good to see her doing okay. When she'd blacked out, I had been terrified that she wouldn't be all right. She'd managed to hit her head when she fell straight onto the corner of the nearby coffee table. "Now, that medicine they gave you will make you a little loopy," the nurse said to Aaliyah before glancing my way. "Are you the one in charge of getting her home safe tonight?" "I am." "Good." The nurse placed her hand on Aaliyah's forearm and squeezed it lightly. "And thank you again, Aaliyah, for the prayer for my son. It means a lot to me that you took the time to do that." "Of course, Janet. I hope he aces his audition." Aaliyah beamed. "Nice meeting you too, Randy." Aaliyah waved to the other nurse. "Cheetos?" she asked, as I poured the remaining chips into my mouth from the 3rd bag. I crumpled up the bag, then pulled out the 4th and last bag that was tucked under my arm. I held it out to her. Her button nose crinkled up, and she shook her head. "No, thank you. I hate Cheetos." And just like that, the perfect woman revealed her first flaw. "I think it's very rude of you to make such a harsh comment," I said, shaking my head in disbelief. "Cheetos are the chips of all chips." "That's not true. They don't even make the top 3 list of chips." "Okay, so what are the top 3? Aaliyah's brows lowered, and she bit her bottom lip as she thought. "Okay, first is Doritos, obviously, then Ruffles sour cream and cheddar, followed closely by Fritos." "Are you kidding me? Those are such lame choices." She shrugged. I am not going to be judged by a man who orders boneless chicken wings. They are delicious. They are chicken nuggets. Besides, anyone who doesn't think those are the best chips on the market are wrong. With each second that passes, you become much more terrifying, she laughed. Okay, chip snob, what are your favorites? That's easy. Cheetos, Cheetos Puffs, and Cheetos Paws, though I haven't been able to find those gems in ages, unfortunately, and they were my favorite. You can't just name Cheetos for your top 3 favorites. Those are all the same. I cocked an eyebrow. Clearly, you've never tried the variety of Cheetos. They are far from the same. One day I'll teach you the ways of the most perfect chip brand in the world. For now, let's just get you home. Just then, her cell phone dinged and she pulled it out. The mirth in her stare slowly evaporated as her smile faded too. Everything okay? I asked. No, it's Jason. He said he's stopping by my place tonight. She paused and shook her head. His place, I mean. Her eyes stayed glued to the cell phone, and I watched as her hand trembled with nerves. That's the first message he's sent me since he left me. Do you know how many messages I've sent him since the wedding day? She turned the phone screen toward me. She began scrolling up through dozens and dozens of text messages she'd sent him, begging him to contact her, begging him to reach out. His responses were non-existent up until that evening, and all he said was, Hey, back in town, stopping by my place. That was it. What a piece of shit. Her eyes glossed over when she looked up at me, and damn it, all I wanted to do was wrap my arms around her and tell her she was going to be okay. I'm not ready to see him. I can't go back there. Oh my goodness, I can't face him, not after what happened. I wasn't mentally prepared for this, and now I have to. You'll stay with me tonight. I placed my hands on her shoulders, stilling her movements. Her deep brown eyes looked at me with major concern. What? No, I already took up enough of your day today, Connor. I cannot expect you to take me in as a stray for the night. I'm not taking you in as a stray. I'm taking you in as a friend who's had a bad day. Besides, you shouldn't be alone with your injury. She laughed a little, though it wasn't filled with amusement, more like disappointment. 5 stitches to the head. You need someone to be there for you tonight if the pain gets too bad. I don't think that's how it works. All I have to do is pop the prescription and call it a day. Listen, Doritos lady, you're going to let me take care of you tonight. Is that an order? I laughed as I finished off the Cheetos and tossed the bag into a nearby trash can. It's an official order. Now come on. I held my arms out toward her. Hop in. Hop in? Hop into my arms. I can't walk you out when you're injured. The spark in her eyes slowly came back. Don't be silly, Connor. I'm not getting into your arms for a head injury. You are. I'm going to carry you out of this emergency room come hell or high water. I promise that you are not. She shouldn't have made promises she couldn't keep, because within a second, I scooped Aliyah up into my arms and I carried her away with me as she laughed nonstop and begged me to put her down. The fact she was laughing made me feel like it was a job well done. Plus, I liked how she felt pressed against my body, almost as if she was meant to be there. When we reached my apartment, I walked Aliyah to the spare room. You rest for a while, and I'll go pick up your prescriptions. You don't have to do that, Connor. Really, I can handle it. I know you can, but you don't have to. Don't argue, and let me do this. She nodded in agreement and handed me the paperwork needed for the prescriptions. I headed off to the drugstore, and as I stood in line waiting to pick up Aliyah's pain meds, my mind began to swirl back to memories I wanted to keep buried. Memories of standing in lines and waiting to pick up medicine for my mother. Each step I took toward the pharmacist, my chest grew tighter. My breaths were becoming labored as I tried to inhale and exhale in a normal pattern. When I reached the front of the line, the woman behind the counter smiled and said, Hi there, picking up a prescription? Yes, for Aliyah Winters. She walked over to the bins of pills and began thumbing through them. My hands were sweaty, and I tried my best to ignore the thoughts that began flying through my mind. The recollections I'd worked to keep locked away within me were trying to resurface. I was fighting them. I was trying my best not to fall into the pain my mind was trying to unleash. Yet when she walked back and asked me if I had insurance, the wave of memories came rushing back to me. 24. Connor, 16 years old. Here are the prescriptions. Make sure to take one of the nausea pills before you go to bed tonight. It will help. The nurse instructed Mom as she walked through the hospital door she'd entered over 2 hours earlier. I'd been sitting in the waiting room, waiting for her to come out, waiting for answers, waiting to know if she was okay. I rose to my feet the moment I saw her and rushed over. Are you good? I asked, my voice cracking. I'd eaten almost everything out of the vending machine and felt as if any bad news would send me into a vomiting rage. Mom gave me a small smile. She looked a bit pale in the face, and even her smile felt as if it were a bit of a struggle for her. I'm okay, she grinned. It felt like a lie. It had to be a lie. Mom always lied about feeling okay to make me feel okay. What do you need? Just to go home and rest, sweetie. I'm tired. I scratched at the back of my neck, my nerves not easing up any. Do you need prescriptions filled? I can drive us to the drugstore. It's fine. I can pick them up later. And, Mom, I cut in, scolding her for the ridiculous idea. She lightly chuckled. When did you become the parent of the household? I'm not, I said, shrugging and allowing her to loop her arm with mine. I'm just your favorite sidekick. She leaned against me and didn't feel heavy at all. My favorite sidekick, she muttered as I walked her to our car. I helped her get into the passenger seat, and she sat back and allowed herself to melt into the cloth. Her eyes shut and her arms rested in her lap as I buckled her in. I'm sorry about this, Connor, she whispered. You're too young to have to deal with any of this. I'm the man of the house. It's what I'm supposed to do. She tilted her head in my direction. Her eyes were filled with guilt and sadness. It's not what you're supposed to do. I ignored her because I knew the conversation wasn't going to go how either of us wanted it to go. I was never going to let up about being the one to care for her, and she was never going to let up about me needing to act more my age. Did they call in the prescriptions? I asked, shifting the topic back to the things that mattered in that moment. They did. They should be ready soon. I nodded as I buckled my seatbelt and put the key in the ignition. We drove to the pharmacy, and I tried to convince Mom to stay in the car, but she knew she'd have to deal with the insurance issues. Therefore, she came inside with me. I stood back a little as she spoke to the person checking her out. My stomach was in knots as I listened to their exchange. I'm sorry, ma'am. Your insurance doesn't cover the costs. It seems you've reached your maximum, so it will be $150 today. The cashier said with a lowered voice. It wasn't lowered enough for me to miss the words, though, maybe because I was listening a little too closely. Mom sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. I can't afford that until next week when I get paid, but I need them now. She studied the prescriptions in front of her. Which ones can I get by without having it this time? She asked. Before they could reply to her, I stepped forward and pulled out the old tattered wallet I'd gotten at the thrift shop. I pulled out the money I'd made from my part-time job and laid it on the counter. Mom turned to me with widened eyes. Connor, no. It's fine, Mom. I got you. No, I can move things around in my account and... Mom? I gave her a comforting smile, and the anxiety that sat on her shoulders deflated. I'll pay you back next week, she promised, moving the money over to the cashier. She meant it, too. I'd take the money so she didn't feel lesser than, but any money she gave me would somehow be routed back to her, even if it meant me picking up groceries or taking her on a movie date or whatever. The money she paid me back with always ended up back with her. We went home that night, and I stayed on the sofa with her, watching movies. My mind was running in circles the whole time, trying to figure out how I could fit another part-time job into my schedule to help some more. 25. Connor, present day. After I returned home, I made sure Aaliyah was okay. Then I buried myself in my work. Even as I worked on emailing people back and collecting more details from Damien on the property he'd found in Queens, I couldn't stop replaying the situation that had taken place with Aaliyah. Seeing the way she had panicked once she saw Jason's text message, I knew it must have stirred up some intense emotions. She'd been pretty quiet since she arrived at my place, keeping to herself in the guest room. After a few hours of working, there was a knock on my office door, which was already wide open. I looked up to see Aaliyah with a glass of water in her hand. Her lips were smiling, but her eyes refused to do the same. You're still up? She stated, leaning against the door, probably to keep from tumbling over from exhaustion. You're still up too, I said, turning away from my computer. She smiled, and I felt the broken cracks that were trying to break through that grin. Are you a workaholic, Mr. Rowe? It depends on how fast my mind is spinning each day. That evening, after spending time in the hospital, my mind had been spinning extra fast. She walked into my space and sat down on the floor. Then she patted the floor beside her, an invitation I didn't think I could pass up. I lifted my glass of whiskey and walked over to her, taking a seat on the floor. She sipped at her water and gave me that smile that looked so good on her. "You really shouldn't work past a certain hour," she told me. "Your mind needs breaks." "Sometimes the only way my mind gets a break is if I'm working." "Fair enough." She glanced around my office with awe in her eyes. "I think my boss would fire me if she found out I was sleeping over at my client's house again." "To be fair, I wasn't your client when you first stayed over. Plus, I'm really good with secrets." "Is that so?" "The best, actually. I have a special location in my brain where I keep people's deepest, darkest secrets caged away." "Well, it's very nice of you to be such a trustworthy source of secrecy. I take it to heart when someone tells me a secret, so don't you worry. Your boss will never know about your night spent with me." "Thank you. So why does your mind do that?" "What?" "You said your workload depends on how fast your mind is spinning. What makes your mind spin so fast?" I smirked. "Is this off the record?" "Scout's honor," she saluted. "Were you a scout as a kid?" She cocked an eyebrow. "What? No, I'm a journalist." "Then you can't say Scout's honor. It doesn't mean anything if you aren't a scout." "Potato, potato." She waved me off in a dismissive fashion. "No matter what, I'm not going to tell anyone what we talk about tonight. Your secrets are safely locked in the secret chamber of my brain, too." I thumbed the rim of my glass. I overthink everything. I sometimes think I live in the future more than I live in the now. In order for me to slow the speed of my mind, I focus on what's in front of me. That normally includes working. "Why are you so afraid of the future?" I chuckled. "Who said I was afraid?" "Your eyes, when you talk." "I'm having some déjà vu of when we first met, and you read me," I joked. "I thought about you a lot after that night together," she confessed. "Even after we went our own ways, you stayed on my mind for weeks, months." "That went both ways." "Truth or truth?" she asked me. "Truth." "Did you ever go back to any of the places we promised not to go?" I smirked. "Once or twice. I mean, you can only leave so much up to destiny. I just wanted to see you again. I apologize for breaking our agreement." "It's all right. I broke it too, mainly because the comic book store was epic in insane proportions. The nerd in me was called back to that place." "Fair enough." "I did, however, glance around the corners a few times, hoping to find you." "Seems destiny handled the whole bringing us back together angle all on its own." "Why are you sad tonight?" she asked, throwing me for a complete loop. Her stare stayed intensely focused on me, as if she was trying to peel back more layers of my story. After all, her job as a journalist was to get to the root of the story, not only to explore what was on the surface, but to truly dive deep into the meat of a person's soul. She was the first person in my life who looked my way and saw past my smile. Most people looked at me and believed the smiles. Aaliyah was different. I wasn't sure how I felt about that realization. The last thing I wanted was for her to see my scars from the past that still had enough power to haunt me. "You don't have to answer that," she offered. She must have witnessed my discomfort, too. I took her up on the offer because I wasn't ready to open up about how the hospital trip had taken me back in time to a period I tried to forget. Luckily, she understood and smiled, then averted her eyes to go back to sipping at her water. "For a large chunk of my life, I lived in both the future and the past. Growing up without a family, you think about the past a lot. Like, what made my parents give me up to foster care? Where did I come from? What are my roots? Then about the future. It's a whole new set of fears. Will I ever get to create my own family?" She lowered her head, and a somber look found her. "I guess that answer is becoming clear now with Jason." "He's a dick and didn't deserve you. That doesn't cancel out your chance at a future." "Sometimes it just feels as if time is running out." I nudged her in the leg. "You're young. You have your whole life ahead of you." She paused and locked those brown eyes with mine. For a split second she parted her lips to speak, but she shut her mouth quickly. Then she smiled. "Needless to say, living in the moment is important. This is all we truly have." She held her glass up and cheered. "To this moment." "Cheers to this moment," I said, clinking my glass with hers. "Hear, hear." She took a sip. Although, honestly, I'm a bit worried about my soon-to-be future. I need to find a new place to live, and the search has been hard. I can't keep living at his place. But I also know my price point isn't great to get a decent place, at least not until I get my raise at Passion. Move in with me. The words left my mouth without any thought or hesitation. The funny thing was, after they came out, I didn't have an ounce of regret. I meant it. She shouldn't have to live in that place. Plus, I didn't hate the idea of seeing her every single day. The more time I spent with Aaliyah, the more time I craved. She laughed. Yeah, okay, Connor. No, I mean it. Move in with me. It's a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom pad. It's huge. Almost 4,000 square feet, so there's plenty of space. You won't even have to worry about finding a place until you save up for a while, and then don't have to move into a shithole. Her laughter died down after she witnessed the look on my face. You're joking, right? You said it yourself. You love my place. This is ridiculous. There's no way you can be serious about me living with you. Why wouldn't I be serious? I think it actually works out great. My place is big enough that we have more than enough space for you and your things. I think it's a brilliant idea. Plus, it gives you more time to find your forever pad. Then you're not rushing into the market looking for a trash place to live. I could be an in-between, a place you stay before getting to the next one, especially since you're getting a raise when you become a senior editor soon. If I do a good job with your article. You'll do a great job. She released a low sigh. That's too much, Connor. Plus, I can't invade your personal life like that. So thank you for the kind offer, but I haven't even shown you the best part yet, I urged, cutting her off. I stood and held my hand out to pull her to her feet. I led her to my bedroom. I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to hidden passageways, so when I saw this place, I knew I needed it. I walked over to my walk-in closet, and she appeared confused when she followed. It was gigantic, and everything was organized to a T. Still, she wasn't connecting the dots of what I was trying to show her. I smiled, then pushed a button, which made the rack of clothes automatically shift to the right and reveal a hidden door. What does that lead to? She asked, intrigued. Go ahead and find out for yourself. I stepped to the side and allowed her to go open the door for herself. When she did, a staircase was revealed, leading to the rooftop of the penthouse. She followed the stairs, and when she reached the top, she gasped. The space was filled with beautiful plants and flowers, along with stunning patio furniture. A 2-person wooden swing sat facing the most perfect view of the city, leaving her in awe. You could see every single light that twinkled in the distance. The city lights, she whispered, placing her hands over her chest as she stood close to the edge of the railing. I know how you love the views, I said as I walked over toward her with my hands in my pockets. There are no lights in the world like the Eastern Lights. That's the truth, she smiled as she stared into the night. The sky was fast asleep, yet the city was vibrant with life. When I was a kid, I used to run away from my foster home whenever I felt overwhelmed and alone. I used to climb up the fire ladders of this one building in Queens where I could see all the city lights. I'd stand there and breathe in and out as I stared into the night. I don't know why, but seeing the city lights brought me an odd sense of comfort. Why's that? It's silly and probably doesn't make much sense, but I always felt alone as a kid. I didn't grow up with friends, and I had no family. Lonely was something I thought I'd always be. But it was different when I saw the city lights. It reminded me that even though I felt alone in the world, I wasn't alone in a sense. Every light stood for a person to me, someone out there who felt love, felt pain, felt life. It was a reminder that even when my life felt dark, the light was around the corner. Staring out into the night, I remained quiet, seeing what she saw and loving the way her mind worked. As I said, it's silly, she whispered, seeming nervous about her confession. No, it's not that. I shook my head. I'm just trying to figure out how Jason was stupid enough to let you go. Her cheeks reddened as she bashfully fiddled with her fingers. It wasn't just Jason. Every guy before him. Maybe some girls are simply meant to be temporary things. Maybe, I agreed, but I don't think that's what you are. She smiled. Everything's temporary. We just wish it wasn't. She shifted around and released a soft sigh. This is quite the view. If you think this is something, you should see it in the fall, I offered. And in the winter, and the spring, and as long as you need to see it, you should see it. You really mean this, don't you? You're actually offering for me to move in with you. Yes, of course, you don't have to say yes, but I want to help. I had the ability to offer this to you, so that's exactly what I'm doing." "That southern boy heart," she lightly laughed. "You can take the boy out of the country," I said as I shrugged, "but you can't take the country out of the boy. Take some time to think about it. No rush and no pressure. I just wanted you to have the choice." She nibbled her bottom lip. "If we do this, we have to have rules." I perked up. "I'm fine with rules. Rules and I go hand in hand. Shoot them my way." "Okay. For starters, if it ever gets to be too much for you, you have to tell me." "Easy." "And if you have a girl over, I am more than willing to go stay at my best friend's house so I don't cockblock." Mirth filled my smirk. "Did you just say cockblock?" "I did, and I mean it. I'm sure you have a rotating list of women you keep in contact with." I gasped, and my hands flew dramatically to my chest. "Okay, did you just call me a man whore? Red, I'm hurt." "Hey, you said it, not me. I'm just saying I don't want to get in the way or change your life too much. I don't want to be a burden." "Nothing about you is a burden." "Please stop doing that, Connor." "Doing what?" "Being so ridiculously kind to me." "Well, okay. Now it's time for me to be a hard-ass and not so kind because I have a few ground rules, too." "Okay, shoot." "For starters, ESPN is the background noise during dinner time." She laughed, and I wanted to dive into the sound and allow it to swallow me whole. God, her laughter was addictive. "I think I can do that." "And you can't get mad when I leave my socks around the apartment." "I think that rule should go both ways," she agreed. "Also, you can't laugh when my socks are mismatched, which they always will be." "Okay, and the last rule, you have to let me know when I'm talking to work Aliyah or roommate Aliyah. I don't want you to quote me on something in an article that I meant to say to my roommate and work Aliyah got a hold of it." "I think I can agree on all those rules." "Well, good. Then do we have a deal?" I held my hand out toward her. "Deal," she said, shaking my hand. "But I will pay rent, you will accept it, and I am officially offering you an IOU for anything and everything you might need from me in the coming days, weeks, or months." "Sounds good. I'll keep that IOU tucked in close to me for when I need it." "Welcome home, roomie," I stated before she dropped my hand. I looked out to the city lights, took in a deep breath, and released it slowly through my mouth. I didn't know why, but the idea of Aliyah staying with me brought a level of peace over me, as if she was always supposed to be there. I was certain she thought I was helping her out, but I felt as if I was the one who'd won. Being around her felt like being around the better part of me.
26. Aliyah. I was moving in with Connor Rowe, my favorite superhero. I couldn't even wrap my head around the fact, but I felt a strange sense of comfort about the idea. Whenever I was around him, I felt safe, which didn't make much sense. In the grand scheme of things, we hadn't known one another that long, but at the same time, I felt as if we'd been connected for years. Even so, I couldn't really focus on the move until I handled a certain issue that kept popping up in my life. Ever since the wedding that never happened, I'd received an influx of messages from Jason's mother. Voicemails, text messages, emails. She'd tried to reach out to me on every platform multiple times. "Marie, hey, Aliyah, are you coming to the book club meeting this week? The ladies are asking about you. Marie, we should grab a coffee. I miss you, sweetheart. Marie, have you heard from my son? Marie, I know you need space, so no need to respond to any of my messages. Just know that I'm here, and I'm sending them so you know you are loved. And Walter and I miss you. Maybe we can grab a drink, you and me. I'm worried about you. Marie, you have your scheduled doctor's appointment this week, right? I had it marked on my calendar. I hope everything is going well. Please let me know, Aliyah. I'm worried." I was trying my best to set a boundary with Marie, letting her know I needed time and space to regroup. But I felt awful about the idea of her sitting and worrying about me and my health conditions. Therefore, every now and again, I'd shoot her a text message to let her know I was okay. Greta from work told me I owed Marie nothing, not even a second of my time or energy. She said Marie was being passive-aggressive with all the messages she sent me, and perhaps that was true. But the guilt of ignoring her messages was getting to me, especially with all she and Walter had done for me in the past. Even though Jason hadn't treated me right, that didn't mean his parents hadn't. Jason and I ending our relationship was one thing, but ending the relationship I had with his parents, Marie more so, was turning out to be harder. I felt my bond with her more than Jason's in my connection. I considered her a friend. But after the breakup, I knew Marie would become a casualty of our relationship falling apart. Over time, she'd create reasons in her mind that I was at fault for Jason and me not working out somehow. She wouldn't even know she was doing it either. She'd just get information from her son, the child she raised, and he'd manipulate her thoughts into believing he'd been wronged by me. In the end, she'd always side with her family member. That was how life worked. I'd officially reached the point when I knew I had to cut the cord between Marie and me. Even if I'd miss her friendship, I knew I had to put a stop to it before it took a toxic turn. "Thank you for meeting with me, Aaliyah," Marie said, as we sat down in the coffee shop we used to frequent regularly. The comfort and ease I always had with her wasn't there that morning, though. If anything, I felt entirely out of place sitting across from her, as if I no longer belonged there. Of course, I figured after all the messages you've sent, we should just get it over with. "Get it over with? What do you mean?" she asked, hurt in her voice. "Aren't you looking for closure? I'm not sure what else could happen for us after everything that took place with your son." "No, not at all. I refuse to believe you and I cannot stay in one another's lives. You don't know what it means to me that you've come into my world, that we've crossed paths all those years ago right here in this cafe. I love you, Aaliyah, and I don't want what my son did to change our relationship. Plus," she hesitated, as if she wasn't certain she wanted to speak her next words. "He still loves you, honey." I huffed, completely thrown off and disgusted by her words. "Excuse me?" She reached across the table, took my hands in hers, and squeezed. "He loves you, Aaliyah. I know he does. He just got cold feet. His toes must be ice crystals by now, seeing as how he hasn't once tried to reach out to me. I think he's scared of how much he cares for you. He's never been that vulnerable with a woman before." I pulled my hands away from her hold. "He cheated on me, Marie." Her eyes widened, surprised by my words. "What? No. Where did you hear that?" "I have my sources. Listen, I understand you're hurting and confused by all this, and I get it. I still am too. But this is too much for me. You know I care for you, but Jason and I are over." "Don't say that. You haven't even given a second thought to giving him another chance." "I'm sorry, did you not hear me? He cheated on me." "Young men cheat sometimes. That's what they do." Her words baffled me to the point that I was left speechless. That's what they do? That was her response to finding out Jason cheated on me? "I'm sure it was an accident," she told me. "Did his penis accidentally fall into some woman's vagina?" I mocked. I saw the flush of color hit her cheeks, and I couldn't blame her. That was the most straightforward I'd ever been with her. But there wasn't really another way around it. He had screwed another woman. There was no accident involved. It was a choice he made. "I know my son isn't easy, and he has a history of mistakes, but I see his potential. With the right woman, he could be as stable and grounded as his father. Walter used to be young and wild too. I tamed him. Potential isn't something worth staying for because it may never come. Plus, it's not my responsibility to tame a man." She released a heavy sigh. "Maybe if you meet with him. Maybe if you talk in person." She was spiraling, and it was all becoming a little too much for me. When would she start connecting the dots that whatever it was Jason and I had shared was nothing more than a made-up story? There had been a point when I thought what we had was real, but it was wishful thinking. He wasn't the only one in the wrong for what had happened. I had make-believed for too long in the situation. I was in a rush, trying to settle down before my time ran out. I wanted a family so much, I fell into the arms of a man who was never strong enough to hold me. I took the blame for the mistakes I'd made, trying to create love in a place where it was never meant to grow. I owned up to my flaws, and I'd have to deal with them in my own time. But I knew for certain that going back to Jason would never, ever be a situation I'd fall back into. If he wanted to meet with me, Marie, he could have, but he doesn't, and I don't want to meet with him either. I'm moving on with my life. I'm moving out of his place this Sunday, and I'll be leaving the key at the front desk for him whenever he's ready to return. It's over. You can't truly believe that, Aaliyah. After everything we've been through? The tears fell from her eyes, and she wiped them away, only to have more begin to fall. You're our family. I hated that she was crying. I hated that I was the reason behind her hurting. She'd come into my life at one of my lowest points, when I was scared and alone, and given me comfort, not to mention all the medical expenses she and Walter had covered for me without a second thought. They truly had been my family for a short period, but if I stayed in her life, I knew it would become toxic. I didn't want that for either of us. Plus, there's the issues with your health, she said, trying to compose herself. You need me. What do you mean? When we met with the transplant team, you selected me as your designated support person. If you do end up receiving a heart transplant, you'll need me. Remember how they told us that you'd need that person to look after you before and after a transplant? I have to stay in your life. You have no one else, Aaliyah. I knew she didn't mean for her words to sting me, but they did. It felt like a punch to my soul. I have no one else. I cleared my throat and blinked away the emotions building up inside me. If that becomes an issue down the line, we'll deal with it. I'll switch it over once I find someone new. But I'm sorry, Marie. I can't keep holding on to this. You've gone above and beyond for me over the years, truly. But now that Jason and I are over, I think it's time to let go. I shrugged my shoulders and grabbed my to-go cup of coffee. Maybe some things just aren't meant to be forever. I'm sorry, Marie. I have to go pack. Where are you moving to? She asked. I don't really feel comfortable telling you that information. She combed her long, straightened black hair behind her ears and shook her head. You're making a huge mistake, Aaliyah, by walking away from my family. It was already happening. She was beginning to shift blame to me, as if I were the one who'd caused the current issues. She made it seem as if I was the one who had called off the wedding and was severing our connection. The blame would only build over time, making me the villain in the story. Leaving now was the best option for everyone involved. I cleared my throat and stood from the chair. I wish you the best, Marie, but please, to make this easier for everyone, stop calling. I hadn't received a message from Marie since I told her we needed to cut all ties. Therefore, my attention was completely on packing up my things and moving on from Jason's world. Connor went above and beyond to help me with the move. When I tried to talk him out of hiring movers for me, he told me he wouldn't take no as an answer. It's a good reason to get together for an interview session, he'd said, giving me an excuse to have him help me pack up my boxes. I took him up on the offer. The sooner the boxes were packed, the sooner I could be out of Jason's place. You're a collector, Connor commented, taking my snow globe collection off the bookshelves in the living room. I looked up from the box of dishes I had sitting on the kitchen countertop. I like things to look back on. Each snow globe has a story behind it. He arched an intrigued brow as he lifted one. Where is this one from? After setting the plate inside the box, I walked over to Connor and took the snow globe from his hand. It was a woman sitting at a desk writing. My lips turned up at the memory that came rushing back to me. I got this one the day I graduated from college with my journalism degree. I placed the snow globe into the box. What about this one? He asked, lifting up another globe. The moment I saw it, my smile evaporated. I took it from Connor and stared at it. There were 2 ice skaters at Rockefeller Center right in front of the Christmas tree. I shook the snow globe and watched the snowflakes fall over the couple. Jason got it for me after his family took me ice skating for the first time, I explained. I walked over to the trash bin in the kitchen and tossed it inside. I'd rather not hold on to that. Plus, looking back, it was actually his mom who pressured him to get it for me. He didn't even spend his money on it. Connor crossed his arms. For some reason, that doesn't surprise me. His parents are gems. Yeah, I figured over time he could become more like them. Are you 2 close, you and Jason? I asked. I'd been wondering about their relationship and about Connor's thoughts on the subject since it took place. He laughed. Close? No, not at all. Jason and I haven't always seen eye to eye. Not only on the business side of things, but on the lifestyle side too. Everyone said he was a party animal before me. That's true. I don't know why I thought he'd change for me. I don't know why I thought I'd be the one to tame him. But when we were together at first, it seemed real. He seemed really into me. He gave me all of his time and attention at the beginning. Love bombing. It's one of his specialties with his new girls. He floods them with time and attention, making them feel like they are the most important thing in his world. Then, he slowly starts to shit on them, making them feel unworthy of him. I huffed. So I was just another one of his targets. His whole persona changed when we moved in together. A fraud can only hide its true colors for so long. The mask always falls off. Before I could reply, my cell phone began ringing, and Catherine's name popped up on the screen. Hello? Hi, Aaliyah? It's me, Catherine, from downstairs, she whispered, making me snicker a little. Yes, I know. Your name popped up on my screen. What's going on? Why are you whispering? Oh, because I don't want anyone to hear me, but I needed you to know Jason is on his way up to you. Like, he's on the elevator. Like right now. I stood straighter, alert. What? I just wanted to give you a heads up since I know you're packing and all and... Oh, gotta go. She hung up the phone, leaving me there as if I were a deer in headlights. What is it? Connor asked. Jason? He's here. He's on his way up now. I locked eyes with him, alarm shooting out of every inch of me. You need to go. What? Where? I don't know, but you being here will just make it awkward. And I'm freaking out and sweating and, I don't know. Can you go into, like, the spare bedroom for a bit? Because I can't face him and then also have him asking why you're here. It's all too much. Without any more commentary, he headed to the spare room and closed the door behind him. Within seconds, the front door opened, and I was face to face with the man who'd stood me up on the most important day of my life. As he stood there, staring at me, he looked weak, pathetic, like someone I never truly knew. Hi, he said as he crossed his arms. What's up? What's up? That was what he decided his first words to me in person should be? My blood began to boil as anger built up inside me. I had thought I would crumble the moment I saw him. I thought I'd fall apart and cry. Instead, I felt an intense amount of irritation. You didn't tell me you were coming here, I said. I know. I figured it might be best if I just surprised you by stopping by. My mom told me you were moving out today and, well... He raked his hand through his hair. Do you really think that's a good idea? Are you kidding me? Why in the world would I stay? I don't know, Aaliyah. This just seems pretty sudden, that's all. He was talking as if I'd upped and decided to walk out on our relationship, as if I'd made a rushed decision to move on with my life. Jason, what in the hell are you talking about? You called off our wedding. There's nothing sudden about me moving out. Honestly, I should have been gone a long time ago. You don't have to raise your voice. I'm not raising my voice, I snapped, clearly heightening my vocals at that very moment. See why I didn't reach out to you after calling things off? I knew you would react like this, he muttered. React like what? You know what? I don't even know why we're having this conversation. It doesn't matter. I'm moving on, and I'm assuming you're doing the same. So if you'd excuse me, I'd like to finish packing so I can get out of your place. What if we didn't, though? Didn't what? Move on. My chest tightened. What in the world was he talking about? He took a step toward me. Aaliyah, stop, I scolded, holding my hand up in front of me. Don't come closer. Why do you have to be so dramatic all the time? Excuse me? You're acting super emotional for no reason. Yeah, I messed up and I get that, but that doesn't give you a reason not to give me another chance. Was he drunk? High? Did he really believe there was any part of me that would want to give him another chance at hurting me again after he left me? I wanted to curse him out. I wanted to yell, and I wanted to scream, but I didn't. I didn't want to give him any more of me. I wanted it to be over. Jason, I'm going to finish packing. You're going to move on with your life, and I'm going to do the same. We took care of you, he said. When you couldn't do things, my family had your back. Not to mention the bills for your... I get it, okay? Your family has gone above and beyond for me, and I'm grateful. But you can't toss that in my face. I never asked for any of what you've done for me. If needed, I'll pay all the money back. As if you have the time to pay it back. It would take you years. Those words were meant to cut me deep, and they did. Just another reminder of time and how mine was limited. Another strike to my soul that I'd spent my precious time on the planet getting into bed with someone like him. You and I are done, I said, not showing the emotion he'd come so close to pulling out of me. He stared for a second, studying every inch of me. He was waiting for it to happen, waiting for me to crack, but I wouldn't. I couldn't give him what he'd come for. It was as if he derived pleasure from watching me ache, so I stood strong. Your loss, he said coldly. How had I ever thought that man was who I wanted to spend forever with? He was a monster. I'd climbed into bed with a monster simply because I was afraid of lying alone. I should have never even listened to my mom about coming over here today. I knew it was a lost cause. Your mother told you to come here? Why would she do that? Especially after I told her it was best to cut ties. A last-ditch effort to try to get me to change my mind? Yeah, she tried to pressure me to get back together with you and... Do you love me, Jason? He paused and arched an eyebrow. Why would you ask that? Because it appears you were trying to please your mother by being with me. He shrugged his shoulders. She wanted you and me to be a thing more than I ever wanted us to happen. She thought you'd be good for me. That's why she pushed it so much and offered me... His words faded, leaving me wondering where his thought was going. Offered you what? It doesn't matter. It wasn't even worth it. Clearly this is over. Good luck with whatever kind of life you have left. Leave my key in the foyer. He turned and left, slamming the door behind him. Even though he left, his words still struck me hard. Whatever kind of life you have left. At that moment, I felt nothing but regret for wasting more than a year of my life with that man. I couldn't believe I'd ever fallen into his arms. The truth was, I had only stayed because I loved his parents. I loved the idea of family. I loved feeling as if I were a part of something concrete. I'd fallen in love with a lie in order to hold on to the idea of fake dreams coming true. You okay? Connor said, coming into the living room. I turned to face him and nodded. I hate him. Good, because I do too.
27. Connor. What in the world? Aaliyah's words fumbled out of her mouth as we stood in my apartment. It was the first time she'd been over since she decided to become my roommate, and the movers were just now starting to bring things inside. She turned around and faced me, stunned. Connor, what the heck? I figured we should have switched bedrooms. This one is bigger. I'd moved all of my crap out of the bigger room because I knew it was better suited for Aaliyah. She could easily spread out in the king-sized bed and relax to the fullest extent, which she deserved. Plus, the whirlpool tub was better in the master bedroom, and I figured she could use some peaceful nighttime soaks to unwind from the craziness of her current life. "There's no way I'm taking the master bedroom. It's yours." "Well, I already switched all of my clothes over to the other 2 spare bedrooms, so unless you want me to do that again, which please don't make me do that again." "Why?" she whispered, shaking her head in disbelief. "Why would you do that?" "I wanted you to watch the sunrises and sunsets." She smiled, and I loved that she was doing that. She walked over to the bed where a large basket sat. Inside of the basket was a bunch of bath bombs, candles, and bags of Doritos, along with a variety of snacks. I tossed in some of my favorites, too, to enhance the snacking experience. Plus, I tossed in a few blank notebooks and fancy pens, because what was a writer without a notebook and pens? Then the television remote, because I figured that was the utmost important part of the bedroom experience. On top of the basket was a note that read, "Welcome home, roomie." Aaliyah's fingers grazed over all of the items, and she shook her head in disbelief. She then moved her stare to the nightstands on each side of the bed, where vases filled with sunflowers sat. "Those are my favorite flowers," she said, stunned. "Yeah, you casually mentioned it when you came to my office to give me roses." "And you remembered." I hadn't enough nerve to tell her that I remembered everything she told me, from her favorite flowers to the wishes she'd written in Wish Alley 2 years prior. Aaliyah Winters was someone I wanted to remember for the rest of time. To that day, Halloween night was still one of my favorite memories. "I'm having a hard time believing that I haven't had a mental breakdown somewhere along the line, and you're just a figment of my imagination," she said. I chuckled and crossed my arms. "Well, don't become sane anytime soon. I kind of like existing in your imagination. I like that you're here, too." She walked around the bedroom and entered the bathroom. "Holy shit!" She came dashing out quickly. "Connor, did you see that tub?" "Yeah, I saw it. It's a freaking swimming pool." "Don't be dramatic. It's more of a hot tub, if anything." "There's a TV hanging on the wall. Who has a TV in their bathroom?" "People who exist in imaginary minds of a woman who is having a mental breakdown?" "Don't wake me up from this trip," she joked, shaking her head back and forth. "This is too much. You're too much." My mother's been telling me that since the day I was born. Now let's get all these boxes moved in, and then we can order in some dinner or something. We can even eat out on the rooftop if you want to watch the sunset. I turned to walk away, and Aaliyah called out to me. When I looked back at her, she stood still, and her brown eyes flashed with emotions as her perfect, full lips parted. "Thank you, friend." "For what?" "Existing." After the movers came and went, Aaliyah and I ordered food and headed out to the rooftop to enjoy dinner with one another. It didn't take long for me to realize that Aaliyah was one of the healthiest people I'd ever come across, which surprised me a bit. 2 years ago, she was downing chicken wings drenched in ranch, as if she was a competitive eater, and now she didn't drink or touch fried food. As I ate my burger and fries, she chowed down on a kale salad with some kind of lemony vinaigrette. "For a long time, I thought you were an all-around perfect girl, but tonight you kind of killed that idea as you began eating kale," I said, shaking my head in disappointment. She laughed. "It's not that bad. It's actually good if you massage the dressing into the leaves and let it sit for a while. Plus, the grilled chicken is full of flavor. And my green drink? Just admit you don't like things that taste good, Red, and leave it at that. You're eating grass and drinking grass. Listen, do you know how much fat and unhealthy chemicals are in your burger and fries?" she asked. I held up a stern hand. "No, and you better not tell me. Otherwise, we will be roommates at war." "I'm just saying, what you put in your body has a big effect on your overall wellness. A bit of kale wouldn't hurt you, Cap. Greens are your friends." "And a few French fries wouldn't hurt you either," I said, waving one in her face. "Life is about balance, and for your information, my burger has a slice of tomato and some lettuce. And what is that I see?" I took the top bun off my burger and dangled a piece in the air. "Is that an onion and pickles? I'm pretty much the healthiest man alive." She tossed her hand up in surrender. "Okay, health nut, my mistake. I need to be more like you." I held a fry in front of her face, and she took a small bite of it. Her eyes almost rolled into the back of her head because Charlie's Diner seasoned fries were the best fries in the history of potatoes. I smirked. See? What's life without a bit of deliciousness? She stabbed a piece of kale and held it in my direction. Open up. I pressed my lips together and shook my head. Mm-mm, I said through my closed mouth. Connor, fair is fair. I kept my mouth locked closed. Life's not fair, I mumbled. You're so dramatic. I know, but that's who I am. I shrugged. She laughed, and my God, I was so happy she didn't marry that asshole. She gave up and pushed the fork into her own mouth, allowing me to part my lips in victory. One day I'm going to get you to eat a kale salad, she warned. Don't hold your breath. If my mother couldn't get me to do it, a beautiful lady won't be able to do it either. Don't flatter me. Don't be so beautiful, then. Her cheekbones shined through as she grew bashful. I threw a French fry her way. Don't blush like you don't know you're beautiful. I don't take compliments well, she said, tossing the fry back my way, and like the professional fry eater I was, I caught it with my mouth. That's because you're too humble. You should stop being so damn humble. You're the shit, Aaliyah. You work at one of the top magazines in the world as an editor. You are educated, you are a great person, and you are hot as fuck. Don't say hot as fuck, she said, blushing even more. I placed my hands on her shoulders and shook her back and forth as I hollered, Aaliyah Winters, you are hot as fuck, and the whole world deserves to know it. Oh my gosh, Connor, shut up, she whispered, covering my mouth with the palm of her hand. You're so extreme. She wasn't wrong. I'm just saying you are the shit, and you need to start acting like you're the shit. But I don't feel like I'm the shit. I honestly feel weak. Who cares, though? Fake it till you make it. She raised an eyebrow. What? Life is created by habits. We teach the world how to treat us, and that all comes down to how we treat ourselves. I learned this at a young age. When I moved out to New York, I had $1,000 to my name, and no idea what the hell I was going to do. All I knew is I needed to act like I was a rich man in order to get through the doors of real rich men. I faked it until I made it. I walked into every room as if I belonged there. I drank whiskey with people who are billionaires. I attended galas and parties for the elite when I still only had pennies in my bank account. You know why I was invited? Do tell. Because I showed up as if it would be their loss if they didn't invite me. Confidence is a repeated habit. Act confident in your own skin until it becomes your outer layer. She narrowed her eyes and thought, Fake it until I make it. Yeah, and don't take life too seriously. Life is short. Might as well learn how to laugh at yourself sometimes, too. Sounds like you need to be my life coach, she laughed. I mean, let's be honest, you kind of were my life coach on that Halloween night all those years ago. Yeah, which, by the way, makes me extremely confused, because afterward you were falling back into self-love. I thought we really had some breakthroughs that night. Color me shocked when 2 years later I find out that you were engaged to the bane of my existence. Like, how, Red? How did you end up going from where we left off to ending up with Jason Rolesfield? As your temporary life coach, I was hurt by that discovery. She laughed lightly and shook her head. What can I say? I didn't have enough time to observe your knowledge. You were a flash of love for me, and then reality came back, and I fell back into my old patterns. Maybe if I had more time to learn from you, it would have stuck better, but it was hard to hold on to something that came and went in a flash of an eye. All right, I said, rubbing my hands together. We can start again. What? We are going to get back to our training. It will be easier now, too, seeing how you are my new roommate, and I can help you discover the parts of you that I already know exist. So this time it's not about trying to get you to fall in love with me, it's getting you to finally truly fall in love with yourself. Are you serious right now? As serious as a heart attack. Her eyes flashed with momentary emotion, and for a second it almost looked as if she were going to cry. Did I say something wrong? It didn't take long for that look to evaporate from her eyes, and she gave me a lopsided smile. Why do I feel as if this is the best and worst idea in the whole wide world? Because it is the best and worst idea in the whole wide world. I leaned in toward her. Say yes. She nibbled on her bottom lip, hesitating as she fell into deep thought. She released a weighted breath and shrugged. All right. Yes, I'm in. Hell yeah. This is going to be fun. I do have a few questions for you, though, to help me figure out the best direction to take this challenge. Like? Do you care what others think of you? Absolutely. Are you a people pleaser? I aim to please. Do you ever say no when asked to do something? Oh gosh, no. I like people to like me. I shook my head. What if I told you that people don't actually like you, but they like what you do for them? Her eyes flashed with an intense vulnerability. Well, that would make me very sad. Why's that? Because I think people only do like me because of what I do for them. And if I don't do things for them, then they probably won't like me very much, which means I'd be lonely. Red, that's ridiculous. You are the most likable person on this whole planet, but people take advantage of that because you are too good. So I'm going to teach you to set boundaries. She wiggled her body around. That makes me uncomfortable. Good, it should. We aren't here to be comfortable. We are here to grow. And believe me when I say, once you fall in love with yourself, the right people will come who expect nothing from you at all. Promise? Promise. I tossed a few fries into my mouth. I think for research, perhaps we need to look into why you ended up with someone like Jason to begin with. That's easy. I loved his parents so much, and the feeling of family that I lied to myself about who he really was. Why did you lie to yourself, though? I don't get it. She tilted her head, seemingly baffled by my confusion. Because the lie felt more comforting than the truth, and if I didn't have that lie, then I'd be alone. What's so scary about being alone? Everything, she confessed. Everything's scary about being alone. That made me sad for her because I knew what loneliness felt like. Maybe not as deeply as her because I was pretty content with my loneliness. Sometimes women came into my life for random flings, but I learned to enjoy my own company. I'd rather be alone by myself than lonely with someone else, I told her. She smiled, but it felt so sad. I reached across to her and took her hands into mine. Red, by the end of this, you're going to be stronger than you ever thought. You're going to wake up and feel full, without the need of another soul, but it will take some time. I'll be right here beside you, too. You're going to be confident and strong, and not take anyone's bullshit, even if their lies feel a bit comforting. You're going to learn quickly that it's so much better to sit in moments of ugly truths than swim in beautiful lies.
28. Aaliyah. There is no way in hell I'm putting that on, I said, standing in the living room with my hands on my hips. It had only been 24 hours since Connor had become my life coach, and he had already lost his freaking mind. Oh, yes, the hell you are. There he was, standing in the middle of his home, wearing a banana outfit. He was grinning ear to ear like a dork as he held my costume in his hand. A plum. You're insane. Yes, he agreed, then held the costume out toward me. Now get dressed. No way. I refuse to become a plum. If you're interested, I have a peach costume in my bedroom, he offered with his devilish smirk. Where did you even get these? Amazon Prime? Same-day shipping? Thanks a lot, Jeff Bezos. He began shaking his banana around as he came toward me. Come on, Red. You had no problem exploring New York with me 2 years ago in costumes. That's because it was Halloween night? Everyone was in costumes? Since when do we care what everyone's doing? Since forever? He walked toward me, with his banana end poking me in the side. Which is exactly why we're going to do this. We're going to step outside of the mold and do what no one else is doing. We're going to make fools of ourselves because the more comfortable we become with being uncomfortable, the more comfortable we will end up. I blinked a few times. Nothing about what you just said made any sense. All I'm saying is, we're going to have a fun day being weird and exploring the town dressed as sexually charged fruits because we don't care what other people think of us. Life is too short not to have fun and dress up like fruit on random Saturday nights. You're so weird. Yes. He held the costume out toward me. Now, go get dressed. I parted my lips to argue some more, but he placed his finger against my lips, shushing me. You promised you would let me coach you. Now come on, let's get this going. Reluctantly, I put on the plum outfit and came out feeling like a complete fool. I was round, plump, and a nice vibrant purple. Connor's face exploded with laughter as he stared my way. Oh my gosh, this is so much better than I'd imagined it to be. There is no way I'm leaving the house like this, I told him. You are definitely leaving the house like this. Come on, we gotta go. He walked over to his dining room table and picked up a huge boombox. Why in the world did he have a boombox? This guy was so weird in the best of ways. Where exactly are we going? I asked. And why do we need a boombox? We're going to Times Square to put on a show, he told me, grabbing his keys off the coffee table. Let's go. A show? What? No. Nope. I didn't sign up for any public acts of humiliation. I'm sorry, Connor. I'm already drawing the line at any kind of show performances. I don't have that level of confidence. I know, which is exactly why we're doing it. We're not doing it. Oh, yes, Red. He nodded with the biggest smile in the world. We are. No, I stomped my feet. We aren't. Next thing you knew, I was standing in the middle of Times Square, dressed as a plum next to a male banana, as he put a cassette tape into the boombox. Where did he get a cassette tape? People were staring at us, but most of the people who looked on were tourists, which made me pleased to know that I'd probably never see them again. What made me less than excited? The cell phones in their hands as they began recording Connor and me. Connor, this is too much for me, I said, feeling silly. No, not yet. This is going to make it too much for you, he explained, hitting play on his boombox. Within seconds, What a Feeling by Irene Cara came blasting through the speakers. Was he truly playing the song from Flashdance? Then he began dancing around like a madman. He was humping his hips around with his banana, thrusting the air and spinning around and around. Dance, Red, he said, waving my way. I felt so extremely embarrassed as people laughed at him, leaping around like wild. I can't dance like people aren't watching, Connor, I warned. Good. Dance as if they are. And then don't care what they think. He came over to me and took my hands into his. He squeezed them. Aaliyah. Yes? Do you trust me? His eyes were so sincere as he asked me. He was filled with hope and excitement and trust. Crap. I trusted him. So I allowed him to pull me into his arms, and the plum danced with the banana. We spun around faster and faster, taking the world on, and the more I danced with him, the more I laughed. The more I laughed, the more I forgot about the bystanders. The more he twirled me, the more freedom I found. We danced to a lot of songs, each one filled with positivity, and when the last song came to a halt, when we hit the final note, I asked Connor to play the cassette over again. Having Connor come back into my life felt like a blessing I didn't deserve. At times, I wondered if he were even real, or if I'd somehow slipped into an unbelievable make-believe world where superheroes really existed and swooped in to save the day. Talking with Connor was like talking to an old friend you hadn't seen in years, but truly cared for, effortless. All of the charm he'd had 2 years earlier was still there tenfold. He didn't know it, but I was in desperate need of his friendship. Though, his life coach tasks were a bit overwhelming at times. He'd even given me a list of homework to tackle each morning. 1. Dance around my bedroom to a positive song. 2. Say no to someone you love. 3. Have a cheat meal. I was still building up the courage to tackle number 2 and 3 on the list, but number 1 came pretty easy for me, seeing how Connor had left a list of positive songs for me to pick and choose from. Firework by Katy Perry. Best Life by Cardi B, featuring Chance the Rapper. All I Do Is Win by DJ Khaled. Can't Stop the Feeling by Justin Timberlake. You Got It by Vito. His list was a great start. At first, I felt silly doing the act. I didn't know how it helped me learn to love myself, but if I could dance in the middle of Times Square as a plum, then I could easily dance around my bedroom. I did it first thing in the morning after taking a shower. I'd wrap a towel around me and move my body as if I hadn't a care in the world. I added more songs to the playlist too. This Is Me by Keela Settle and the Greatest Showman Ensemble. I Am by Young Baby Tate, featuring Flo Milli. Brown Skin Girl by Beyoncé. Even on the mornings when my self-doubt was louder than the music, I danced. On those days, I danced more. I'd begun to dance in front of the mirror completely naked, looking at my body and all the flaws my ex-boyfriends pointed out. My stretch marks, my too small chest, my fat ass. All of it stared back at me as I moved my hips. I began singing along with the songs, allowing them to vibrate all across my skin. "Oh, hell yeah, it sounds like a dance party in here," Connor said one early Monday morning, walking into my bedroom waving his hands in the air. "Oh my gosh," I screamed, turning around to face him completely naked. The only piece of fabric on my body was the towel wrapped around my hair. "Boobs," he shouted, hurriedly turning around and covering his eyes with his hands. "Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Aaliyah. I just heard the soundtrack from The Greatest Showman, and I always get excited about The Greatest Showman, and I'll be honest, I didn't expect to walk in on The Greatest Show, man," he rambled, making the redness deepen in my cheeks, but also making me snicker a bit from how embarrassed he'd been for walking in on me. I think his face reddened more than mine. "Also, sorry for yelling boobs. What am I? A teenage kid who just saw his first set of tits? I mean, it wasn't. I've seen boobs before. Many. Well, not many, but not few. Definitely not few. I'd seen a completely normal, average number of breasts throughout my adulthood. Not a weird low, and not an absurdly high number either, but you know what I mean. Your boobs aren't the first pair I've seen, which probably means I shouldn't be shouting out boobs toward you like a freaking psychopath, even though, I mean, what I'm trying to say is your boobs are worth shouting for. I mean, fuck. I'm gonna go now," he said, his nervous energy shooting throughout his system. He began hurrying away with his eyes covered. "Connor, watch out for—" Bam. He walked straight into the doorframe. He held a hand up and waved. I'm fine. Okay, leaving. Bye." With that, he was gone, leaving me with no discomfort, only laughs.
29. Connor. Boobs, boobs, boobs. Fuck, not just boobs. They were more than just boobs. They were breasts. Full-grown, homemade, deliciously plump and perky breasts. Aaliyah Winters was a masterpiece. I didn't need to see her naked to remind me of that fact. But holy shit, seeing her naked? Not a regret of mine. Sure, I should have knocked on her door. That was roommate 101. But I wasn't thinking at all. When I heard good old Hugh Jackman and his gang singing, my body just responded to the sounds. Breasts, breasts, breasts. Damn it, Red, why did you have to look like that? So perfect, so curvy, so smooth, so damn desirable. All I wanted to do was walk over to her and let my hands wander, which were probably thoughts I shouldn't have been having for a new roommate, especially seeing how I was her new, unofficially official life coach. My thoughts weren't really morally correct to have about my new client. But at the end of the day, I was just a man with an extremely hardened dick sitting in my office the morning after finding Aaliyah exposed. I listened to her music playing in her bedroom that morning and wondered if she were dancing again, naked, with those breasts exposed. I leaned back a bit in my office chair and closed my eyes, clearing my throat. My mind began thinking about her moving to the music, her hips swaying back and forth, her body moving in the most mystical way. Her lips, her collarbone, her nipples, her lips, different set of lips that time. All I wanted to do was move with her, dance close with my body pressed up against her skin. Unfortunately, all I had was my hand and my cock to create some kind of pleasure. I slid my sweatpants down and gripped my cock. I began stroking it up and down, thinking of Red, of her body, her curves, her. Fuck, I wanted to taste her. I bet she tasted like the greatest high. I repositioned myself in my chair, leaning back more as the strokes became more intense. Gripping myself harder, I imagined it being Aaliyah's mouth moving up and down my cock, taking me all in as I pinched her nipples. I'd pull her on top of me next, having her sit on my face, letting me taste her, suck her, fuck her hard until she came all over my face. I'd lick up all of her delicious juices as she, "Connor, I'm ordering in some— oh my gosh!" Aaliyah screamed, forcing me to open my eyes as I was seconds away from an exploding orgasm hitting me, and, oh, fuck, nope. Couldn't stop that train from going because it had already left the damn tracks. Fuck! I shot up from my chair and turned my back to Aaliyah. I hurried over to the counter of my office as I unloaded all of my dirty thoughts into my trash bin. Fuck, 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 I moaned. Yep, that was right, friends. I was moaning as I got off into a trash bin because, even with my embarrassment, an orgasm was an orgasm, and shit, it felt good. Afterward, though, shame was all that was left. I felt like a kid who got caught with a Playboy magazine. Aaliyah somehow was both the Playboy magazine and the individual who'd caught me with it. I turned around to express my extreme humiliation and apologize for her walking in on what she walked in on, but when I looked behind me, the door was closed and she was on the other side of it. Thinking back on it, I should have probably shut the door before I started yanking my cock, but you know what they said, an idiot was always going to be an idiot. "I'm sorry, I saw your door was open and, well, I was going to ask you if you wanted me to order you some breakfast," Aaliyah exclaimed from outside the door. "Right, yeah, no big deal. Sorry about that." There was a silence for a moment. I felt like a complete moron. A dirty, filthy moron. Then Aaliyah's voice came back. "So," she paused for a moment, "do you want scrambled eggs? I would offer you some sausage, but I think you're all set with that." I snickered to myself, feeling my humiliation begin to fade. She could have allowed the situation to be uncomfortable and odd, but she went with humor instead. Damn, I really like that girl.
30. Aaliyah. The first few weeks of living with Connor were so easy, even with our embarrassing moments. If anything, those experiences made us more relaxed and comfortable around one another. After he saw me dancing naked, and I saw him, well, fully awake, we'd crossed off most of the awkward parts of having a roommate. Check and check. If I were honest with myself, which I was trying to be more and more each day, I'd say I wondered what he was envisioning as he sat back in his office chair, stroking his hands up and down. Yep, both hands. He needed both for his massive Captain America, his Incredible Hulk, his Iron Man, Thor's hammer. I bet he could knock a woman right out of Asgard with that thing. Swing that hammer, Connor, swing. After the unfortunate interactions, well, maybe unfortunate for him, but I didn't mind my view, we created rules where doors should be closed during a person's, intimate moments. And if a door was closed, there was a no entrance policy in place. Other rules were created too. We'd made up the rule that any interview topics would be left outside of the household, so he'd have a safe place to return to after his long days at work, which were frequently very long days. Even though I left the article aspect of his life outside of his home, he brought his workday into what was supposed to be his haven. Some days, he'd get home around 10 at night, and he'd go straight to his office and dive back into doing more work until the wee hours of the morning. On Sunday morning, I'd awaken early to go visit Grant's grave for my weekly trip, and I was surprised when I saw Connor still sitting in front of his computer. I knocked on the doorframe, and he looked up, appearing exhausted. "Early morning or late night?" I asked. He glanced at his watch and groaned as he rubbed his hands over his face. "Late night. What are you doing up so early?" "On Sundays, I go out of the city to visit Grant's tombstone. I get up early so I can catch the sunrise with him and read some comic books." He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and gave me a lazy smile. "That sounds amazing." "It's a tradition that I've adapted." He stood up from his chair and walked in my direction. "Can I come with you?" I was a bit taken aback by his request. I'd spent months with Jason trying to get him to join me, but he always said it was too early and just plain odd. Connor asked without even being invited to come. Plus, he was running on no sleep. "Aren't you tired?" I asked him. "We can whip up some coffee to take with us," he said. "I remember you talking about Grant a few years back. about how important he was to you. I'd be honored to meet someone that's special to you. The way he said, to meet, made the butterflies swirl in my stomach, as if Grant was still alive and well. If you want to come, I'll be glad to have you. I do, he promised. Let me get the coffee brewing, then we can head out. Once the coffee was ready, we're on our way to see Grant with blankets and comics galore. When we arrived, Connor laid out the blankets for us to sit on and smiled as he stared at Grant's tombstone. I sat down, and he followed my steps, sitting right beside me. There are a lot of quarters, Connor noted. Yeah, I leave one every single time. Grant believed that if a penny was lucky, then a quarter had to be 25 times as lucky. Whenever I find a quarter, I figure it's a kiss from Grant. It's stupid, I know. There's nothing stupid about that. Jason thought it was, I told him. Jason also thought Italy was a continent. His opinion is mute and void. I snickered. Touché. Can you tell me stories about him? Connor asked, bending his legs and resting his crossed arms on top of his knees. You really want to hear stories about Grant? Yeah, stories about him and you together. I want to know everything you want to share with me. That felt so odd to me. Jason never asked, and he never wondered. But Connor seemed so interested in knowing more about my past, more about what made me into the person I'd become. Talking about Grant felt like talking about a parent. He meant the world to me, and I loved how when I began to speak, Connor listened intently to every word that left my mouth. Then he read comics to Grant and me, which made my heart begin to beat for him. He didn't have a clue how much his showing up with me meant. It felt so special to have someone to watch the sunrise with as I sat at Grant's grave. When it was time to leave, Connor pulled out his wallet, grabbed a quarter, and left it on the tombstone for Grant to have. I wondered if Connor had any clue how good of a person he was. Each day, I loved waking up and not being alone in the household. Something was comforting about having someone else in the penthouse with me, even if Connor and I weren't always interacting. I liked knowing that if something ever went wrong, someone was right around the corner. Still, I worried about Connor and his work habits. One night, I woke up around 3 to go get a glass of water, and I found him sitting in his office typing away. His shoulders were rounded forward, and exhaustion sat heavily on his face. I didn't interrupt him, but the image stayed with me for a few days until I felt as if I needed to step in. I might have been crossing a line, but when he came home from work one night, loosened his tie, and sat grimacing, I knew he needed a break. I was even more certain that he wasn't going to give it to himself. His office door was closed around 10 p.m. that night, and I could hear his heavy sighs. I knocked twice, and he invited me to come in. I carried a package behind my back to help persuade him to take a break. Hey, Red, what's up? He smiled genuinely, but I saw how tired his eyes were. I leaned against the doorframe. You need an RB. He raised an eyebrow. A what? An RB, a roommate break. Come on, you've been killing yourself in the office, working way too hard, and you need a break. As nice as that sounds, I don't really have time for a break. Well, you need to make time. Otherwise, your body will start to break down and you need your body to function correctly. Nothing good comes from working yourself to death. You sound like my mother, he muttered, before growing wide-eyed. Ah, shit. I forgot to call my mom back. She's gonna leave me a million messages about it. It's okay, you can call her tomorrow, after a night of good rest and some RB time. Come on. He raised an eyebrow. You aren't going to let up on this, are you? No, I'm not. Plus, I have a surprise for you if you agree. I pulled the box from behind my back and held it out in front of me. His eyes narrowed. What's in the box, Red? I guess you'll have to stand and walk away from your paperwork to find out, Captain. With hesitation, he pushed his chair back and walked in my direction. He ripped the tape off the box and gasped when he saw what was inside. Are those? He whispered. Yes. And they're for me? Uh-huh. He reached into the box of treasures, also known as Cheetos paws, and I smacked his hand away before he could grab a bag. Nope, none for you until RB is agreed upon. Where did you even find these? A good player in life never shares her secrets. Now, what do you say? Do we have a deal? He swiped one of the bags from the box, opened it, and began shoving the Cheetos paws into his mouth. Deal, he said, with his face stuffed, grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. We took the chips along with some other snacks and drinks up to the rooftop to talk. My only goal for the night was to get Connor to relax a little. I could tell he put too much pressure on himself to take over the world and do good with the power. All I needed was for him to take over himself for a bit of time and learn to slow down. We asked each other all kinds of questions. Like always with him, the conversation came easily, and I witnessed when the relaxation finally began to settle over him as he chose to live in the moment. If you could have any animal as a pet, what would it be? He asked me as he finished off his third bag of chips. Oh, that's easy, a dog. I knew you'd be a dog person. I nodded in agreement. I used to volunteer at a humane society for abused dogs. It blew my mind the kind of torture humans would put those poor babies through. We'd gotten some who'd been hurt and harmed more than they ever deserved. They had a lot of trauma, anxiety, and depression when they arrived, but they let us near them over time. Did it take a while for them to build up their trust? Yes, but once it was there, they gave us love so freely. No creature on the planet loved unconditionally like a dog. Sadly, if their abusers came back, they'd still give them love. This world doesn't deserve dogs. I couldn't agree more. If I had time for a dog, I'd definitely get one. Sometimes you have to make time in life. He smiled. I think I'll start with RB time and ease my way into getting a dog. Make sure to adopt, don't shop. There are a lot of babes out there who would change your world for the better. Yeah, he said, his blue eyes looking into mine. His dimples deepened. I bet there are. I had to look away from him because whenever he stared for too long, my stomach filled with butterflies. I began picking at my fingernails to distract myself. You know what saying I've always hated? Do tell. Men are dogs. Why would people disrespect dogs like that? Dogs are loyal, even on your shittiest day. You can yell and scream at them, and they're still going to crawl into your lap and love you. Sure, maybe they have accidents in the house or chew on your shoes, but you see the real guilt in their eyes from making the mistake. And they learn. Dogs are loyal, and they learn. Men are just men. And that's the worst thing I could think to call them. Not pigs, not rats, not snakes. Men are men. I looked toward him and offered an unapologetic smile. I mean, no offense. None taken. You can include me in that group. But you don't treat women badly. You actually avoid getting involved with them and wasting their time. That's different. Jason gaslit me. He said the right things in the beginning until he thought he had me locked in. After I moved in with him, he showed me his true colors. It was always a game with him. You don't play games. You don't even enter the ring because you don't want to waste a woman's time. That's noble. He waved his hand back and forth. I'm not sure if it's nobility or just blatant fear. What in the world could you be afraid of? He smiled. A lot, Red. Gosh, those dimples should have come with a warning. Connor Rowe was almost the perfect package. He had the looks, he had the personality, he had the charm. The only thing missing was his commitment to having actual relationships. I lie to myself on the regular. About relationships? Yep. I mean, I do work a lot, and I am a workaholic. But if I wanted to, if I really wanted to, I could be in a relationship. Then why are you single? You could get any woman you wanted. You're far from a jerk. You're charming and giving. And I recently learned you are TikTok famous. You'd probably go all out and record your partner's TikToks for her and make her famous too. So, what's the reason? Do you want a bullshit excuse or the truth? I think you and I do truths best. I haven't found love because I haven't been looking, he explained. I think love is beautiful. Hell, that's why I live for flashes of love in my life. But the forever kind terrifies me because I know how much it can hurt when it goes wrong. My mother almost died twice in my lifetime. It wasn't a sudden thing either. She had 2 battles with cancer, and each time I watched her suffer. I had to come to terms with the idea that I wouldn't have a mother at a young age. That nearly killed me. I never wanted to go through losing someone I cared about that much again, so I don't let myself get close with others on that personal level. I'm afraid of the forever kind of love because with love comes loss, and nothing truly lasts forever. We'd shared many pieces of ourselves throughout our interactions with one another, yet I felt like Connor's current information was actually the rawest he'd ever been with me. He was sharing things with me that I was almost certain he hardly shared with himself. It's funny, I replied, combing my fingers through my hair. I think I'm the opposite of you. I chase after love because I've never had it. If I had a chance to have a mother, I would scoop it up, even with the idea of losing her. Having love once, to me, is better than never having had it at all. The problem with the way I chase love, though, is I ended up with people like Jason and my ex before him, Mario. I gave myself freely to people who probably didn't deserve me at all. Wow. He breathed out, shaking his head back and forth as he slow clapped. What? It's just nice to hear you finally realizing what I realized from the first moment I met you, that you're a prize. I crinkled up my nose and shrugged. Only took 2 men cheating on me, a failed marriage attempt, and a pretend life coach to get me here. Doesn't matter what it took, as long as you arrived. Is it my turn for a deep question? Shoot it my way. Did you ever try to find them? Your parents? I pushed out a short-lived chuckle. Yes, and I always ended up with dead ends. I gave up a few years ago because what was the point? How long could I search for someone who wasn't searching for me? How unlucky of them to have never known you. My lips parted as our eyes locked, and I swore my damaged heart started beating for him. I gave him a shy grin before shaking my head. Don't do that, Connor. Do what? Make me feel important? His dimples deepened. Goodness, I shouldn't have liked that so much, but I did. Hey, Red? Yes, Captain? You want to go record a TikTok dance with me? 31. Aaliyah. The hardest part of living with Connor was that he was insanely attractive and kind. It truly should have been illegal. No one should have been that handsome and nice. It ruined all other men. One of his favorite hobbies was to walk around shirtless on the regular. Some days, he'd come into the living room area dripping in sweat, and my lady parts tingled as if they hadn't seen a shirtless man in 10 years. It wasn't only his fit, muscular body that oddly turned me on, though. It was the way he went business mode on phone calls and spoke as if he was the HBIC, head bachelor in charge. He was thorough with every conversation he held and spoke with authority. His strength was sexy. On the flip side, his bad jokes turned me on too. Just watching the way his mouth moved when he spoke. How sometimes he'd bite down on the corner of his lip when he was trying to recall a punchline. Sexy. And when he cooked, holy crap. He turned me on when he made eggs. I was hot and bothered when he burned toast. His laughter, his frowns, his goofy smirks. Everything about him pulled me in. And I didn't know if once it was time for me to move on, I'd be able to let go. The more he existed in my world, the more I craved for him to stay. The more I hoped he'd notice me as more than his roommate, more than his friend. You sure this looks okay? Connor asked, as we stood inside an old warehouse for his photo shoot for Passion. He was dressed in a designer forest green velvet suit that fit him in all the right places. His hair was gelled back, and he had a makeup team touching up his face as I stood nearby watching. The whole crew around us was setting up for his photo shoot with one of the top photographers in the industry, Jean Paxson. She'd shot for the royal family in the past, so having her at our shoot felt extraordinary. "You look amazing," I told him as I held his coffee and my tea in my hands. "Besides, there will be outfit changes and whatnot. You're in the best hands. And remember, you're already a pro at this kind of stuff with your TikTok." This is kind of more advanced than some silly social media app. They have like 50 lights set up. Plus, this magazine is going to be in stores. The last thing I need is to end up taking crappy pictures because of my ugly face." I rolled my eyes. "You don't have an ugly face, Connor." "You think I'm pretty, Red?" he said in a whiny, annoying voice. "No, you're hideous. Your nose is crooked, your lips aren't full, and your eyes are too far apart, but we can fix all of that in editing. I just need you to get a somewhat decent shot so I don't lose my job. Now, here, take the coffee and stop whining." He smirked and nudged me in the arm. I think you're kind of pretty too." What a dork. "Also, I like your lipstick. Red on red. That's a good color on you." My cheeks flushed. I hated that I loved when he complimented me. It only made me secretly want him more. If he felt any kind of nerves about the photo shoot, I couldn't tell it all. The moment he was given direction from Jean, Connor fell right in line. His skill at looking professional, yet sexy as hell, was impressive. He also came off as soft and approachable in some of the laid-back photos he took. I loved the stills of him laughing the most because they captured his heart. When it came time for the shirtless photographs, which Jean insisted on taking, my cheeks heated up instantly. "Holy shit," a crew member muttered beside me as she stared at Connor's rock-hard body. "I can only imagine what's hidden in those pants." Thor's hammer, ma'am. Thor's hammer rested inside those pants, and it had powerful force behind it. Did you know? If you looked up the word Connor on Urban Dictionary, you'd find the second definition to say it stood for a huge penis. I couldn't make that up if I wanted to. And from my own personal observation, it seemed Connor's name was very fitting for his assets. Sometimes, my internet searches took me to odd places. "Is he seeing someone?" she asked. "I might have to shoot my shot." The hairs stood straight up on my body as she said those words. Yeah, he's seeing someone," I lied. Yep, that's right. I lied. I lied because the idea of any woman shooting her shot with my guy, my roommate, made a rage begin to bubble inside me. Who did this woman think she was, talking about shooting her shot? Talking about his privates? Had she no shame in drooling over a grown man who was simply trying to do his job? He's not a piece of meat, lady. He's a human being. Have some respect. Also, did she not pick up on my context clues? I'd been throwing them out all day. I wore red lipstick because I'd hoped Connor would notice, which he did. My blouse wasn't buttoned all the way to the top. Actually, 2 buttons were undone. Thank you very much. Also, my calves were on full display and looked amazing in the 4-inch heels I would regret later that night due to foot pain. For goodness sake, did she not notice I was on the verge of physically humping his leg on set? I was seconds away from throwing my bra at his face. My red bra. Red! How didn't she see that? Didn't she pick up the vibes I was spewing? The level of disrespect was disgusting. Connor Rowe was off limits. I tilted my head, not taking my eyes away from Connor's abs. Gosh, lucky girl. I'd give anything to have just a day with him. I know, right? And his lips. Shit. I bet he could do the craziest things with that mouth of his. I'm probably gonna dream of that man tonight. Don't you fucking dare. I almost felt bad for lying to her. But was it really a lie? She asked if he was seeing someone. And Connor kind of was. Me. He was seeing me. He saw me in the living room, the kitchen, and on the rooftop. He saw me doing yoga some mornings, and he saw me at the dining room table at night. You could basically say we were getting pretty serious. Oh God, I was losing my marbles. Connor needed to put on a damn shirt ASAP. For our last location of the day, we moved to Central Park, where Connor wore gray slacks and a button-down white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. He looked perfect in the most effortless way. I couldn't help but notice people, men and women, passing by and taking in how handsome he was. It was impossible to not take note. If he hadn't been in real estate, he could have easily been a model. "Red, get in here," he said, snapping me from my thoughts that had been all about him. "I need some shots with you." I laughed. "Oh, no, I'm good. I'm better behind the camera." "No, I need shots with the one and only person who's ever interviewed me. This is a big milestone, so come on." "It is a good idea," Jean agreed. "For the records. Even if not in the magazine, it will be a nice memory. Come on, will you?" I looked down at my overtly exposed chest, and then I heard Connor groan. "Stop it. You look breathtaking as always," he said, waving me over. The hesitation was strong, but I didn't want to keep the crew from packing up and finishing their day. Maeve would kill me if we went over our time slot and spent more of the budget. I hurried over to Connor, and he quickly instructed me on the positions we were supposed to take. "Just pretend we're a power couple, like Harry and Meghan, or Beyoncé and Jay-Z," he whispered. "Stand back to back with me," he said. I did as he told me. We stood back to back, side to side, and then, without prompting, he scooped me into his arms and swung me around, making me crack up laughing. "Oh my goodness, stop, Connor!" I screeched, but he kept going, spinning me round and round, faster and faster until he brought me back to solid ground. I felt dizzy and lightheaded. As I began to stumble a bit, he caught me, holding me in his arms. He rested his forehead against mine, freezing my movements, and it felt as if he'd frozen time. "Sorry, too fast?" he whispered. "Too fast," I replied. "I'll take it slower next time." I laughed. "There won't be a next time." "I think we'll have a lot of next times, Red," he said, his breaths falling against my lips. His lips were close to mine. Were his lips always that close? Were they normal roommate distance apart? Or was he going to... Oh boy. This boy. For a moment, I forgot we were in the middle of Central Park. For a moment, I forgot a photo shoot was taking place. At that moment, all I felt was his heat and mine, and all I wanted to do was fall into him and taste his lips, allow him to taste mine, and then take him back home for more of the same. "Okay, I think we got it," Jean said, breaking me away from the fairy tale story I was making up in my mind. I took a step away from Connor and looked up at the crew, who were all staring at us as if they'd just walked in on us having sex. The embarrassment hit me fast, but I tried my best to shake it off. I clapped my hands together and cleared my throat. "Okay, everyone, that's a wrap." After the photo shoot, we headed home, and I decided to allow myself a cheat meal for the first time in months. My meal of choice? Chinese food. "I was wondering if you'd like to come down to Kentucky with me," Connor asked, as he unloaded enough food for an army. When I told him I was going to have a meal off my regular plan, he decided to order almost everything on the menu to celebrate the occasion. "Kentucky? Home base?" "Yeah, I was thinking of going down there for a weekend to visit. I thought it might be good for the article to see me in my true Southern element, to see the past of where I began, my roots." I smiled. I think that would be a great idea. Maeve is all about us writing articles with the complete heart of our subjects, and from what you've shared with me, your mom is a big part of your life. "The biggest," he agreed. "How long has she been cancer-free?" "This will be year 10, which..." His smile spread wide. "It's just really good to hit the 10-year mark. I'm so happy for her." "Yeah, she's been through a lot of hard battles. I still deal with a lot of worry and fear that it will come back someday, but So far, so good. Stay positive. 10 years is a long time. I know. Sometimes my thoughts just spiral, but I'm thrilled she's okay. I know the invite is a bit last minute, but I'm planning to go down 2 weekends from now. I smiled. Lucky for you, I have no life. I cannot wait to see what small town life is all about. I've never been to a small town. He laughed. It's a bit different than the New York life, that's for sure. The people are everything you'd imagine them to be. Gossipy, caring, and close-minded, but fun. Everyone's involved in everyone's affairs, pretty much. I rubbed my hands together. I can't wait. Just a heads up, not to sound cocky, but I'm a bit of a superstar down there. I'm like the small-town celebrity, which is ridiculous, but also flattering. Last year, they named a street after me. Had a full-blown festival to do it too. It's insane and a waste of money, but they love me. What's not to love? He looked my way and smiled, before grabbing a plate to pile high with Chinese food. I'll book the flights for us tomorrow, if that works. Perfect. I'll email Maeve later tonight to keep her in the loop of what's happening. Okay, so we have General Tso's, egg foo young, shrimp fried rice, and... He opened a carton and arched a brow my way. Crab rangoon. What would you like? Everything. That a girl, he said, as he began making a plate for me. I would have argued that I could have made my own plate, but something was so sweet about him wanting to serve me before he made himself a plate. He handed it over to me, and then after he had his plate in front of him, he sat beside me on the couch, and we both dived into the food. I want to give you fair warning that when I bring you home, people are going to assume we're in a relationship because I've never brought a girl home before. I laughed. Then we'll just have to work hard to convince them that we aren't. Even though the thought of us being in a relationship made my stomach fill with butterflies. Connor was only my roommate and my friend. Nothing more, nothing less. But sometimes, like at the photo shoot today, he'd touch my skin, and I'd feel a million different emotions all at once. It was as if his touch, his smile, his warmth, his whole persona shot flashes of love throughout my body every single day. My favorite kinds of flashes of love came solely from the man sitting across from me. Connor kept talking about anything under the sun, and then he paused his words and looked at me. His blue eyes smiled brighter than his lips, and I shifted around on the couch cushion. What is it? I asked. Nothing, it's nothing. I was just thinking. He laughed lightly and shook his head. My mom's gonna love you. And just like that, his flashes of love crashed straight into my heartbeats.
32. Connor. Aaliyah Winters lived rent-free in my mind. There was so much to like about the girl. A day did not pass where she didn't put a smile on my face. I found myself picking up on her little quirks, and the more I saw them, the more I loved them. Like how when she typed on her laptop and she couldn't think of how to spell a word, she'd snap her fingers in the air repeatedly until it came to her. Or whenever she was about to eat food, she'd do a little excited jig. When we'd be out in public and she saw a dog, she'd always react as if she just met an angel, and she'd beg the owner to let her cuddle the furball. I loved how she tried to tell me corny jokes, but always forgot the punchline. I loved how when she had a bite of food, she'd moan a little, and then always offer me a bite too, so I could moan along with her. I loved her ass. I know, shallow, but damn, her ass. The way it moved in dresses, in skirts, in jeans. Fuck, in jeans. I could get a stiff one solely from watching Aaliyah Winters move in some blue jeans. Must have been the southern boy in me. Sometimes when we'd leave a restaurant after tackling some interview questions, I'd let her lead so I could watch her walk away. The way her cheeks moved side to side. The way I wanted to move those cheeks side to side. What are you doing? She asked the last time I trailed behind her. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything's fine. I slid my hands into my pockets and smirked. I just had the craziest craving for some plums. I knew she blushed after I said that, and I loved that too. I loved how she blushed when she was around me. It made me think that maybe this catching feelings thing was happening on both sides of the fence. Catching feelings. I didn't know my heart knew how to do that. "You sound well rested," Mom said as I sat in my office after giving her a call during my lunch break. I couldn't recall the last time she said those words to me, and I knew they were solely due to Aaliyah and her forcing me to slow down a bit. Roommate breaks were becoming my new favorite thing. "Yeah, been getting a good amount of sleep each night." "Oh, sweetheart, that makes me so happy. It's good to hear you're taking some time for yourself. Speaking of time for yourself, how's that promise you made me? About finding a hobby?" "You'd be happy to know that it's going swimmingly." "Are you serious?" she exclaimed. I could feel her joy through the phone. "What is it you've been up to? What's the hobby?" I sat a bit straighter in my chair, as pride beamed against my face. "I'm a life coach." Silence hit the line with a deep, painful hush that made me raise an eyebrow. Mom, you there?" "I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand, sweetie. It sounded as if you said you were a life coach?" "Yeah, I did." "Well, okay. Honey, my sweet child of mine, I mean this in the most loving, nurturing way possible, but, how can you be someone's life coach when you don't have your own life?" "What? I have a life." "No, honey, and I mean that from a place of love. All you do is work, work, work. No play at all." "I'll have you know that I've been getting a lot of play lately thanks to my roommate forcing me to take breaks." "Roommate? What do you mean, roommate? I haven't heard anything about this." It had been a while since I'd spoken to Mom, seeing how work had become so busy. I felt instant guilt for that fact. "Oh, a friend of mine was in a bit of a pickle. I didn't want her to struggle too much, so I offered to let her move in with—" "Her?" Mom exclaimed. "Oh, my Lanta, you're living with a woman? Tell me about her. Is she pretty? Is she kind? Is she your girlfriend? How long have you been seeing her? Have you two been in a relationship for a long time? Oh, my goodness, my baby has a girlfriend. This is so amazing," she cried out, clearly spiraling down a tunnel of insanity. "Mom, chill. Aaliyah's just a friend, nothing more." "Well, you need to bring her down here for me to meet. It's been far too long since I've seen you anyway." "Oh, I have to bake her a pie. You know everyone loves my apple pies." "Yeah, actually, that's why I was calling. Aaliyah is a journalist, and she was assigned to interview me and do an exclusive article for the magazine where she works. I wanted to show her my hometown, show her where I grew up. I figured it would—" "Oh, my goodness, you're bringing home a girl. I have to tell Danny." Not this Danny guy again. Was he really still in the picture? "Mom, remember, she and I are solely friends. That's it." "Yeah, okay, I hear you. I'll just make sure everything's perfect for when she arrives. Oh, my goodness, a girl." My mother was officially losing her mind. I was convinced that she was already planning a wedding for Aaliyah and me. I prayed to God when I got down to Kentucky the church doors weren't opened wide for me to say, "I do." "Can we change the subject?" I asked. "Do we have to? I just love the idea of this all, but I can hear it in your voice that you are getting irritated, so we can shift directions. Tell me more about this life coach thing. Who are you coaching?" Somehow the conversation went right back to the girl I was trying to shift from. "Aaliyah, actually. She's been through a lot of shit from crappy men. I wanted to help her find some self-love again. She's truly amazing and deserves to know it." Mom began sniffling on the phone, trying to muffle the sound, but I heard her. "Stop crying, Mom." "I'm sorry, but that's so sweet of you. You're a good man, Connor Ethan, and I'm so proud of you." I rolled my eyes, but felt a slight tug at my heart. Something about your mama saying she was proud of you hit a certain chord of emotions. "Thanks, Mom." "Although I have to say, it sounds like she might be coaching you, too. Didn't you say she talked you into taking some breaks from work?" "Yeah, she did." "Maybe at the end of the day you needed her as much as she needed you." I smiled at the thought. "Maybe." "Oh, goodness, Connor, I really like this girl. Just from the sound of everything, she sounds wonderful." I knew she'd love Aaliyah. It was kind of hard not to think she was wonderful. Before I could reply, there was a knock at my door. I looked up to see Marie standing there with a basket in her hands. She smiled brightly and mouthed, "Is this a good time?" Perplexed, I arched an eyebrow. "Hey, Mom, I'm going to need to call you back." "All right, sweetie, I love you." "Love you too." "Tell Aaliyah I said hi," she added in before ending the call. I placed the phone down and smiled over to Marie. I hadn't seen her since the wedding had been called off. All I knew is that Aaliyah had to tell her to back off a bit and give her space to breathe. I understood both sides of the situation. When a relationship ended, it wasn't only two people who had to deal with the heartbreak. It was everyone who loved the individuals. It was clear that Marie loved Aaliyah. She treated her like her own, so losing someone you'd grown to love, someone you thought would be in your life forever, had to be challenging. "Well, good afternoon, Connor," Marie said, walking into my office after I waved her in. "I was in the neighborhood visiting Walter at work, so I thought I'd stop by. Last night I went into a baking frenzy and I needed to get some of this food out of my house." She set a container with treats in front of me, and then took a few steps back. "I would say you didn't have to do that, but I'm glad you did," I said, opening the container and finding my favorite cookies, oatmeal chocolate chip. I could have shoved all of those into my mouth in a heartbeat, but I didn't want to appear like a slob in front of Marie. "Yes, well, I know those are your favorites. Now, I don't want to keep you, but I wanted to see if you'd heard from Jason recently." We emailed back and forth a few times to finalize some paperwork, and had a call last week, but that's about it. "Oh, right, that makes sense. The two of you boys are just work, 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 just like Walter." "I'm surrounded by workaholics," she seemingly joked. She shifted around in her high heels before saying, "I don't want to hold you up, but do you have a minute for us to talk?" I tilted my head in confusion, but then gestured toward the empty chair beside her. She sat and crossed her legs. Her lips were painted a fuchsia color, and her fake eyelashes batted my way. I swore Marie was always made up as if she were on her way to a runway show. She pursed her lips together and began to tap her fingers against her thighs. "It was a shame, wasn't it? What happened at the wedding?" "Yeah, you could say that. Or the biggest blessing in the world. I just feel awful for all sides. I know my poor Jason just got cold feet and panicked. Now, I'm not making excuses for him, but he's just not used to having someone as good as Aaliyah. All of the girls before her were exactly that, girls. They played games and always got Jason in trouble. But Aaliyah—" Her eyes flashed with emotions, and she shrugged her left shoulder. "Aaliyah is a saint. She is a grown woman with a good head on her shoulders." I couldn't disagree with that, but for the life of me I couldn't connect the reason Marie was telling me this information. "I'm sorry, Marie, what happened was terrible, but I don't know what this has to do with— I heard a rumor about you doing an interview for Passion. Is that true?" I sat up a bit straighter. Yes, it's true. And Aaliyah is interviewing you?" Why did I get the feeling this conversation wasn't going anywhere good? Yes, after the wedding, she was in quite a situation because she'd already put in her notice at her job. Her boss said she could have her position back and get a raise if she could land an interview with me. I felt bad not helping. "Oh my goodness, of course. I'm so thankful you offered your services to her. Jason didn't leave her in the best situation, that's for sure. You're a good man, Connor. You've always been a good man." I blinked a few times, not knowing what to say. She blinked a few times, giving me the most uncomfortable smile. I began to shift papers around on my desk. "Well, I actually have a lot of work to get—" "Can you put in a good word?" she spat out. "I'm sorry, what?" "A good word for Jason. Can you tell Aaliyah that he made a mistake and wants her back? Because he does want her back." That wasn't what he'd expressed on the day Aaliyah moved out of his penthouse. I don't think it's a good idea for me to get involved in other people's issues." "Right, of course, I get that. But if you could just sell the idea of them getting back together, it would make the whole situation much easier. You're a trustworthy person, Connor. People value your opinion." "I'm not really comfortable doing that. I'm sorry, Marie." A flash of irritation hit her eyes before she forcefully delivered a smile. A fake, big grin that was only hiding the anger behind her stare. I knew she was upset about the breakup, but she seemed to be taking the over-involved mother role a bit too far. She stood up from her desk, walked over to me, and patted her hand against mine. "Just think about it, will you? I'm sure once you give it time, you'll see vouching for Jason is the right choice." How about absolutely fucking not? I pushed out a smile. She probably knew it wasn't sincere, but at that point I didn't care. "Well, you have a good day, Marie. Thanks again for the cookies." "You're more than welcome, sweetheart. Now you take care." She pushed her purse up on her shoulder, and as she began to walk away, she turned back to me. "Oh, and I heard about you finding a new place for your passion project with Walter. Good for you, never giving up on your little dream." She flashed a big grin. I hope it works out this time. It would be a shame if this one fell through like all the others." She left the room, leaving a lingering unease behind. Did she just threaten me somehow with a big smile on her face? No, Marie wouldn't do that. She was as sweet as pie. As sweet as those damn cookies she brought me. Although the way she spoke about my low-income apartments made it feel dirty. I tried my best to shake off the feeling, thinking she was nothing more than a depressed mother who'd lost the future of having an amazing daughter-in-law. I'd be crazy, too, if I lost Aaliyah. Before I could fully analyze the situation with Marie, Damien came walking into my office. "Hey." He nodded once before taking a seat across from me. "Aaliyah's going to Kentucky with you? How did you know?" Your mom just texted me in full-blown glee. Damien and my mother were the best of friends. He hated almost everyone else in the world except for my mom and me. They probably talked more than I did. "Yeah, I figured it's a good opportunity for the article, for her to see where I came from." He blinked a few times, then said, "Okay." I arched an eyebrow. "What's that supposed to mean?" All I said was okay. "Yeah, but you said it in a very non-okay way." "I just think it's weird that you're pretending to take her down there for work when really you just want to bring her to your hometown." I snickered. "What?" "Never mind. I think it's great you're taking her." I arched an eyebrow. "You do?" "Yeah." "That's it? That's all you have to say?" "What do you want me to say?" "You're the gravedigger. You find out crap about everyone, and you've met Aaliyah a few times now, so I kind of want to know your thoughts on her." "Why do my thoughts matter? I'm not the one being interviewed by her." "Yeah, but you're my person." "Don't be weird, Connor." "I mean it. Your opinion matters to me, Damien. Honestly, I should have listened to you about Rose and a few other employees in the past. So if there's something about Aaliyah that I should—" "You like her." "What?" "You have feelings for her. You made it pretty obvious from the jump, but you've been too damn scared to admit it because you are terrified of commitment. Even so, you set yourself up to have this woman in your life because you don't like the idea of her not being around. Exhibit A, you agree to do an interview. Exhibit B, you ask her to move in with you. Exhibit C, she's going to your hometown to meet your mother." "She'll be meeting other people, too," I urged. Damien rolled his eyes. "You're basically fucking her without fucking her." "What? No, we're just buddies. Pals, roommates, that's it." Oh, the lies we told ourselves on the daily. "Whatever makes this easier for you, champ. Although you could admit your true feelings for her and see where they take you. But alas, you're too chicken shit." Here I was thinking I was the messed up one who needed therapy, but I guess even millionaires like you have some trauma too. I blankly stared at him for a few moments, blinking rapidly. I'm sorry, I didn't ask you to tell me about myself. I was asking you about Aaliyah." "Oh, I already looked into her weeks ago." He shrugged. "I like her. She's a good one." The only other person I'd ever heard him say that about was my mother, and she sent him care packages every month. Anyway, I gotta get back to work. Also, did you see the email from Walter?" Damien asked, standing up from the chair. He replied about 5 minutes ago about the Queen's property. It's all but a done deal. I just need to draw up contracts and sign on the dotted line. Congratulations, Con, it's yours. Holy shit, I got the property. Ever since Damien told me the good news, my mind hadn't stopped spinning. No, the great fucking news. I'd been working for years to make this happen, and the fact that it hadn't fallen through like all the other locations made me want to cry like a damn child. It was really happening. I knew exactly who I wanted the first person I told to be. "Do I really need to be blindfolded for this?" Aaliyah asked, laughing. "This seems a bit dramatic, and I've watched a lot of true crime. So if you were going to murder me, just tell me now so I can say a few prayers to try to get into heaven." I snickered. "Don't be dramatic. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it on Halloween night." "Well, that's comforting." "We're almost there. Luis is pulling up right now." Luis parked the car, and I hopped out quickly, then guided Aaliyah out of the vehicle, with only a few fumbles and hiccups. The whole time she laughed, making me chuckle too. "You okay?" I asked. "Yeah, I'm good," she said, standing straight as we stepped onto the sidewalk. "Now, do I get to take it off, or—" "Wait, let me set the scene. I thought this would be great for the article. You remember how you said you wanted to showcase the past, present, and future of who I am? Yes? Well, we've only covered the present day. You've seen me in my work element, but I wanted to share the next chapter with you for myself. The future of Row Real Estate is here." I moved behind her and began untying the blindfold. The second it fell, Aaliyah looked at the run-down building in front of her. Her eyes widened as she stared at the building, then at me. "Is this it? is this your location for your low-income luxury apartments?" I nodded. Her face filled with a level of excitement as she began jumping up and down, grabbing my arms and forcing me into her leaps too. "Oh my God, Connor! Oh my God, you did it! It's happening! Oh my goodness!" she screeched, her excitement level rocketing from the sidewalk and straight to Mars. The way she celebrated my dream made me almost choke up. The only other person who'd ever shown so much excitement from me was my mother. "Shit, Red, you're gonna make me cry," I semi-joked. When I looked at her, my heart, which already beat faster whenever she was near me, almost exploded. The tears I felt were falling from her eyes. She blushed as she wiped them away. "Sorry, but Connor, you did it." She stopped her quick movements and placed her hands on her hips, looking up at the building's broken windows and graffitied walls. It looked like a disaster, but somehow she was able to see past its current brokenness and focus on its potential. She turned to me, and her smile felt so warm. "You did it, Connor. You did this, and I'm so proud of you." Cue the fucking tears. I pinched the bridge of my nose and cleared my throat. The tears were on the brink of falling. Something about her saying she was proud of me struck a chord I hadn't even known could be reached. "Thanks, Red. That means a lot to me. Now, off the record, I got the seller to loan me the keys for 3 hours. She held out her hand toward me and smiled. "Come on, then," she urged. "Show me." The skies of the city were dark, a clear sign a storm would be moving in soon. Even still, I swore I could feel the sun when I looked at Aaliyah. I took her through the 7-story building, stopping on each floor to explore. Each level had 10 apartments, so we'd be able to house 70 families. We stopped in every unit of the building, too, because Aaliyah wouldn't allow us to do anything else. Even when she seemed short of breath, she kept a smile plastered on her face. Her happiness made me happier. "Do you see it, Captain?" she asked as we stood in the final apartment on the 7th floor. "Right over there. The family can put their entertainment center. That over there will be little Timmy's bedroom, and over there is Sarah's. The parents' bedroom suite will have a soaking tub with all the luxury amenities, with locks on the door so Mama can get a few moments to herself. They'll make memories over here," she said, dancing on her tiptoes to the dining room area. She pretends sad as if she were at a table. "They'll laugh here over dinners. They'll discuss life, do homework, and love one another right here." She stood and walked over to me. "All because of you." "This world doesn't deserve you, Red," I confessed. I didn't deserve her, but each day I wanted her a little more than the last. I hadn't really faced the fact that my feelings for her and my connection to her were growing more and more each day. "Come on," she said. "Show me more." I took her to the rooftop. The clouds were darker than when we'd first arrived. The thunder roared throughout the sky, signaling that the storm was moving in. She moved around the space with her arms wide open. "Is this where the community garden will go?" "Yes, it'll be over here, and there will be gas grills and seating throughout the area. The families will be able to pick up the fresh vegetables as they please, and there will be a worker to help tend to it at all times." I felt the first raindrop fall against my face, and Aaliyah must have felt one too, as she looked up at the sky. Her brown eyes moved to me, and she shook her head. "Your dreams are coming true." I bit my bottom lip and nodded. "They are." I moved in toward her and took her hands in mine. "Dance with me?" There wasn't a moment's hesitation from her. She moved in close to me, and I took her into my arms. We swayed back and forth, pretending there was music as the raindrops began to fall a bit faster. I offered to run inside with her, but she declined. "A little longer." She rested her head against my chest as we moved in slow motion in the rain. "I can hear your heartbeats," she whispered. "They're beating for you," I confessed. At first, I didn't know if I'd spoken the words out loud, but when I saw how she looked up at me, I knew she'd heard them. I was terrified of speaking about my true feelings for her, because I couldn't take them back once they were out there. But Damien had been spot on about everything he'd said to me about my feelings for Aaliyah. The idea of her not being in my life drove me wild. The idea of her not being across the hall from me made my chest ache. The idea of never knowing what her lips tasted like. Those lips, those full, beautiful, juicy lips. God, all I wanted to do was lean down and taste them, suck them, fuck them. I parted my lips to answer her question, to skip past my fears and let her know my secrets. But before I could, A deluge fell over us, and lightning flashed throughout the sky. The pouring rain broke us away from the moment. But then I stood there, thinking about one thing and one thing only. I wanted to kiss her. I stood there still as the raindrops hammered over us. I didn't care that I was getting soaked. I didn't care that every inch of me was wet. All I cared about, all I wanted to know, was if she wanted to kiss me too.
33. Aaliyah. He was going to kiss me. Maybe. Or perhaps I imagined him leaning down to kiss me in the rain. Maybe I was just hoping and wishing, dreaming of the possibility of his lips finding mine and his tongue parting my mouth to slip inside. My skin began to tremble as we stood in the rain, staring at one another without saying a word. We should have moved inside once the downpour began. We should have run for shelter, but we stood there, still, dripping water from head to toe, eyes locked, souls exposed. Gosh, I wanted him to kiss me. I wanted him to tell me his truths, tell me if what I felt were his feelings too. I wanted to fall against his mouth and have him swallow every piece of me as I gave him my all. I wanted to kiss him, and I wanted him to kiss me too. He looked down at the ground for a moment, and when he brought his gaze back up to meet mine, he looked as if he were seconds away from falling apart. You scare me, Aaliyah. What? You terrify me because every single day, I wake up with you on my mind. Every single night, you stay there too. I'm falling. He cleared his throat, and I knew how hard it was for him to open up to me. I knew how relationships scared him, and I knew about his hesitations. But still, he kept speaking his truths. I am overwhelmingly falling for you, Red. My heart skipped a beat, maybe 5 beats. Maybe it stopped altogether. Maybe his words healed it. All I knew was all the broken pieces of my tattered and tired heart belonged to him. I looked at him, completely stunned by the words leaving his mouth. Had I been imagining them? Because everything he was saying was everything I'd wanted to hear. I didn't know what to say, because a part of me worried that I'd realize it was nothing more than a dream by morning. I was scared that maybe by morning, he'd retreat back to his fears of love. Then, as if he knew of my worries, he kept talking. I'm scared because I've never felt this way. I'm scared because you make me want to take breaks from my work. You make me want to experience things outside of my career. You make me want to live because everything about you is magic. Connor, you don't have to say anything. Really, Red. I know you just got out of that relationship. I know you are still healing, but I want you. I want you more than I'd ever wanted anything else in this world. I don't care how long it takes for you to be ready because I'll be waiting. Because I want this. I want you, I murmured, placing my hands into his. I looked down at our intertwined fingers and looked up at him. I want you too. I wanted you to say those words more than you know, I said. I thought I was the only one feeling this way. No, I felt this for a while now, but I didn't want to bring it up. I was scared to bring it up. Shit, I'm still scared, Aaliyah, but I'm more scared of not giving us a real shot. Connor? Yes. Kiss me. He did so without any hesitation. The raindrops kept falling as his mouth fell against mine. He tasted like my favorite fairy tales, full of wonder and love. He kissed me as if he were trying to show me the truth behind his feelings, that they were real, that we were real, something powerful, something that neither of us expected to happen. Or perhaps we did expect it. Maybe we'd known all along, ever since that Halloween night when I decided to try to fall in love with a stranger. And there I was, 2 years later, falling falling, falling. I kissed him back with the same intensity he gave me. His hands wrapped around me, and I moaned against his mouth as I felt one hand slowly moving across the fabric of the dress resting against my thighs. The clothes were soaked against our skin, showing our every curve and every muscle. I liked how his hands wandered. I liked how his tongue danced with mine. I liked how he touched me, how he kissed me, how he sucked my lips between his. I loved how he touched me in the rain. Tell me to stop, and I will, Red. But I want this. I want you, all of you. If you say stop, I'll stop. But if you say go, fuck, Red. He pressed his forehead against mine and moaned against my lips as he closed his eyes. Please, tell me to go. My hands fell against his chest. I felt every muscle he had as his gray t-shirt clung to his skin. My lips parted against his, and I whispered, go. Within seconds, he was undressing me as I tore at his clothing. We went after one another as if we were seconds away from discovering our full destiny. He lay me down on the ground gently and spread my legs apart. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed my legs over his shoulders as he leaned down between them. His fingers moved across my lower thighs, and his mouth trailed his fingers, leaving kisses and gentle sucks the entire way. He licked at the raindrops that kept hitting us, sucking them from my bare skin, making the chills intensify every second he grew closer to my core. He moved in closer, so close that his hot breaths fell against my upper thighs. His mouth stayed in one location as he sucked my sensitive skin between his full lips, shooting a rocket of desire and anticipation through my whole system. Please, I begged, knowing exactly where I wanted his mouth to land, knowing what I wanted him to kiss, lick, suck, fuck. Fuck. My breaths were uneven as he found his way to my clit, and he worked at it as if I were his queen, and his only duty in life was to bring me to a state of ecstasy. He took my soul to a new level as his mouth made love to my core. His tongue slid against my clit as his fingers worked their way inside me. The motion and speed of his actions intensified as he drank the raindrops intermixed with my own wetness. He tongued me hard, drinking up every sip of nourishment I'd given him. He swallowed me as if I were his source of livelihood. I moaned as my hips pushed up, begging for him to go deeper, to have all of me, to give me all of him. I wanted him inside me. I wanted him to push his hardness against my core. I wanted him on top of me, staring down at me as he fucked me like he meant it. Purse, I breathed out, gesturing to the side of me where my purse lay in the rain. Condom, I muttered, unable to build up any other words. Luckily, that was enough for him to connect the dots. He rushed to my purse, dug inside, and grabbed the condom. After he finished tasting me, he climbed on top of me, exposing his big, throbbing cock. My mouth began to water from the sight of his massive hard-on. He tilted his head as he hovered over me, almost as if he was asking permission to enter. I nodded once, knowing words were too much to give at the moment. He engulfed my lips against his, kissing me hard and long. I gasped as I felt him sliding into me, giving me all of him. As he thrust his hardness inside me, my fingers wrapped around his back, and my nails dug into his skin. I didn't know it could feel like that. I didn't know making love could feel like life and death, prayers and sins, heaven and hell. His normal, playful demeanor was gone, and when I looked into his eyes, I saw his dilated stare filled with desire, with passion, with love. Oh, gosh, yes, Connor, please, keep. I breathed out, exhausted yet completely in bliss and wanting more of him, wanting all of him. God, you feel as good as you taste, he muttered against my mouth, before kissing me harder and thrusting into me deeper. His words mixed with his movements, and the rain made it impossible for me to hold back any longer. I'm going to... Connor, Do it for me. Come for me, he whispered, making me even more hot and bothered. My hips rolled up and down as he continued to fuck the life out of my body. Connor had many personalities, but I didn't know the dirty talker was one of them. That made me crave him even more than I had before. I came hard against him, my whole body trembling as I released. He thrust hard into me once, as his hands rested against my shoulders. Shit, you're gonna make me come next, he said, still pumping into me. Please, I begged, opening my eyes to find his blues staring at mine. Please come inside me. I want all of you. Connor, please, fuck me like you mean it. Those words sent him into overload as he pressed his arms against the hard ground and began going more and more, in and out, fucking me as if he'd find forever between my thighs and our future against my lips. A few moments later, he lost himself inside me, giving me everything he had, breathing heavy as he unloaded himself. When he finished, he fell to the left side of me onto his back, and we both lay there for a moment, completely out of breath as the rain hammered against our skin. Holy, he whispered. Shit, I finished. That was amazing. Silence fell over us as time passed for a few moments. We both worked on catching our breath before he rolled over onto his side to face me. He had a goofy grin on his face that I love so much, and he trailed his lips down every inch of my body. You're perfect. You're perfect, he whispered, with every kiss landing against my lips. You're perfect. I sighed, feeling whole for the first time in a long time as his mouth rested against mine, and said, We're perfect. 34. Aaliyah. For the next few days, Connor and I woke up making love, and we fell asleep doing the same. We switched back and forth with whose bedroom we'd fall into, and sometimes it just ended up happening on the kitchen countertop, or the living room sofa, or the rooftop. That was my favorite, the wind blowing against our warm flesh as he drove deep inside me, the moon shining bright as he made me weak in my knees. My favorite thing about the way our bodies fell together was how we made it both gentle and hard, soft and rough, kind and dangerous. I loved how he inhaled my entire existence. Even though there were times I thought I'd fade away from overexerting myself, I didn't even care because it felt so good with him inside me. He made love to me as if it was both the first and last time. Therefore, that meant every single session quickly became the best sex I'd ever had. He never stopped until I got off multiple times, too. It must have been that Southern gentleman in him, because he always made sure I came first. Ladies first. I always returned the favor. I didn't know it was possible, having two humans both end up fulfilled. It felt as if I were living in a dream world, but sadly, every dream had to come to an end. One morning, Connor had an early conference call, so I woke up in bed alone. I woke up in pain. It wasn't out of the blue. I knew over the past few weeks my symptoms were building up. I was more tired than normal. Walking short distances winded me. My ankles were swelling again. Connor even noticed the swelling, but I blamed it on wearing a pair of heels all day at work. He gave me ankle massages, and when he'd fall asleep at night, I'd cry thinking about how seriously wrong I'd been feeling. I just needed a little bit more time. I had a doctor's appointment coming up after my trip to Kentucky, so I was doing my best to push through, to enjoy the current moments of happiness with Connor, to live, to pretend for a while that my life was normal. Yet that morning, I couldn't continue lying to myself. My body ached, and my head was clouded. The chills that found me were the worst part. I could hardly sit up in bed. Every little movement I made felt as if someone was slamming into me. No, I whispered to myself, unable to open my eyes because that brought about another wave of dizzy spells. Time. Just give me a little bit more time. Connor and I were supposed to fly out to Kentucky soon, and I didn't want to cancel the trip. Not only was it important for the article I was writing, but it was also important to me. I wanted to see him in his hometown, wanted to meet the people he grew up with, and I wanted to walk the streets that raised him. I couldn't miss it. I placed my hands on the edge of my bed and pulled myself up to a sitting position. As my feet hit the wooden floor, I groaned. Everything hurt. I knew most people couldn't understand that level of pain, but just sitting up felt like the ultimate chore to me. I wanted to crawl back into a ball and sob. The pain's intensity made it hard to even breathe in a normal pattern. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. I repeated to myself, borrowing the words Connor had given to me time and time again over the past few weeks. Even though I said the words, the aches made them feel unrealistic. I tried to push myself up from the mattress, but I failed. I felt weak, tired, so very tired. Tears formed in the backs of my eyes as they remained shut, and they slowly began to fall down my cheeks. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay, I repeated, feeling as if I were going to vomit from the way my mind spun. I began coughing into my hand, trying to clear my throat, trying to make a passageway for more air to inflate within my lungs. I hated this. I hated my heart and how it was quitting on me. I hated that I'd gone so long feeling good, only to have my life turn upside down in the span of 2 years. I hated that the good days always made the bad ones feel like complete hell. I hated knowing that more bad days were on their way. Time. I need more time. I was going to be nauseous. It was only a matter of time before I was hugging the toilet seat. The spinning in my head made that painfully clear. The last thing I wanted to do was throw up as Connor was in his office having a meeting. Connor. Time. We needed more time. To my surprise, he came into the bedroom with a big smile on his face. In one hand, he had a box, and in the other, he had a green drink. Morning, sunshine. I finished my meeting early and ran down the street to get you some breakfast. I know you're healthier than me, so I got you a green drink and an omelet. The thought of eating anything at that moment made my stomach turn in a way stomachs shouldn't be able to turn. The second he caught sight of me, a heavy look of worry filled his face. Aaliyah, what's wrong? I must have looked hideous. Hey there, I said, thinking I'd head over to thank him, but instead, I began to experience a dizzy spell as I attempted to walk. Connor hurriedly set the box and drink on the dresser and rushed to help me stand. Sorry, I muttered. Don't be, he replied, lowering me back down to the bed. He then kneeled in front of me, looking as perfect as he always did. Christ, I felt so embarrassed. If I looked anywhere near as bad as I felt, he probably thought I was on the verge of death. Maybe I was. What happened? He asked. What can I do? Nothing, it's fine. I just woke up feeling a bit off, that's all. I didn't want to get into the full scope of what was really happening. It all seemed too much, and the last thing I wanted from Connor was for him to worry about me. He rolled up his sleeves and walked toward the bathroom. Within seconds, he came out with a warm hand towel and placed it on my forehead. The warmth it brought me soothed me more than I'd thought it would as I kept my eyes shut. Thanks, I said, trying my hardest not to cry. It's probably just a cold. We're in the rain a few days ago for a long period. Damn, I should have taken you inside. This is my fault. No, it's not. Trust me. Regardless, I think it might be best to stay in today. Get better fully. When I get a cold, I get knocked on my ass like no other, so I completely fall into sick mode and disconnect from the world until I'm better. If only it was that easy for me. I'll rest up today and I'll be better by morning, I said, as I began to push myself to a better sitting position. Instead of being successful with that, my vision blurred, and I found myself rushing to the bathroom where I threw up. The pounding in my head was too intense. Not only was I falling apart, but I was falling apart in front of Connor, which made it that much worse. By this point, I felt as if he'd seen me at my worst a lot more than at my best. Still, he stayed, joining me in the bathroom, holding my braids back. Maybe it was something you ate last night? Maybe something bad with that salad you ordered? If it's a bad cold, maybe we need to shift our flights. No, I quickly said, shaking my head. Don't, I'll be fine, I swear, Connor. By tomorrow, I'll be my normal self. I can stay home with you today. I sat up a bit and forced a smile. No, truly, it's okay. I know you have a lot of work. Really, Connor, I'm good. He was hesitant, but he agreed. He helped me back to the bed, making sure to tuck me in. If you need anything, just call me. Even if it's just to talk, I'll answer. Thanks. He leaned forward and kissed my forehead. Feel better, Red? Will do. The moment he left for work, I went ahead and called my doctor. I'm sure it's just a cold, I explained to Dr. Erickson as I sat in his office. I made a mistake and got caught in the rain a few days ago, so I'm sure my body's just fighting off the virus. At least, that was the lie I'd been telling myself over the past few days. I could see the concern in Dr. Erickson's eyes after he ran some tests. The worry on his face made me realize the fear I'd been running from was catching up with me. The medicine wasn't enough to keep me going anymore. My body wasn't working the way it needed to in order to function. Sadly, Aaliyah, it's not just a cold. He pulled up a chair beside me and gave me a broken smile as he took off his glasses for a moment and pinched his nose. Unfortunately, it appears everything we've been doing has run its course. It means we get more aggressive with treatment and switch gears. You mean surgery? With your condition, a surgical procedure is too much of a risk. We need to move forward with a heart transplant. It is the only option available at this time. Without it, his words faltered, and he gave me another fake smile. You're getting higher on the transplant list. Your time could be coming any day. Any day or any week? Or months? Or years? I said, knowing I'd already been waiting on that list for the longest time. It had been over 300 days since I'd been placed on the transplant list, and nothing had come from it. You know it's impossible to say, Aaliyah, but you are coming up close. For the time being, we do need to keep your health up the best we can. I have a few new medications we need to get going in your system. The next step also might be hospitalization up until the point where we can get you a transplant because... Wait, no. He raised a confused brow as I shook my head. I have a trip to Kentucky coming up. I'm flying down there in a few days. Dr. Erickson looked at me as if I were insane. Oh, that's not possible, Aaliyah. I'm sorry, but you cannot travel at this time. For one, with your condition, you are at a higher risk for blood clots, and sitting on a cramped airplane isn't wise. Also, you're at risk of infection, and being around other travelers isn't safe. Then there is the biggest reason. You are high on the donor list. You need to be in the area when the call comes through. I'm sorry, but a trip to Kentucky isn't going to happen. My damaged heart began to break some more. What? I'm sorry. That's just not a possibility. Travel is completely out of the question. He kept talking, but my mind was already slipping away from the conversation. For the past few weeks, I'd been falling in love with myself and Connor. I'd been forgetting about my health situation and falling into him. He'd been the escape I craved, making me dream past each day. Kentucky was just another part of the fantasy that excited me. But all of those dreams, all the make-believe came to a crashing halt when Dr. Erickson expressed how dire the situation had become. Time was running out, and there was a strong possibility that when my heart stopped beating, it wouldn't begin again. That reality was too much to take in. I'd been trying my best not to allow it to settle into me, but now I had to face the facts. My time left was short, and unless a transplant came through for me, I was a hopeless case. I was dying. I went back home and lay on the sofa for the remainder of the day. Maeve said I was able to work from home, but I hadn't been able to do any work at all. The new medicines made me drowsier than I wanted to be. All I could do was rest and hope things began to shift. When Connor came home, he walked in alarmed. The moment he saw me laid out on the sofa, he hurried over to me. "Hey." "Hi," I replied, sitting up a bit. "Still feeling awful?" "Still feeling awful." He nodded slowly and gave me a broken smile that read more like a frown. "God, I should have never had you standing in the rain on that rooftop. I'm sure that didn't help the situation." "This isn't your fault. I know, it's just that..." He paused for a moment and looked down at the floor before bringing his blue eyes to meet my brown ones. Those eyes flashed with such hurt that my own chest ached. His lips parted again as he found his lost words. "It's just that if there was something wrong with you, my heart would break." I loved him. It wasn't the kind of love I'd experienced in the past. No, this love was authentic. It was both exciting and scary, powerful yet calm. I knew if I had to die, I'd be lucky because for the first time in my life, I knew what true love felt like. Connor gave me himself, day in and day out. I couldn't imagine a better person to love. "Connor," I started, feeling the emotions sitting behind my eyes. I wanted to tell him how I felt about him, how he made me feel safe in an unsafe world, how he healed the cracks of my broken soul, which others had left battered and bruised, that if ever he wasn't okay, my heart would break too. Instead, I pushed out a smile and tried to ignore the feelings overpowering me. "Thank you for checking on me," I said, leaning toward him, feeling faint, but not wanting him to know it. Because in our make-believe world, I wasn't sick. I didn't have any kind of illness. My body didn't ache and my chest didn't burn. "I'll always check on you." He shifted a bit on the cushion. "Do you need anything? Soup? Crackers and clear soda?" I shook my head. Honestly, I hadn't been able to keep anything down. The idea of eating anything else made my stomach turn. "I'm okay. Are you going to be resting on the sofa?" "Yeah, I haven't moved much from this position." "Do you need someone to rest on the sofa with you?" Gosh, that man made my heart feel things I didn't know hearts could feel. If his care and attention to me had been enough to heal, my heart would have lived forever. I nodded, and he was wrapped around me within seconds. We lay on the couch, and he became my pillow as he wrapped his large arms around my body. Connor was the weighted blanket I'd always needed in my life. Just by holding me, he made me feel safe in an unsafe world. "Doesn't The Bachelor come on tonight?" he asked, glancing down at his watch. "Yeah, but I know you don't like that show. I'm recording it so I can watch it later." Without question, he picked up the remote and turned on the television, putting on The Bachelor. I breathed through my mouth because my nose was too stuffed up. "How was work?" I asked, trying to ignore my aching body. Everything hurt. Even holding my eyes open felt exhausting. "I couldn't focus." He shook his head. "Too worried about you." "Please don't do that. Please don't worry about me, Connor." "Too late, Red. I already am." I snuggled up against him and didn't make it through 10 minutes of the show before I fell asleep in his arms. When I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, to my surprise, he was still there. He stayed. Connor wouldn't let me out of his sight after me being sick. He'd already canceled our trip to Kentucky, thinking it wasn't a good idea for me to travel while I wasn't feeling well. I was thankful for that, because I didn't want to tell him how I couldn't make the trip, even if I wanted to go. I was still trying to play it off as if it were nothing more than a cold, but the seriousness of the situation weighed heavy on my heart. I knew I had to make some big choices sooner than later and come back to the reality of what my future, or lack thereof, looked like. But instead, I fell more into Connor, more into his warmth, more into the haven he'd created for me. I wanted to pretend for a while that I wasn't as sick as I was. It just so happened that that was easiest when I was in his arms. One night, as we were tangled up in one another, Connor frowned as he looked down at his cell phone. "What is it?" I asked, noticing the alarm in his eyes. "It's work. There seem to be some issues happening at our West Coast location." "The one Jason runs?" He nodded. "Yeah, some deals fell through, and there seems to be some missing paperwork that needs to be accounted for. I'm gonna have to fly out there to deal with it." He turned my way and kept grimacing. "How much would you hate me if I flew out to California tomorrow? I just want to make sure he's not fucking up the company too much." "That's completely fine. Why would it matter what I thought? I feel bad leaving you here alone since you haven't been feeling well." I laughed. "Connor, I'm a grown woman. I can handle not feeling well." I began coughing, and he frowned. "That sounds painful in your chest." "I'll be okay." "You better be, or else I'll kick your plum." He snuggled into my side and pulled me into him. I fell against him as if we were always meant to be together. "I hope Jason didn't ruin too much out there," I told him, needing to shift the conversation. "It's fine. Whatever he breaks, I'll fix. Not a big deal. Now, the last thing I want to do is talk about him. I just want to be here with you now. Be here now." I melted into him, still feeling awful, yet embracing the moment. At that moment, I was wrapped up in a man I was falling in love with. That was the only moment that needed to count.
35. Connor. Instead of being with Aaliyah, I hated the fact that I was on my way to deal with Jason and his fuck-ups. I wanted more than ever to tell Walter that his son was sucky at his job, but alas, I knew that wouldn't do any good. So I'd do what I knew I'd end up doing, pull Jason out of the hole he dug for himself. If that guy ever had to fix his own messes, he'd really be screwed. Or maybe he'd learn to actually grow up. When the plane touched down in Los Angeles, I checked into the hotel, then headed straight to the office to meet with Jason. I didn't want to waste any time and be in California longer than I had to be. All I wanted to do was get back to Aaliyah, snuggle the shit out of her, and be happy. When I walked into the building, I was stunned to see a familiar face sitting at the receptionist's desk. "Rose, what are you doing here?" I asked, baffled by her appearance. Last time I saw her, she was having her Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde moment in my office after I fired her. She gave me a smug smirk and shrugged, pushing her overly exposed tits together. "I went where I was appreciated." "You can't be serious." She was smacking down on her chewing gum and twirling her hair with her finger as she kept grinning like a villain from a fairy tale. "Ursula, was that you? It turns out having some good dirt on people could land you a solid job." "Who did you have dirt on?" "You." She said the word, but it didn't register instantly, because what kind of dirt could she have on me? "You didn't really think Damien was the only one who could find out shit about people, did you?" She sneered. My God, she really was unpleasant to be around. I couldn't believe I fell for her goody-two-shoes performance. "Brava, Rose, brava." "What do you mean you have dirt on me?" I asked. "I saw it all over your TikTok. You had Jason's ex-fiancée doing dances with you. It was obvious that you two have been fucking. Nobody looks at each other the way you do if there's not sex happening. Then people got photographs of you two pretty much making out in Central Park during a photo shoot. And to think you judged me for screwing Jason when you ended up going and screwing his ex. The double standard." "I don't think you know what a double standard actually is. Also, none of that is your business." "Yeah, well, it became my business after you fired me." "I don't have time for this," I said, tired of talking to a child. I marched past the front desk and straight into Jason's office. "Connor, I didn't expect you before lunchtime," Jason commented as I walked in. His desk was stacked high with paperwork, and he had a smug look on his face. For someone who was failing at life, he sure had a lot of nerve to look smug. "Take a seat," he said, gesturing to the chair in front of his desk. I did as he said and clasped my hands. "You said some paperwork was missing and that a few deals fell through?" I asked. He waved a hand my way. "Nah, I only said that because I knew it would get you on a plane out here. Everything's fine business-wise." What the hell, Jason? Why am I here then? The irritation hit me fast, but that wasn't shocking. Being around Jason had a way of pulling out my annoyance at a record speed. He sat back in his chair and placed his hands behind his head. Did you think it wouldn't get back to me? You and Aaliyah? Rose told and showed me everything. That's why you had me fly across the damn states? Because you're mad about some TikToks and photographs that people took of us? You say us as if there actually is a you and Aaliyah, but that would be ridiculous. I stayed quiet because I didn't need to say or prove anything to Jason of all people. He arched an eyebrow and leaned forward. No way, you really are with her? It's none of your business what I do in my private life. The hell it isn't when you're dating my Aaliyah. She's not yours, remember? You stood her up on your wedding day? That was the end of any kind of relationship you had with her. So you figured you'd pick up my crumbs. I took in a deep inhalation and shook my head as I pushed myself up from the chair. I don't have time for this. I can't believe you had me come all the way out here due to you being butthurt that Aaliyah moved on. She moved on to you, though. That's just disrespectful. I rolled my eyes. Let's not pretend you and I are close, Jason. We both know that isn't the case. Where's the bro code, though? Where's the respect? We're adults. We are business colleagues, not friends. There's no bro code here. You're a fucking asshole. On that note, I'm going to head out. I turned to walk away, but paused the moment he spoke. Have fun with all the hospital trips, he spat out. I turned back and cocked an eyebrow. What? With her condition, the girl's always getting sick. It's a damn headache. I wasn't trying to spend every other weekend in the emergency room, but I had to do what I had to do to get this, he said, gesturing around his office. What the fuck was he going on about? What are you talking about? I asked. He raised a brow. You didn't know? Oh shit, you don't know. She didn't tell you. Dude, Aaliyah's, he made a croaking face. What a fucking fucker. What? She's literally dying. What? No, she's not. Yeah, she is. Honestly, it seems impossible that you haven't noticed. I picked up on the signs early on. Her fat-ass ankles, her non-stop heavy breathing. I knew something was off, but my mom was the one who actually told me. Told you what? She has heart failure. She was diagnosed like 2 years ago. They said she only has a few more years, which is why when my parents said I could get this position if I married her, I jumped on board. I figured a few years with the sick chick was worth it if I ended up running the company out here. But I couldn't go through with it in the end. Plus, by that point, all the contracts were signed and it was a done deal. So I won without the sick girl. He kept calling her sick, and it made me want to punch him in his throat. She wasn't sick. She just had a cold. It was only a cold. It was nothing more than a... My mind began racing, connecting all the dots that had been right in front of my face the whole time. Signs I decided to ignore because my feelings for Aaliyah were growing too much. She was tired a lot. She got winded easily. No, she couldn't be. She would have told me. Anyway, whatever, man. Have my leftovers while you can. The clock is ticking on that one, so don't be surprised when you're at a funeral. One I'm not paying for because I didn't marry the bitch. Fuck you, I said, barging toward him and grabbing him by his collar. He stared at me and began snickering as if he was enjoying the show of me finding out the one girl I'd ever cared for wasn't going to be around for much longer. Yeah, fuck me. Let me go before I call security, he warned, ripping himself out of my grip. He smoothed his shirt with his palms and cleared his throat. Now, go ahead. Go back to New York to your fucked-up prize. I just want to tell you face to face that you screwed up getting together with her. In the end, you lost, dude. I went back to the hotel and pulled out my laptop. My heart hadn't stopped racing since the conversation with Jason. I searched congestive heart failure. I read about every symptom, every cause, every treatment. I watched YouTube videos about patients who had it, watched videos about people who'd lost loved ones to it. My panic and worry were at an all-time high as I read more and more details about the severity of heart failure. Then I searched the timeline of those diagnosed with it. I searched their survival rate. My own heart cracked into 1,000,000 pieces. Most don't live past 5 years. She had been diagnosed 2 years ago. Who knew how much time she had left? How was this happening? Why hadn't she told me? Hell, why hadn't I realized it? I fucking knew. Some part of me was aware, but I ignored all the signs because I didn't want it to be true. I didn't want the hurting of my past to come back to my present. Yet here I was doing exactly what I had done as a child. I was searching for answers, searching for some light, searching for a cure to the uncurable. I sat in my dark hotel room, falling apart as the laptop light shone against my face, realizing the woman I loved was going to die, and nothing I could do would stop it. 36. Connor, 10 years old. Mom was trying not to cry when she told me about the cancer. I didn't even know what that was, but I knew it was bad if she was trying not to tell me. I knew she'd been sick, but I didn't know how bad. I thought she just had a bad cold or something, with how she was always coughing stuff up. Do you understand, Connor? Do you understand what I'm telling you? She said as a few tears fell down her cheeks. She brushed them away fast, trying to pretend they never happened, but I'd already seen them. Are you dying? I asked, feeling like my insides were twisted up in knots. My tummy had hurt ever since Mom said that word to me. Cancer. It was hurting her. It was making her want to cry, but she was acting like she didn't because she didn't want me to cry, even though I wanted to fall apart. I want to fall apart. But I couldn't because Mom had already had to cry enough when Dad left us, and whenever I cried, she cried. I didn't want her to do that anymore, so I couldn't do it either. I had to be strong for her. No, sweetheart, she said, placing her hands against my cheeks. No, I'm not dying. We are going to fight this, okay? We are going to fight this and win. I sniffled a bit and nodded, wanting to be strong, but I was just a kid, and sometimes kids hurt. I gave her a hug and held her tight. Then I pulled back. Can I go to bed? Are you tired already? It's kind of early. Yeah, I just want to go to sleep. She frowned, but nodded. I went to my bedroom and closed my door. I lay in my bed, put my pillow over my face so Mom couldn't hear me, and then I started crying. My whole body shook as I kept thinking about Mom being sick. She couldn't be sick. I needed her. She was my bestest friend. I couldn't handle something being wrong with her, and I hated that I couldn't fix it. I should have been able to help her, fix her, be the man of the house. I couldn't stop crying like a stupid kid, and I knew I had to do better because Mom needed me to be strong. But I was scared, and I didn't know what I'd ever do if she wasn't okay. I needed her to be okay. I needed her to be okay. I needed... Connor, Ethan, Mom said, walking into my room. I kept my pillow over my face because I knew if she saw me, she'd know I was sad, and I didn't want her to know. I had to be strong for her, for us. I had to because Dad was gone now, and there was no one else to be strong. Sweetheart, look at me, Mom said, walking over to my bed and sitting beside me. She tugged at the pillow, and I tugged back. No. Connor, please, it's okay. No, it's not. It's not okay. I can't be okay if you're not okay. I cried, my tears still falling, soaking my pillowcase. I sounded like a big baby, but I didn't know how to sound like anything else. Mom was sick. She wasn't okay, and that made me really scared. She managed to remove my pillow, and she set it on the other side of the bed. I pushed myself up to sit, pulled my knees into my chest, and wrapped my arms around my legs. Look at me, Con. I couldn't look at her because it would just remind me that she wasn't okay. But she made me. She placed her hands on my cheeks and forced me to look her in the eyes. She then took my hands and placed them against her face. I'm okay, you see? You feel my face? You feel my skin. I'm still here, and I'm okay. Do you understand? I am okay. You are okay. We are going to be okay. Do you understand? I nodded as I kept sniffling. Do you want me to sleep with you tonight? She asked. I shook my head. No, I'm a big kid. Even though I wanted her to stay with me that night, I didn't want to be alone. I wanted to wake up in the morning and see that she was still okay. She smiled. Do you want me to sleep with you tonight? I shrugged. Will it make you feel better? Absolutely. I think I need you tonight. Okay then, but we'll go in your room because your bed is bigger. Sounds good to me. She wiped my tears away and kissed my forehead. We headed to her bedroom, and it wasn't long before she fell asleep. After she was sleeping, I snuck out of bed and went to grab her laptop. I went into her closet and closed the door so the light from the computer wouldn't wake her up. I pulled up the search engine on the internet and began typing with one finger at a time as my heart pounded hard in my chest. What is cancer? What happens if my mom dies? How long will my mom live with cancer? Is my mom dying? Each word I typed made my tummy hurt even more. If Mom died, who would take care of me? Where would I go? How could I live without her? I couldn't live without her. After typing too many words and feeling even more sad than before, I climbed back into bed with Mom and wrapped my arms around her. I laid my head on her chest to make sure her heart was still beating and her chest was still rising and falling. Mom, I whispered, knowing she couldn't hear me. Tears started falling from my eyes as I lay against her. Please don't do it, okay? Please don't die.
37. Aaliyah. Present day. I hadn't heard from Connor since he texted me that he'd landed in California. I'd sent him a lot of messages, and when I began to worry, he texted me back once. It was a vague and short reply. Connor, I'm okay. Busy. See you once back in town. I hated that when I read his message, worry and doubt hit me. Don't overthink it, Aaliyah. The day he was supposed to return to New York, I went ahead and prepared dinner for him. I made a spread of his favorite foods and laid out a tray with every type of Cheetos I could find. He came in 2 hours later than he said he would be home, and when he did, he looked destroyed. His tie was loosened and his eyes were heavy. He smelled like whiskey, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out what was happening. Had Jason burned the building down to the ground in California? What was weighing so heavily on Connor's shoulders? Hey, I said, moving closer to him. He pushed out a forced smile. Hey. He walked past me without greeting me with a kiss. No hug. Nothing. The alarm started building in me, but I tried my best not to let it show. I figured you might be hungry after the trip, especially dealing with Jason and his crap. So I made you some of your favorite foods and... Are you dying? He spat out, looking at me for the first time since he'd stepped into the house. His words made my whole system go into shock. My lips parted to speak, but no words came out at first. Then I whispered, What? He took a few steps toward me. He lowered his head before looking at me with pain-filled eyes. Are you dying, Red? How did you find Jason? I guess it got back to him that you and I were a thing. That's why he called me out to California, to throw it in my face that I was picking up his leftovers. And then he told me you have heart failure. So I came here to have you tell me it wasn't true. Please, tell me it isn't true, he begged, his voice cracking. My lips parted, but I couldn't cohesively collect my thoughts to say anything that made sense. I'm sorry, No words came to me. He looked seconds away from completely falling apart. I did that to him. I made his soul ache. I took a step in his direction, and he held his hand up. He put his head down and stared at the floor before sliding his hands into his pockets. I'm sorry, I said, uncertain what else I could tell him. It was all I could think to say. When he looked up at me, his eyes were glassy, as if my apology was enough to tell him that I was, in fact, sick, that I was dying. It was at that moment that I saw the switch go off. I saw the moment he began to pull away from me. Listen, I think we kind of rushed into things, he started. No, don't do this. It's probably best if we keep our situation friendly instead of diving into more. Honestly, I've been falling behind on work and I need to truly refocus on the projects I have on deck. I don't really have time for... Me? I whispered, my voice shaking. You don't have time for me. He grimaced and brushed the palm of his hand against the back of his neck. Cutting it off before feelings get involved is probably the best idea. We can go back to just being friends. This is all moving too fast, and I need time to regroup. How could he say that? How could he act as if we hadn't already developed feelings for one another after all we'd shared? I'm going to get to work, he said. That was it. There was no more conversation to be had. He walked into his office and shut the door behind him. I didn't see him for the remainder of the night. I couldn't sleep at all. My mind was spinning too fast. All I wanted to do was go across the hall and knock on Connor's door, try to explain everything to him, try to express how sorry I was for lying about the severity of my illness. So I did. I went to his office and knocked. When I didn't get a reply, I turned the knob and opened it. He wasn't in there. I checked his bedroom, and he wasn't there either. I checked every other place in the house, including the rooftop, and I had no luck finding him. He was gone. A few days passed, and Connor never came home. After about 4 days of silence, I showed up at Connor's job to talk to him. I knew the conversation we had before he left hadn't gone well, but I wasn't ready to give up on us. I needed to be able to get through to him and make him understand that I didn't mean to lie to him. Let him know I wanted to be as open as possible. I just needed a chance to speak to him face to face again, now that we were both aware of the situation. Jason? I gasped as I walked into the lobby of Row Real Estate and saw my ex-fiancé standing there. He turned to face me. At first, he appeared shocked, but that quickly evaporated into a look of disdain. What are you doing here? I choked out. I hadn't seen him since I was moving out of the penthouse, and I'd hoped I'd never have to cross paths with him again. If he was nothing more than a distant nightmare to me, I'd be perfectly fine with that fact. He looked smug as he fiddled with the designer cuffs on his designer suit. I actually am part owner of the business you're standing in, so I should be the one asking you that question. Flew in to finish a conversation with Connor? He slid his hands into the pockets of his slacks and arched an inquisitive brow. What are you doing here? My mind shot back to the reason I'd shown up to Connor's office. To talk to him. To see where his head had been. To figure out how we could make what we had work. Yet I couldn't say that to Jason. Even though I shouldn't have cared. He had, after all, stood me up on our wedding day. I did. A wicked smirk curved his lips. So those fucked up rumors were true, huh? What are you talking about? You've been screwing my partner? News travels fast. I just didn't think you had it in you. It's not what you think, Jason. Oh, sweetheart. It's exactly what I think. I think you're a whore who got her feelings hurt and tried to latch on to whatever she could to keep her head above water. That's not it at all. Was this your way to get back at me for standing you up? You thought you could screw my partner to get me to care? What? No, Here are the facts, Aaliyah, he said, stepping closer, making me feel as if I was boxed in, even though we stood firmly in the middle of the lobby. I couldn't care less about who you're fucking because I couldn't care less about you. You've never been anything but arm candy to me, nothing of substance. You're a pretty girl and a decent fuck, but not someone any guy would want to really take home. You almost did, I choked out, feeling tears burning behind my eyes. You were going to marry me. Yeah, and thank fuck I came to the realization that I was making a huge mistake. I mean, let's be honest, you'll probably drop dead any day now, judging by how ghostly you're looking, and I, for one, didn't want to foot the bill for that. You were just a business transaction for me. If I agreed to marry you, I got the West Coast division. That was it. I didn't want to deal with you. I doubt Connor would feel any different about it than I do. You're wrong. Connor's not like that. He laughed, mischievously. You really think Ro gives a damn about you? I know that guy. I've worked around him for years. The truth is, if you aren't making him money, you aren't worth his time, especially someone like you. Connor is a businessman, and he doesn't make bad deals. Let's face the facts. You are a bad deal. If anything, you're a liability. He doesn't have the space for you in the empire he's trying to build. Jason moved in closer and ran his finger against my cheek, cruising it down my jawline. Don't you get it, Aaliyah? You're no one's forever. You're just a temporary fix. Besides, after all the shit Connor has been through with his mother being sick, it's really fucked up that you'd put him through your drama. You're showing up just to drop dead on the guy. Real classy, Aaliyah. I swung his hand away from my face and took a giant step back. My mind was swirling faster than I wanted to admit. My vision was blurring as the emotions pushed to the front of my eyes. I turned away from Jason and rushed out the door, straight onto the streets of Manhattan. I hated Jason. I hated him and everything he stood for so much. I hated how he'd abandoned me on my wedding day. I hated how he lied. I hated how he betrayed me and made it hard for me to trust. I hated his anger, his personality, his heart. I hated how cruel he'd been. But what I hated most about him was how he made sense. How I could see how someone wouldn't want to forever with a girl who had limited time. I hated how his words aligned with Connor's fears. I hated how Jason was right.
38. Connor. What in the hell do you think you're doing? Marie snapped as she burst into my office. I've been working on overdrive the past few days, avoiding facing reality with Aaliyah, and the fact that Marie came banging into my office left me stunned. She didn't even notice Damien, who was sitting in my office chair. I raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry, did I miss something? Is it true you are seeing Aaliyah? Jason must have brought his mother into the loop, and that was the last thing I wanted to deal with. I didn't want to face the fact that Aaliyah was sick, that she was dying. I didn't want to face the fact that there was truly going to be a day where she wasn't around. So the last thing I needed was Jason Rolesfield's mother in my face, hollering at me about what was going on between Aaliyah and myself. Listen, Marie, this isn't a good time right now. It sure the hell is, and I need you to end it, okay? Whatever it is that is going on between you and Aaliyah needs to come to an end. It already had, but I didn't need her to know that. All I needed from Marie was for her to leave my office. Whatever is going on between Aaliyah and myself is none of your business, Marie. The hell it isn't, she spat out, pacing my office as if she'd lost her damn mind. No, she has to be with Jason. They are meant to be together. I didn't go through all of this for her to end up with you. What do you mean you didn't go through? Leave her alone, Connor. She's not yours to have. I fought for this, fought for her, and I'll be damned if you come in and ruin this for my family, she barked, tears sitting sternly at the back of her eyes. End things or else, she said sternly before pushing her purse strap higher on her shoulder, turning around on her heels and marching out of my office. Damien looked at her with a raised brow as she was leaving, but didn't say a word. He then looked over toward me, confused. What the hell was that? He asked. I have absolutely no fucking clue. Well, regardless of that, you look like shit, he stated. I knew I looked like shit. I hadn't slept in days. My mind was working in overdrive, and I couldn't focus on anything but the idea of Aaliyah dying. What's going on? Nothing, I'm fine. Bullshit, what's going on? Just work stuff. Bullshit again. I know your looks when work stuff is bothering you. That isn't it. Can you just drop it, Damien? I don't want to talk about it, I snapped. Yeah, I snapped at him. I felt guilty about it instantly, too. Sorry, I didn't get much sleep last night. Obviously. Like I said, you look like shit. He took a seat across from me. Is it something with Aaliyah? I'd rather not talk about it. Yeah, so let's talk about it. What happened? I pinched the bridge of my nose and shrugged. Nothing. I ended whatever it was that we were doing with one another. I figured it was best if I focus on work instead of putting my focus in other places. He snickered. No shit. Damien actually laughed. You got scared, didn't you? You don't know what you're talking about. I do. I'm not an idiot. He paused and cleared his throat. Is it because you found out she was sick? I looked at him, stunned by his words. What? You knew? Yep. How? I told you, I researched her. I did digging when I realized you liked her to make sure she had no skeletons in her closet. And you found out she was sick? Yep. He said it so calmly, which pissed me right the hell off. Why the fuck didn't you tell me? Because I knew you'd push her away, which clearly that's exactly what you did. I raked my hands through my hair. My blood was boiling as Damien told me all of this as if it wasn't dire information that I could have used. If I knew Aaliyah was sick, I would have never let my feelings grow in the way they had. I would have never opened up. I would have never allowed myself to fall. I knew better than this. I knew better than to get close with someone. You should have told me, I said. I'm glad I didn't. What the hell do you mean by that? You wanted me to feel shitty like this? I barked as the rage built more and more. No, I just wanted you to feel. He shifted in his chair and leaned forward. I get it, man. I'm heartless. I don't feel deep for anyone. I wasn't built that way. But you're different. You were made to love, but you let your fear of losing people get in the way. I knew if you found out Aaliyah was sick, you'd push her to the side because of fear. I knitted my brows together and grimaced. That's not why I stopped things with her. I stopped because she lied about it. But she didn't. Omitting the truth is a lie. I don't tell you when I go to shit, but that doesn't mean I lied about it. It just wasn't something I told you. I'm being serious, Damien. So am I. Stop acting like she's some kind of devil because she didn't tell you how bad off she was. You're acting like a dick. Fuck off a bit, will you, Damien? Nah, I'm good. He made himself comfortable in his chair. Let's unpack this situation. There's nothing to unpack. There you go lying. Your baggage is heavy. Shit, maybe heavier than mine. What do you want me to say? That you pushed Aaliyah away because you're scared of her dying. I started shifting paperwork around on my desk. I really don't have time for this, Damien. So if you don't have anything work-related to tell me, I don't, then you can leave. And you know what? Fuck you for not telling me about her. That was really shitty. What can I say? I'm a shitty person. Go ahead, be pissed at me. I don't give a fuck. Take as long as you need to throw your anger my way. Whatever makes you happy. But then, at some point, you're going to have to face the fact that you're throwing away something good because you're afraid. What do you want me to do, huh? She's dying, Damien, and... We're all fucking dying, he snapped, tossing his hands up in irritation. The day we take our first damn breath, we begin to rot. The only real guarantee in life is that we will all meet our maker someday. Life's clock is ticking loud for all of us, man. We could walk outside and get hit by a semi and have our lives ended in a split second. That's it. That's the only thing this world promises us, death. But with Aaliyah, you have an actual shot at living. A lot of assholes are alive but aren't living. They aren't tapping into the deepest levels of happiness, and you could do that with Aaliyah, no matter how short that time would be. You don't understand. Sure I do. Before you met me, I wasn't living. I was merely existing. But then you came into my life and gave me drive. You gave me family. So don't tell me I don't understand. Whatever, man. Be pissed for as long as you need to, but don't miss out on that level of happiness due to your own stubborn fear. Most people don't get a shot at real love before they die. Don't be those people. He stood from his chair. Knock, knock. Who's there? Stop being a fucking dick and talk to Aaliyah. I lowered my head and released a weighted sigh. He was right, but I wasn't sure how to go about any of it. Hey, Damien? Yeah? Can you do some digging on Marie Rolesfield? He seemed surprised by my request. When we first met, I made it clear that I didn't want him digging up anything on anyone I knew before meeting Damien. But something felt off with Marie. I knew something was wrong with the whole Jason situation, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. Without question, Damien nodded. On it. I knew I needed to talk to Aaliyah, because Damien was right. There weren't a lot of times when the guy was ever wrong about anything. I just needed to build up the courage to go home to see Aaliyah and actually hold a conversation with her. Yet all of my plans evaporated the moment I showed up late one night and found her in her bedroom, packing some boxes. Hey, I said, walking to her open door. She paused her movements and looked over at me. What's going on? She blinked a few times, seemingly confused. She was probably thrown off that I was actually at the house after being MIA for days. I'm packing. For what? I found a new apartment. I'm moving this weekend. My insides twisted at her words. Shit. I knew I was dealing with my own demons, but I didn't want her to leave. I wanted her to stay. I wanted her to stay so bad, but I'd been a fucking idiot over the past few days. You don't have to go. She didn't look at me as she shrugged. No, it's fine. My boss gave me an early raise and I'd been able to save up enough for a decent place. This situation between you and me was always temporary anyway, right? So I'm moving on to my next chapter. I wanted her to stay. I wanted to man the fuck up and stop being a dick and tell her that I was just scared, that I didn't know how to deal with the fact that she wasn't going to be around forever. I wanted to tell her that I didn't know what the fuck I was doing or how to process my emotions. But instead I said, "What about the interview?" I wished I hadn't said that because I saw the flash of hurt that washed over her face from my words. "What?" "We never finished the interview. You were supposed to come down to Kentucky to see my past." "Yeah, well, that's not going to work out. Besides, my doctors don't think it's safe for me to travel with my condition." With her condition. Those words were another reminder to me that she was sick, that she was dying, that she was facing a time limit against life, and she was losing. Please don't die. Emotions sat at the back of my throat. I was on the brink of falling apart, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't express myself. I couldn't tell her how I felt. So like a damn idiot, I stayed quiet. "Besides, I think I have enough to write the article. I have everything I need," she explained. I knew what I wanted to say, but I couldn't be man enough to actually spit out the words. I should have told her to stay. I should have told her I'd be in her corner no matter what happened. I should have pulled her into my arms and comforted her because she had to be scared. She had to be terrified of everything that was happening. I should have begged for her to stay, but instead, like an idiot, I let her walk away. 39. Connor. I left New York and flew down to Kentucky with my tail between my legs. I knew I'd made a huge mistake ending things with Aaliyah, but I couldn't figure out how to make it right. Also, the idea of losing her was still so heavy on my chest. I couldn't stop researching heart failure ever since I'd found out. I'd been looking for treatments, calling specialists, falling apart, and hating the universe for bringing Aaliyah back into my life, only to take her away from me again. This shit wasn't fair. As my plane landed in Kentucky, I was greeted at the baggage claim when Mom rushed over to my side. Within seconds, her arms were wrapped around me, squeezing me so tight. I got choked up just from the comfort of her embrace. You never knew how much you needed your mother's hug until you were on the verge of a breakdown. "Oh, sweetie, I'm so happy to see you." She looked around the area with wide eyes filled with hope. My chest just about caved in when I realized she was searching for Aaliyah. "She's not here, Mom." "What? But I thought you were bringing her into town to show her—" "She's dying," I spat out. I couldn't hold it in anymore as I choked on my words. Tears began falling down my cheeks as I whispered, "She's dying, Mom." We got back home, and I fell into a deeper depression just thinking about Aaliyah. I hated myself for being such a little shit. I hated myself for being afraid of losing her. I hated myself for abandoning her. "Heart failure, but she's so young," Mom said as she made a pot of coffee. "That's so heartbreaking." "Yeah," I said. It was all I could manage. Before she could say anything else, the front door opened, and a man walked into my mom's house as if he owned the place. "Honey, I'm home," he said in a sing-song voice. He came marching into the house, and the moment he saw me, he clapped his hands together. "Oh my goodness, Connor! Put it there!" he said, grabbing my hand and shaking it aggressively. It must have been that Danny guy Mom had been going on and on about. Great. Clearly, he couldn't read the energy of the room because he was smiling and giddy as ever. He was dressed in a Hawaiian shirt with pink and yellow flowers all over it, neon green pants, and a tie-dye hat on his head. The dude was well into his 60s, dressing as if he were a toddler who got to dress themselves for the day. "Really, Mom? Him?" "Yeah, good to meet you too, Dan." "It's Danny," he said. "So where's this special lady that I heard you were bringing home today?" he asked. I knew he didn't mean for it, but that question was a sucker punch to my soul. Mom walked over and wrapped her arms around Danny's waist. "I wish this was better news, but it turns out Aaliyah has some serious health issues. She wasn't able to make it." "Is she going to be okay?" Danny asked. "No, she's not. She's fucking dying, and I can't save her. I broke up with her because I can't sit there and watch her die." Mom's face dropped. "You broke up with her? You two were dating?" "Yeah, we were, and yeah, I did. She's moving out of my place as we speak. It's over." "No, Connor, you can't do that. I mean, I know this is a lot, but you can't abandon her. I know you're scared, but—" "I'm not scared, Mom. I'm fucking terrified. I'm terrified. But I can't do it again. I can't sit there and watch someone I care for lose the battle of their life. I can't go through that. I did it twice with you, watching you fight, and I can't do it again." Mom's eyes watered over, and she covered her hand with her mouth, choking up. I didn't want to make her cry, but I was being honest. I couldn't suffer through that trauma again. I couldn't spend late nights sitting up wondering if Aaliyah was still breathing. I couldn't sit on the edge at all times, wondering if today was the day I was forced to say goodbye. I couldn't watch her die. Danny stepped forward and gave Mom a half smile. He was much more somber than before, his energetic personality taming. "Can I talk to him alone for a minute, sweetheart?" Mom nodded and left the room, leaving me uneasy with the idea of interacting with Danny. I didn't even know this guy. He sat down at the table with me and released a weighted sigh. "Life is shitty sometimes, eh?" "No offense, Dan, but Danny." "Right, Danny. No offense, but I don't want to talk about this, especially with someone who is pretty much a stranger to me." "I get it, but I understand where you're coming from." "No, you don't." "Yeah, I do, Connor. Probably more than you'd believe." "No, you have no clue what it's like to go through what I've been through. You have no clue how hard it is to watch someone you love battle cancer 2 times. You have no clue what that can do to your head. Then when you get past the trauma, you have no clue what it's like to fall for someone who will bring up those same fears. You don't fucking know." He brushed his thumb against the bridge of his nose and sat back in his chair. He stared forward as if he were looking past me, and he pushed out a forced grin that didn't have a drop of happiness in it. "You might not think that I know what it's like, but I do, young man. I was married before I met your mother. Her name was Jules, and she was phenomenal. I was by her side through her first cancer scare, and through her second, that took her life." Danny's brows knitted together as he lowered his hands to his lap and fiddled with his fingers. My heart sat heavily in my throat as he revealed his truths to me, and I felt like a complete jackass because I didn't have a clue what he'd been through. "No one suffers more than the victims of that ugly disease. Of any disease, truly. No one knows what the pain those individuals went through is like. But I remembered I'd prayed to God that he'd shift her pain to my body. Give me her hurts so I could feel them for her." I remained quiet, but invested. I prayed that prayer one too many times, too. But the people who hurt the most after the ones with the diagnosis, their loved ones. I never showed her my sorrow because I didn't want her to have any more of a burden to bear. I knew her sadness and fear was tenfold more than my own. She was already suffering more than words. What kind of asshole would I have been if I told her that I was hurting too? Instead, I cried in my car. Before work, after work, during my lunch break, whenever I had a chance to fall apart, I'd fall. I'd fall apart because the woman I loved, the woman I cherished with all of my heart, was slipping away from me, and I had no control over it. He took a deep breath and clasped his hands together. "Please believe me when I say I know the fears you have with Aaliyah. When I met your mother and found out about her past run-ins with cancer, I hesitated, just like you. I thought, what if it comes back? What if she leaves me sooner than I'd hope? What if I have to go back to that part in my life of falling apart in my car again? The what-ifs are the worst part of it all because there's no way to truly ever know." "How did you get past it?" "With her smile, with her heart," he said effortlessly, as if loving my mother was the easiest thing to do. "You don't meet a woman like your mother and skip the chance of happiness because of the fear of loss. No, you dig your feet in deeper. You hold on to her tighter because you know her love will be worth it time and time again. I realized that I couldn't live my life waiting for the unknown, but I had to take the leap. Besides," he breathed out a cloud of hot air and smiled, "what kind of lucky bastard like me gets to fall in love with 2 extraordinary women in his lifetime? If life needed a reason for existence, love is the solution." Damn, I really wanted to hate that guy. "I already messed things up with Aaliyah," I said, feeling gloom and doom about the whole situation. Fuck, I missed her. I missed her so much that I didn't even know how to cope. I didn't know my heart could do that. I didn't know it could keep shattering into a million pieces each day that passed. It was my own fault for pushing her away, too, due to my struggles, my fears, my past. "Do you love her?" Danny asked. "Yes, I love her." That was the first time I'd admitted it. It was the first time I'd allowed those words to leave my mouth, even though they'd been sitting heavily in my chest for weeks. "Does that scare you?" "Terrifies me." "Good," he nodded. "Sometimes you have to be afraid of the things you love in order to make sure you don't ever lose them again." "She's already gone." I can't even blame her because I'm the asshole who pushed her away when she was struggling the most. Do you think she loves you too? I nodded slowly. I believe so. I hope so. Then it's not over. When two people love each other, you work through the pitfalls. You fight for one another. You don't give up. Now just figure out a way to prove to her that no matter what, no matter when times get hard, that you will not run anymore. From the sound of it, this poor girl has been abandoned in her life. Prove to her that you're here to stay. The next morning, I woke up feeling even more exhausted than the night before. Perhaps drinking half a bottle of whiskey with my newfound friend Danny Boy wasn't the greatest idea, but at least I wasn't drinking alone. "Connor, you have a visitor," Mom hollered through the house, making me groan. My head was pounding as I pulled myself out of bed and headed to the living room. A small, broken smile hit me as I looked up to see a familiar face. "Hey, kid," Jack said, frowning. He slid his hands into his oil-stained jeans. "Heard you were in town." "My mom called you?" "Yeah." He cleared his throat. "She said you were going through some major shit." "Yeah. As you know, I'm not really good with dealing with emotions and stuff, so how about instead we go old school and you join me on a plumbing job this morning? Like the good old days?" "Yep. Come on, I made you a protein shake." I grimaced. "Can we just grab some donuts?" "Never. Go get dressed fast, will you? You're late." I hurried off and went to get ready. About 15 minutes later, I was hopping into Jax's passenger seat, and I instantly was transported back to when I was 17 years old, having my daily drives with him. Sometimes I wished I could go back to that time, just so I wouldn't have to feel the way I felt today. "How's Kennedy and Elizabeth doing?" I asked about his wife and daughter. "Good, good. Elizabeth's into gymnastics nowadays, and let me tell you, that's not a cheap fucking hobby. But I can't say no to the girl, even if she's a demon child as a preteen. Kennedy's pregnant again. We just found out last week. I'm not supposed to tell anyone yet. But you're not anyone. You're you." "Me, your bestest friend in the whole world?" He rolled his eyes. I smirked. Some things never changed. We showed up at old man Mike's house, which was fucking disgusting. Mike was a hoarder with at least 13 cats running around his house. Everyone in town knew that the idea of going into Mike's house was hell. Whenever he made pies for the town's festivals, people smiled in his face as they took a slice, then tossed it into the trash. We were working on Mike's toilet, which looked as if it's been backed up for years. The color of the water, along with the smell, almost made me gag. "I don't miss this job," I confessed, holding my shirt over my nose. Jack seemed unmoved by it. "Mostly I focus on the landscaping business, but every now and then I pick up a plumbing job. Keeps me connected to my roots," he explained. "You see, the thing about these pipes that Mike has is they are old, and he allowed them to build up junk for too long. He didn't face the damage right away and just looked away from it, never really acknowledging the shit that's been building for years up until one day it began to overflow." He grumbled as he worked the snake down the drain, fishing it around as he kept talking. "But it's never too late to start clearing out the shit that's been sitting there for so long. The shit he overlooked, the shit he tried to pretend didn't exist." He hit a mark with the snake, and the toilet automatically flushed, signaling his breakthrough. "Can all be fixed with time, forgiveness, and care." I narrowed my eyes. "Are you trying to use a poop analogy on me, Jax?" "I'm a small-town man. I don't know what an analogy even is," he joked. "No, you're saying my soul is full of shit, and I need to deal with my emotional trauma from my mom so I can flush this stuff out and be there for Aaliyah." He grabbed a rag and began wiping his hands clean. "Is that what you heard from what I said?" "Yeah, you said I was full of shit." "That's because you are full of shit." He shrugged. "Kennedy's my best friend. If I found out we only had today left, I'd do everything in my power to spend every last second with her. So do it, Con. Clear out your shit." "Do all middle-aged men in this town just have powerful words of wisdom up their sleeves?" He stood up and patted me on the back. "Call me middle-aged again, and I'll knock your teeth out." "Whatever you say, old man." I paused for a moment. "Are you currently touching me with your shit hand?" "Yeah, I am. And this is exactly why I don't miss this job. But I do miss you. Don't be corny, kid. I love you too, Jax." Just then my phone dinged with a message from Damien. I opened it and felt as if my chest was seconds away from collapsing. "What is it?" Jax asked, noticing the look of panic on my face. "It's Aaliyah. I have to get back to New York."
40. Aaliyah. Exhaustion wasn't a strong enough word for what I'd been feeling as of late. Each morning, I felt worse than the previous day. All I wanted to do was stay in bed and fall into a deep slumber. But I still had a job to do. I was trying my best to hold on to any kind of normality, even though it was seeming more and more impossible each day. I turned my article on Connor in to Maeve for approval, right when he showed up to my office. Greta texted me straight away when he entered the building. When he reached my office, I felt as if I would pass out simply from my nerves. "Hi," he breathed out, days after he'd gone off to Kentucky. I figured that was the end of our story. It had to be the end of our story. I couldn't allow myself to give him any more of me. It wasn't healthy for us. It wasn't right. "You shouldn't be here," I said, trying to hide any true emotions. I couldn't let him see how his proximity made me want to step in closer. I couldn't show him how much I missed him, how much I wanted him back with me, how I still craved every single thing about him. "I hurt you," he sighed. "I'm sorry, Aaliyah." I panicked and pulled away. "I'm over it." His brows lowered as he stared at me. My coldness toward him probably threw him off, but I couldn't help it. I had to be cold so I could be strong. "Give me another chance, Red. Please." I wanted to cry, but I didn't. "You're too late." "I love you," he breathed out, his voice cracking and pained. I looked at him, and I was certain my eyes were flashed with emotions. Then I parted my mouth and whispered the words, "I loved you too." "Loved?" "Yes, loved. Past tense. It was a lie, but one I had to tell him." "Aaliyah, please leave," I stated sternly. "But I hurt you," he whispered again, his voice pained with the realization of what had taken place. I nodded. "Yes?" "Let me try again." "No." "Why not?" "Because the first time it was you hurting me. If I let you come back, the second time would be me hurting myself." "Aaliyah." "I don't have time for this, Connor. I don't have time to waste anymore. I can't do this back and forth thing with you." He slightly gave a nod, before parting his mouth to speak. I couldn't let him do that, though. I couldn't allow him to give me another word because his sounds made my heart skip beats. His sounds made me want to fall into him and forgive him. His sounds made me weak. I couldn't be weak anymore. Still, his voice, the way it spoke to me, just a little bit more of him. I just wanted a little more time. "I know you're upset with me, and I know I'm a fucking idiot, but I need to tell you something, Aaliyah. Something really important," he urged. "Can you leave?" I asked, not wanting him to go, but needing him to leave. "I will, but I need you to know that—" "Connor, I mean it. Can you—" "She's your mother," he blurted out, making me still my body completely. "I'm sorry, what?" He took a step in my direction, and I took a step backward. I held up a hand. "Stop. What do you mean? Who's my mother?" "Marie. She's your mother. He cleared his throat and rubbed the back of his neck. "I had Damien do some digging into her after she showed up to my office acting like a nutcase. She was going on and on about how she didn't go through all of this only to have you end up with someone other than Jason. Honestly, it was erratic and crazed and made no sense until Damien brought me proof." "Proof?" I huffed, shaking my head in disbelief. Why was he doing this? Why was he saying those words? There was no way that Marie was my mother. I would know if she was my mother. I would know if I was her daughter. There's no possible way. I felt lightheaded as my mind began spinning, trying to recall every situation I'd been in with Marie. I met her at my barista job, and she was always so kind to me. She introduced me to Jason, and she told me she always wanted a daughter like me. She cried every time I called her a good mother. No, there was no way that could be true. "I need you to leave," I pushed out, feeling as if I was on the edge of having a mental breakdown. This was all too much for me to deal with. I was already swimming in a pool of issues, and I didn't have the mental strength to add something this massive to the pile. "Aaliyah, please," I begged, closing my eyes to try to still my dizzy spell. When I reopened them, his blues were pinned on me. "Please leave, Connor." He swallowed hard and nodded slowly. "I'm sorry, Aaliyah, for everything. I know this is a lot, but I figured you should know. I love you, Aaliyah. I always will, and I hope you truly know that." His eyes locked with mine for a brief second before he slid his hands into the pockets of his slacks and whispered, "I'm never giving up on you. On us. I'm going to keep showing up for you. I love you, Aaliyah, and I'm not going to give us up." He turned around and walked away. If it weren't for my brain, my heart would have begged him to stay. I didn't let him walk away because I hated him. I let him go because I loved him. I knew he was sorry, and I knew if I allowed it, he'd stay. But I didn't want that for him. I didn't want him to suffer as my life came to an end. I knew his past traumas, and I couldn't put him through more. Therefore, I lied to him in order to allow him to let me go. As he walked away, he hadn't even known that he took a piece of me along with him. I melted into my chair and tried to push down my emotions. My mind went right back to Marie. Breaths became harder and harder to breathe as she filled my head. Before I could process everything that had taken place, Maeve was standing in my doorway with a stern look on her face. Which wasn't surprising. A stern look was Maeve's default. "Aaliyah, I read the article," she said with lowered brows. "Oh? If there's anything you need me to change, congratulations on the promotion. You're going to make a great senior editor." My heart didn't know what to do with itself. It was broken from losing Connor, but proud for myself. I knew I wrote the hell out of that article because I wrote it straight from my heart, broken pieces and all. I bled those words onto that page, highlighting Connor in the only way I knew how, the brightest of lights. It was easy to write about someone as special as him. "I'm thinking we'll title it The Modern Day Gent. This is one of the best reads this magazine has ever had. You should be proud of your hard work. I expect nothing less than this moving forward." "You have my word," I told her. She left my office as I sat and thought about the title. The Modern Day Gent was fitting. It described Connor Rowe perfectly. After my workday, I hopped right into a taxi and headed to Marie and Walter's home. I knew for a fact that I wouldn't be able to do anything else until I looked into her eyes and asked her the question that had been sitting heavily against my chest. She wasn't home when I arrived, so I sat on our front porch, waiting. Hours passed as day kissed nightfall, and I kept waiting. When her car pulled up and she climbed out of the vehicle, she seemed stunned to see me sitting there. She hurried over to me with a look of alarm. "Aaliyah, sweetheart, are you okay?" she asked, probably noticing the paleness to my skin and the heaviness that sat in my eyes. I stood up from the steps and looked her straight in the eyes as my whole body began to tremble. "Are you my mother?" The moment's hesitation and guilt that flooded her stare told me more than any words she'd deliver ever could. Oh my goodness, I was going to be sick. "You can't be serious," I cried out, my voice cracking as I placed my hands on top of my head. My heart pounded at an unbelievable speed against my chest as I sat on the verge of a panic attack. Tears hit Marie's eyes as she took a few steps toward me. "Sweetheart, don't," I cut in, holding a hand toward her. "Do not call me sweetheart. I don't know how you found out, but—" She swallowed hard as her hands trembled. She placed her palms together in prayer formation and held them against her lips. She shook her head. "You weren't supposed to find out. I had it worked out so you'd never find out, but we were going to be a family. You were always going to be a part of my family when you married Jason. I know it sounds insane and odd, but I knew that there would never be a good way to bring you back into my life without all of the guilt and trauma attached to the fact that I abandoned me. You abandoned me at birth." Her tears fell down her cheeks, but I refused to allow mine to do the same. "It's not that simple." "Don't make it simple. Just tell me the truth." "I grew up like you. I was young and alone. When I first met Walter, I felt as if I meant something to the world for the first time. Someone wanted little old me. It was magical at first. Then Walter began to work later. He became obsessed with success, and he did anything and anyone to climb up the ladder. When I found out he was having an affair, my whole world crashed, and I felt betrayed. Disgusted with him, with me. So I figured I should be a better wife, a better woman to him. I tried to get pregnant, and I couldn't. He kept cheating, so I went and gave myself to another man. I figured if he was a cheater, I should be too." I waited for her to continue. I needed all the pieces to the puzzle I'd been searching for my whole life, no matter how much it burned me. I met a man at a bar. His name was Cole Sims. He was smooth and funnier than any person I'd ever met. He was a jazz performer and played at Rolf's in Queens every Saturday night. I went for weeks to listen to him play. I fell into his bed and came out pregnant with you. I told Walter everything. He told me that he'd never take me back unless I'd give the baby up at birth. He told me he'd leave me with nothing and ruin my life. I know it sounds insane, but Aaliyah, I had nothing. I was just a poor girl with nothing to my name, and I didn't expect to get pregnant. All I wanted to do was make Walter feel an ounce of what he made me feel. So, you gave me up to stay with a man who'd been unfaithful to you. It's so much harder to explain, she told me, but I knew it was a lie. No, it's not. You gave me up. You left me alone and abandoned. Then you adopted a little boy to call your son. She lowered her head. I know how it sounds. It sounds like you're the devil, I agreed, feeling short of breath. I can't breathe. I think it was Walter's punishment for me. After I had you and gave you up, he began to speak about how much he actually wanted a child, a boy. He said if he could have that, he'd start therapy with me. So we adopted Jason, a 5-year-old, because Walter didn't want to deal with diapers in those early years. You chose Jason over me. You need to understand that there's nothing to understand, I breathed out, feeling an ache in my chest. I took a step backward, and Marie moved in my direction. Aaliyah, you should sit. You're really pale, she ordered. What happened to my father? I pushed out, feeling faint. Syncope. Noun. Definition. The temporary loss of consciousness caused by a fall in blood pressure, also known as the medical term for passing out. I felt it coming as my vision waved in and out. Aaliyah, please, she urged. Tell me. She grimaced as more tears kept falling from her eyes. I went back a few years ago when Walter and I hit a tough patch to see if Cole still played jazz music. I found out he passed away. How? She swallowed hard. He had a heart attack. He had a genetic family trait that was passed down the line, and she shook her head toward me and cupped her hand over her mouth. I'm so sorry, Aaliyah. I'm so sorry. The moment I found out about his condition, I went on a mission to find you. I found out where you worked, and I knew after meeting you I couldn't go on not having you in my life. So many thoughts crashed into my head. So many feelings. So many emotions. So much pain. Pain. I was in pain. I began to fall backward, catching myself as I hit the step on Marie's porch. I lowered myself down and placed my hand over my chest as I fought for every breath that came to me. Marie? Yes? Call 911. 41. Aaliyah. My blood pressure plummeted quickly at Marie's home. I was rushed to the hospital and put on oxygen. Each breath felt exhausting to take. Once Dr. Erickson found out about my condition, he showed up to the hospital to check in on me. The paleness on his face showed me how dire my situation had become. Then again, I didn't need him to tell me what I already knew, what my exhausted heart had been telling me for so long. I was dying. Marie tried to visit me, but I refused to grant permission to see her. I wasn't ready to deal with her when I was trying to come to the realization that my life was ending. I wasn't leaving the hospital, and I knew that for a fact. Not in my condition. A full day passed as I was being monitored. The room felt so cold as doctors and nurses filtered in and out of the space. They pricked me with needles and watched my numbers, making sure I was still stable. I felt tired all the time. All I wanted to do was sleep. All I wanted to do was close my eyes and make the pain go away. To my surprise, on day 2 of my stay in the hospital, I had a visitor, one I'd never expected to be standing in my doorway. "Damien? What are you doing here?" I asked as he walked into my room. He looked down and somber, as he always did. "How did you know I was here?" "I'm pretty good at finding things out. Can I come in?" "Sure, but I'm confused as to why you're here." It was no secret that Damien and I weren't close. We'd only crossed paths a handful of times. "I'm here on behalf of Connor," he said flatly. "I don't understand." "He loves you. You probably don't want him here because he hurt you, but I'm here because he loves you, and he wouldn't want you to be alone. So I'm going to sit here." "This is crazy," I breathed out, fatigued, exhausted. "Yeah, well, I hear love can make situations a bit crazy." He scratched at the stubble on his chin. "You need to give him another shot." "Damien..." "Listen, I'm not here to stress you out or anything. Clearly, you're going through some serious shit, but I just needed to say that. I get it. I grew up in the foster system too. I got a lot of jaded thoughts about people and trust issues. I have abandonment issues that I can't even begin to express. But Connor isn't the bad guy, Aaliyah. The rest of this fucked up world is. I don't know. I get it. You're hurt. Be hurt. But then, give him another chance. It's not that easy, Damien. It has to be. Because this is personal to me." "How so?" He clasped his hands together and leaned forward. "You saved me." I raised an eyebrow. "What?" "You saved my life. Almost 3 years ago now, I was at my lowest point. I was thinking about ending my life. I felt lost and alone. I had nobody who gave a shit about me, and I sure as fuck didn't give a fuck about myself. So I figured, what was the point? Then, out of nowhere, this goofy-ass guy with bad jokes came into my life and kept hammering at me to open up to him. He wouldn't let up, either. He kept pushing me with his sunshine and corny persona to get me to let him in. After all that work, I asked him why it was so important to him. He told me he met Little Red Riding Hood, and she changed his life for the better. He wanted to be able to do the same for someone else. If you never existed, if you never changed Connor's life, he would have never changed mine. I wouldn't be alive today if it weren't for you, Aaliyah. You brought someone into my life who believed that my life was worth living. Someone who gave me a shot to make something of myself when the rest of the world ignored me. So, understand me when I say this is personal to me." His words soaked deep into my soul. I could hardly believe what he was sharing with me. But then again, I could, because that was the type of person Connor was. He helped people. Still, I was scared of letting him back in. Have you ever been in love, Damien?
No,
he quickly replied. But I'd be damned if I ran from it when it came to me. People like us don't get the happy beginnings, but that doesn't mean we don't get the happy endings. I knew Damien coming to speak to me was a big deal. Damien didn't often speak to anyone. Every time I crossed paths with him, he only offered up a few almost smiles here and there before he'd go back to minding his own business and living solely in his thoughts.
Aaliyah,
Damien said, stepping a bit closer to me. Don't do this. Even though he looked so tough all the time, so hard and cold, his eyes were currently washed over with empathy, with care. Every piece of him at that moment felt like a warmth I hadn't seen in a very long time. Don't do what?
Run away from something good?
Because you're afraid that someday that person will run away first. Connor's not a runner. Yeah, he fucked up and hesitated, but fuck, he's human. He spent his whole childhood thinking his mother was going to die. Then when he found out you were sick, he fell into the old thought process that had haunted him for so many years. He's scared, Aaliyah. The guy is fucking terrified of losing you, but he wasn't going to run. He just stumbled a little. I know how hard it is for him, Damien. Truly, I get it. That's why I can't do this to him. He looked at me confused.
What?
I'm dying, Damien. I know I don't have long, and I don't want to put him through that. I don't want him to have to watch me suffer because it will break his heart.
You're sitting here worrying about his heart breaking when yours is literally falling apart.
If that's not love, then I don't know what is. He should be here. I can't do that to him. I'm sorry, Damien. I can't have him watch me die. Damien's brows knitted as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Then he sat down in a chair. What are you doing? I asked.
Sitting.
Why? So you aren't alone.
Dame, I get it. You want to protect him from hurting. It's noble. Stupid as fuck if you ask me, but noble. But that doesn't mean you deserve to be alone. If you're dying, you're dying. It's shitty, and it's scary, and fucked up because I could name 1,000,000 people who deserve to die more than you do. The world is a messed up place, and it shits on good people. I'm sorry it's doing this to you, Aaliyah, but you're not going to do this shit alone. All right? I'm going to sit here and... He reached into his back pocket and pulled out a comic book. I'm going to read you comics because that's what Connor would do.
Damien, you don't have to stay here. Really, I'm fine.
No, you're not, and that's okay. I don't need you to be fine. I just need you to let me read to you right now so you're not alone. Look, Aaliyah, he said with a controlled, deep tone. Just listen.
I sighed and did as he said. Before he could start reading, a familiar face came darting into the room. Marie appeared, dazed and full of worry.
Oh my goodness, Aaliyah, are you okay? She breathed out. What are you doing here?
I asked, sitting up a bit, feeling nauseous the moment she stepped inside my room.
Well, after the ambulance brought you in, I had to gather my things, and I had a heck of a time trying to get them to allow me in to see you. And since I am the designated support person for you... You have a lot of fucking nerve, lady, Damien snapped, shooting her a look good enough to kill. What are you even doing here? This has nothing to do with you, Marie replied. No, it has nothing to do with you, I said. Marie's brown eyes locked with mine. They were packed with sadness, and I hated her eyes in that moment because they reminded me so much of my own. How didn't I see it before? Aaliyah, I understand you being angry with me, but there are rules that the transplant coordinator shared with us. You must have a caregiver afterward. Without me, you don't get your transplant if one becomes available. You need me. Don't, I said. taking deep inhalations. Need you. Yes, sweetheart, you do, she disagreed. How about you not call her sweetheart? It's condescending, Damien ordered, like a protective pit bull. How about you mind your own business? Marie sneered. My brother is in love with this woman, which in turn makes it my business, he said, without a tremble in his tone. And clearly she doesn't want you here, or as her designated support person, so you might as well leave. She has no one else, Marie said. That's not true. She has me. If she'd like, that is. Damien looked over to me for approval of his words. I bit my bottom lip and nodded. He looked back to Marie. See, your services are no longer needed. At this point, Marie was turning red with anger as she stared intensely at Damien. I don't know who you think you are, young man, but I've been there for her for the past 2 years throughout her health scares. I've taken care of her these past 2 years, night and day, whenever she needed me. I was there for her. I showed up to every hospital visit and every time she needed to cry. I was her shoulder. I did that for 2 years. You have no clue how much I've put into this responsibility. 24, he dryly replied. Marie raised an eyebrow. What? You should have been there for her for 24 years, not 2. That statement hit Marie like a ton of bricks. She stumbled back a bit, shaken up. I felt the impact of Damien's words too, but stayed quiet. What was there for me to say? Listen, lady, I'm not here to listen to your sob story about how your life didn't go the way you wanted. I'm here for Aaliyah and Connor. So, how about you stop adding stress to her life? If you really give a damn about her, you'd go with me to shift the designated support person to me. Then, you'd leave her alone, Damien stated. Marie looked at me, tears hitting her stare. Is that what you want, Aaliyah? I nodded. Yes. With complete defeat, Marie pushed her purse up her shoulder and turned back to Damien. There will be paperwork to fill out. I have a signature. She frowned. He grimaced. Then they left to handle the business that needed to be handled. 25 days. Damien showed up for 25 days straight to read to me, making sure I wasn't alone. He'd studied up on what it meant to be a support person, and he'd made plans to be by my side throughout it all. Sometimes, I wanted to ask him how Connor had been doing, but I didn't have the guts to push out the words. I missed him too much to allow myself to ask.
42. Connor. 25 days. I'd been sitting in the lobby of the hospital since Damien informed me that Aaliyah had been admitted. She wanted nothing to do with me, so Damien showed up each day to sit with her. She had no clue that I was waiting right outside of her room, but I needed to be close, even if she didn't know. I couldn't imagine being anywhere else. All I needed was for her to be okay. I needed her to recover, to come back to me whole again. Each night, Damien would show up and give me an update on Aaliyah's condition, and I'd give him new comic books to read to her. He'd tell me about how she was a fighter, and even though it was clear she was struggling, she'd try to keep her spirits high. He'd tell me that she missed me. Not that she said that, but he could tell. I figured he told me that because he knew I needed to hear it, not because it was true. But fuck, I'd hoped it was true. As I waited one night for an update on Aaliyah, I received an email from Maeve Kong. To Connor X. Rowe at roweenterprises.com. From Maeve Kong at passion.com. Subject, article approval. Hello, Connor. I hope you are well. Attached is the article written by Aaliyah Winters on your behalf. I am sending it to have you look over it to give your approval as we move forward with publishing the September issue. Thank you for taking the time to be interviewed. Passion appreciates your kindness and openness during this whole process. Let me know your thoughts and if you have any concerns or issues. But after reading the article myself, I doubt there will be any complaints. Maeve. P.S. I attached some of the pictures from the photo shoot. The one with her looking at you is my favorite. Thank you for proving to me and Aliyah that some men are worth it. I opened the pictures attached to the email, and my heart almost burst when I saw Aliyah and me together, wrapped in one another's arms, smiling and laughing. The world froze in those images, and all I wanted to do was create more moments like those ones. I need more time with her. I needed more time with us. After I stared at the photographs for way too long, I went ahead and opened the article, allowing myself to fall deeply into the words Aliyah created for me. The Modern Day Gent, My Weeks with Connor Rowe, by Aliyah Winters. Connor smiles as he takes a sip of his coffee. It's our third-day meeting after he agreed to do this interview, and everything about him expresses the fact that he doesn't realize how powerful he is, in the best of ways. He sits back in his chair with his right leg resting across his left knee. His broad shoulders are fully relaxed, showing his comfort. His coffee has a splash of coconut milk and 3 sugar cubes, never 2, never 4. He has nothing less than an approachable feel to him. It's refreshing to see how calm and easygoing he is, in a city that's always moving at the speed of light, to reach the next big thing. Connor Rowe isn't in a hurry. He takes it slow. He never checks his watch to see the time, as if there is nothing more important than the present moment. That's my biggest takeaway from my week spent with Connor. He's a man who lives in the moment, and every moment with him one dreams to hold on to for eternity. When the waitress brings our breakfast items, she stumbles a bit, and the bowl of oatmeal almost goes crashing to the floor. Connor moves swiftly, alert and attentive, catching the bowl in his hands at a record speed, not even spilling a drop or burning his hands. The waitress blushes, growing timid from embarrassment, but Connor gives her that award-winning smile and eases her anxiety. "No worries," he states, soothing her shame. She blushes some more, a normal effect of being around this man. No worries, a motto I've quickly picked up from the modern-day gentleman. Connor believes in the magic of giving back to the world. He gives more than he takes. He fights for others more than he fights for himself. He pushes himself day in and day out to create a better life for those who weren't born into wealth and privilege. He dreams of a world where elders are treated fairly, where lower-income individuals never have to worry about how to pay their rent, and where foster children never for a second have to feel lonely. He dreams of a world where no kid goes hungry, no single mother is left without electricity, no elderly is left abused and alone. From his charity involvement with Adopt a Grandparent, Twisted Food Trucks, a program that offers free lunches to children in the summertime, and ACTL, Act, Care, Teach, Love, Connor Rowe pushes for a better tomorrow by focusing on the issues of today. He fights the good fight, day in and day out. He's the definition of a good man, which is why I must say he's not only New York's modern-day gentleman, with so much Southern charm, he's this generation's superhero, a doer of good, a giver of hope, a masterpiece of human existence. I know what you're probably thinking, because I thought it at first too. He's too good to be true. There must be a flaw that he holds somewhere within him. And I'm here to tell you the facts about that. No flaws detected. Not a single one. Connor Rowe is built by faith, powered by love. Every act he creates comes from a genuine place of care and gentleness. Even when he is afraid, his fear is due to his heart being overpowered with love. That isn't a flaw by any means. That is Rowe's superpower. His power is to love. If you ever get the chance to cross paths with Connor Rowe, he'll give you love, even if it's only for a moment's time. A flash of love, if you will. He'll hold the door open for you, and he'll offer to pay for the coffee cup of the customer behind him. He'll tell you really bad jokes that make you laugh so hard. He'll listen to every story you bring to him, even if it's incohesive. He'll hug you when you need it, and even when you don't. He'll look at you as if you are both the sunrise and sunset. He'll be your friend when you have no one to talk to. He'll be your anchor when you feel as if you're floating away. He'll make you smile. My gosh, will you smile. That's the superpower he gives to this world. He creates millions of smiles in a society built on struggles and fears. He cherishes every single person, every single life, and he makes it impossible to not fall head over heels in love with him. By the end of our time together, I am a victim of his powers. I fall, and I fall with ease and confidence, because I know at the end of the day, no matter what, he will catch me. In his arms, I am safe. In his arms, I am loved. And in his arms, I love. I am overwhelming in love with this superhero of mine. Connor Rowe is many things: a powerful businessman, a from rags to riches Cinderella story, and a force to be reckoned with in the real estate world. Yet the best thing that he is? Love. Connor Rowe is love. Anyone who crosses paths with his love will never be the same again. I know I won't. Connor smiles as he takes another sip of his coffee, and I cannot help but smile back as I take a sip of my own. A.W., Senior Editor. She loved me. The article was submitted after I walked away from her, and still, she loved me. Loves me. Present tense. After reading said article, I took a trip I knew I had to take. I couldn't go home and crawl into a bed where Aaliyah hadn't been any longer. I needed help from someone bigger than me, bigger than the doctors, bigger than life. Hi there, I breathed out, lowering myself down in front of Grant's tombstone. I know we've only met briefly, but I know how much you mean to Aaliyah, so I figured I should give this conversation a go. She's not doing too well, Grant, I said, sniffling as the words left my mouth. Speaking them out loud made it even more real that Aaliyah was suffering. Our girl's not in good shape, and I'm fucking terrified. She doesn't want me near her. She doesn't want anything to do with me, and I can't blame her. I knew how much it hurt her to have people walk away, and I was a coward the moment things got hard. The moment things were tough, I was a chicken shit. I can't take that back, and I can't change the way I behaved, but you gotta believe me, Grant. I'm sorry for what I did. I brushed my thumb against the bridge of my nose. And I know you don't owe me any favors, and I give you the right to hate me as much as she hates me, but here I am, because I need your help. You're the closest thing to a father figure that Aaliyah has, so I am here to ask you something very important. You see, once this is over, once Aaliyah comes out on the other side of this, I'm going to ask her to be my wife. I have no doubt that she's the woman I want beside me for the rest of our time on this planet, no matter how long that might be. Which means I need her to come out of this, Grant. Even if she hates me for a while, I'm not quitting on this. I'm not quitting on us. I'm staying. Do you hear me? Even when I'm scared, I'm staying. So I need your help. I know you probably miss her, but I need you to hold off for a bit, okay? This is me asking you permission for her hand in marriage. I want to marry her, Grant, so I'm begging you. Please? I took a deep breath as I kneeled in prayer. I placed my hand against the engraved stone and whispered as the winds brushed against my skin, as tears fell down my eyes, as every part of me began to tremble in fear. Please, Grant. Please. I cleared my throat and softly said, Please don't take her yet. After I finished my conversation with Grant, I headed to my car, where Luis was waiting to drive me home. You okay, Connor? He asked me. No, I replied. I'd never be okay if she wasn't. Before he could reply, my phone began ringing, and Damien's name flashed on the screen. Within seconds, I answered. Hey, what's up? You need to get back to the hospital, Connor. Fast. I swore Luis could have driven faster, but he did the best he could. My mind couldn't stop the panic from what was happening to Aaliyah. Damien sounded nervous on the phone. Had things become worse? Was she slipping away? Was I losing her? Please, don't let me lose her. Not like this. Not now. I darted out of the back seat of the car and straight toward the hospital doors without even closing the door behind me. I couldn't waste a second more not knowing about Aaliyah's condition. The second I hit the lobby, Damien was waiting for me. He stood up from a chair and walked in my direction. What is it? What's happening? Is she okay? Is she... I swallowed hard as tears burned at the back of my eyes. Did she... die? Was she gone? Fuck, I couldn't breathe. If she was gone, if she was no longer... Dude, calm down. Relax. Damien placed his hands against my shoulders and locked his dark eyes with mine. Then the corner of his mouth twitched and it turned up into a grin. They found one. What? They found Aaliyah a heart.
43. Aaliyah.
A heart. A heart for me. Damien was there when Dr. Erickson told me the news. I was glad too, because I needed a hand to hold, and Damien was quick to offer me his. I always thought, when I'd find out there was a heart for me, I'd feel an overwhelming amount of joy. But I felt indescribable guilt. Guilt that someone had to lose their life for mine to continue. That there were people now grieving the loss of their loved one. That the source of their despair was my triumph. I felt ill from it all, as if I was cheating death. It all didn't seem fair. "Circle of life," Damien said, still holding my hand. He said it so calmly, as if he could tell the places my mind was spiraling. "Every beginning has an end, and every ending begins again. This is a good thing, Aaliyah. This is good." I nodded my head as Dr. Erickson walked me through everything that was happening. He explained how the family was saying their final goodbyes, and that after they were taken off life support, his team would move full speed ahead to prep me for surgery. And within a few hours, I'd have a new heart. It all felt surreal, as if I were floating in a dream that was leading me to a future I started to doubt I'd ever have a shot at. Damien excused himself for a while as Dr. Erickson kept explaining the next steps to me. When he finished, I was left alone for a moment to sit and think about everything that was happening. I thought about what it meant for me to get this heart, what it meant for another family to lose said heart. Life was complicated in ways I'd never be able to understand. There was a knock at my door, and I was surprised when I looked up to see Damien standing there with Connor beside him. I sat up a bit in my bed and tilted my head in confusion. "What are you doing here?" I asked Connor. Then I looked at Damien. "You told him?" "I had to," he confessed. "He's my brother." He patted Connor on the back and nodded once. "I'll let the two of you talk." As Damien left the room, Connor stepped inside. "Hi," he whispered. "Hi," I replied, uncomfortable with how comfortable he made me. I should have hated him. I should have told him to leave. I should have pushed him away, but instead, I stayed quiet, waiting for him to speak, waiting to see what he had to say. He cleared his throat. "You're getting a new heart." "Yes." "That's amazing." I stayed quiet. He moved in closer. The machines beat more. He took a step back. "Listen, I don't want to add any more stress to your life, Aaliyah. I get it. You hate me. I don't blame you. For the past few weeks, I've hated myself more than ever before, but please, Aaliyah, let me stay tonight. You're going into surgery soon, and I can't be anywhere else but here. I don't even have to talk to you. I won't even look at you if you don't want me to. If you tell me to stare into that corner, I'll stare all fucking night, but I can't leave you, okay? I can't leave you in case something goes wrong, in case the surgery doesn't work, and, God forbid, in case you end up leaving me. So please, Aaliyah, please, please let me stay tonight, because the idea of walking away now burns my entire being. Please, Red, please." He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he reopened them, tears began streaming down his cheeks. He pushed his tongue into his cheek as his body began to tremble, as his whole existence began to crumble right there before my eyes. "Please, let me stay." He stood there completely broken. He showed me his hurts and laid them there to bleed in the open. I saw his fear, I saw his panic, but mostly, I saw his love. Love didn't only show its face during happiness. It didn't skip by only during the sunshine. No, sometimes, most of the time, love was a storm at war. Love explored the world during the darkness. It crawled through pain, fought through combats, and hit rock bottom with a million battle scars. Love wasn't only the rainbows. Love sparked in the lightning and screamed during the thunder. In that very moment, love rained down over Connor, and his love was being directed straight toward me. Raw, unleashed, true. I shifted around in my hospital bed and stared down at my hands. I thought about it, too. If I didn't make it out of the surgery, if the heart transplant didn't work, if the sand of my life ran out, if I never saw him again, if our last exchange was one filled with me asking him to leave, when all I ever wanted was for him to stay. "Will you read?" I spoke softly, looking his way. "Will you read the comic book to me?" He followed my glance to the side table, where a stack of comic books sat that Damien had dropped off for me. "Yes," he said, without a second of hesitation. "Can I pull my chair up close to you?" "Yes," I said, without a second of hesitation. I wanted him close. I needed him close. I missed his closeness. He grabbed one of the comic books and dragged a chair over to me. He began reading to me, and I fell asleep to his words. When I awakened during the night, I found his head resting against the edge of the bed as he slept. His hand was wrapped around something as he rested his arm in his lap. I reached down to unwrap whatever it was that he had in his grip, and my emotions overtook me as I stared down at a handful of quarters. Before long, I fell back asleep. I was awakened again, this time by a nurse. Connor was no longer beside me, but the quarters rested against my lap. I glanced around, and I was stunned to find my room covered in Post-it notes. They covered all the walls and the railings of the bed. The television had them all over, leaving me floored. I picked up one next to me, and I recognized Connor's handwriting right away. "I wish for more time with Aaliyah." I read another. "More time with Red. I wish I could marry her. I wish I could kiss her. I wish for one more minute with her. I wish for her healing." There had to be hundreds of wishes he'd made, scattered around the room. Hundreds of tiny Post-its with his words that went straight to my heart. "Well, good morning, sunshine," a nurse said, walking into the room. "I see you saw your love letters awaiting you. That boy showing up every day must really love you a lot." I shook my head. "No, Damien is just a friend." "Oh, no, I don't mean him. I mean Connor. The guy who's been sitting outside in the lobby every single day. The staff are calling him the modern-day Romeo. He said he knew you probably wouldn't want to see him, but he's waited outside the whole time. Then, when you'd fall asleep at night, he'd come in and quietly sit with you. Really sweet, if you ask me." Her words stunned me. He'd been there every day? It had been over 25 days of me being in the hospital. How could he possibly wait that long without me giving him any sign that I'd give him another chance? When it came time for me to be wheeled to surgery, the nurses told me that I had a crew waiting to wave me off down the hallway. As I turned to wave toward Damien, my damaged heart started beating faster as I looked down and saw the bluest of blue eyes staring back at me. He stayed. Who knew that even broken hearts could still beat for love? "I love you," I mouthed, staring straight into his eyes. I had to say the words. I had to let him know that no matter what, I loved him. Because outside of all of the bullshit, outside of all our human dramatics, I knew it to be true that he was the lights for me. He was the eastern lights that shone over me for a short period of time, and in such a vibrant way reminding me that I wasn't alone. He was the light that touched my darkness, and for that, he'd be awarded a forever kind of love. I said a prayer before the surgery. I didn't know who to. To God, to the universe, to aliens. I said a prayer to whatever it was that was out there, knowing that all I needed to do was stay a little longer for Connor, so we could fight, so we could scream, so we could make up, so we could fall deeper into whatever it was that we were on the tip of discovering. Tears found me as Connor parted his mouth and whispered, "I love you more." 44. Aaliyah. Pump, pump. Pump, pump. Pump, pump. My chest rose and fell. I felt them. I felt the heartbeats. Heartbeats that were mine, but not exactly mine. Borrowed time. A promise for another tomorrow. A blessing I wasn't certain I deserved, but I knew I'd never take for granted. Thank you, William. The transplant went extremely well, and I was stunned at how little pain I felt afterward. I had to stay in the hospital for a few weeks after, but soon enough, I was released and able to go back to my apartment. Damien was there by my side every single day, organizing my medicine and helping me every step of the way. Everything was going well with recovery, but even though I had a new heart, and it was beating, it didn't take away the sadness that sat inside me. There was still so much trauma I had to work through outside of recovery. Marie, for instance. Plus, I'd miss Connor, yet I knew it wasn't time for me to reach out to him just yet. I needed to fully recover, to know that I was going to be okay before I could show up to him and tell him all of my feelings. So when my doorbell rang and I saw it was him standing downstairs with a bouquet, I was quite surprised. I headed downstairs and opened the door for him. "Hi," I said, crossing my arms across my body as the chilled autumn air pushed past me. "Hi," he replied, his voice low. "I know you probably don't want to see me right now, and I get that, Aaliyah, but I needed to see you. I need to see that you're doing okay, that you're healing, that you're here. So, I'm sorry, but I needed to stop by." "It's okay," he frowned. "It's not. None of what happened between us is okay. I made a million mistakes. I knew nothing about love, nothing of heartbreak, nothing, Aaliyah. I knew nothing about love until I met you. You deserve everything, and I never want you to be unhappy because of me. But I just want to say this. Connor, please, Aaliyah. I'll leave you alone after this, I swear, but I need you to know my truth." My eyes fell to the ground for a moment before I looked back up at him and nodded, giving him permission to continue. "You changed me. You awakened parts of my soul that I didn't know were sleeping. I realized that it's not love or commitment that I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of losing the things that I care about more than anything. I spent most of my childhood paranoid about waking up one morning and finding my mother dead. To this day, I struggle with the fact that the cancer might come back and be more intense than ever before. I'm fucking terrified of losing her. Losing you. I'm scared of the unknown. I'm scared of going back to living in that place where I witnessed the people I love hurting, and I cannot do anything to take that pain away. I'm scared, Leah. I'm scared." I understand all of that, truly. But even with my transplant, there is a chance my body could reject the heart. There is still so much unknown about how my life will go, and I can't take away your fear, Connor. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to allow me to be afraid, but still let me stay. Because the idea of not having you in my life at all is scarier than any what if. Do I want to grow old with you? Yes. Do I want to count all of your gray hairs and mock you about it years from now? Absolutely. Do I want to fall in love with all of your wrinkles? 100%. But if all I get is here and now, I want it, Red. I want this, you and me, at this very moment. I want every moment that God will give me to be yours. So this is me asking, begging for you to give me another shot. I won't be perfect, but I won't run. Even when I'm scared, I'll stay. Even when I feel like the world is slipping away, I'll stay. If I had to live forever, I'd like to live forever with you. But if I only had today, I'd like to sit on top of a rooftop and stare out at the eastern lights with you. It doesn't matter how many days, weeks, or years we have. I'm in. Be it today or forever. I only want you. I bit my bottom lip. My nerves shook from his words. "Do you want to see my new place?" Confusion flashed over his face, but he didn't turn down the invitation. I walked him upstairs, and when I opened the door, his eyes lit up when he looked around the place. There were hundreds of Post-it notes that I'd been filling out over the past few weeks because I was hoping for this very moment. I was hoping for the day he'd come back to me. I grabbed a Post-it and held it out to him. "I wish for Connor to come back to me." "See?" I whispered, moving in closer to him. I closed my eyes as he wrapped his arms around me and rested his forehead against mine. "I wished for you too." In life, we aren't guaranteed forever. We were promised only now. So, I made it a point to live in the moment, in the now, because there was nothing else. There was no yesterday, there was no tomorrow, only that moment. If I only had 1 hour, 1 minute, 1 second, I was going to make it count. I was going to spend the remainder of my time sitting in love, with him, with us, with our flashes of love.
45. Connor. I'd spent every moment at Aaliyah's apartment since she'd invited me back into her life. I promised myself and her that I'd never take our love for granted, that I'd be there day and night, no matter how scared I became. And truthfully, I was still terrified, but I was learning quickly that being scared was okay if you were brave enough to face those fears. Each day, Aaliyah reminded me why I was facing my fears. I tackled them for her smile, for her laugh, for her love. If I was able to love her, then nothing would scare me away ever again. "Go to work," Aaliyah smirked as she pressed her lips against my forehead. My head had been resting against her chest, gently, avoiding her incisions. Each morning I loved to listen to her heartbeats. Each night I did the same. "But I like it here more," I muttered, snuggling up against her. "That's the 5th time Damien had called you," she said, pushing herself up to a sitting position. She cringed a little, and I became more alert. She was still a bit sore from surgery, but she was a trooper. I worried more than she did. I didn't see that changing anytime soon. Maybe that was what love was sometimes, worrying about the things you loved the most. I groaned. She laughed and kissed my lips. "You are going to have to get back to reality at some point, Connor. You can't stay here with me all the time." "Says who?" "Says me. You have a dream to go catch." "I've already caught her," I said, pulling her into me so now she was sitting in my lap. "Don't be corny," she snickered, trailing kisses down my chin. "I mean it. You have a whole company to run. Go get showered and get to work. I'll be here when you come home." Home. The place wherever she had been. I reluctantly listened to her demands and pulled myself together to head to my office. Damien was quick to chew my ass out for not being around, but a big part of me knew he understood. "Listen, I know you just got all happy and shit, which, congratulations, by the way. I'm glad you both pulled your heads out of your asses, but I couldn't keep this to myself much longer," Damien said, dropping a packet on my desk. Instant unease hit me. The last time he dropped a packet on my desk, it told me that Marie was Aaliyah's mother, and, well, needless to say, Aaliyah was still processing that disaster. "What is this?" "Walter Rolesfield's grave dig. I know you didn't tell me to go digging on him, but after the shit I found out about his wife, I knew I had to. I'm pissed I didn't do it sooner. We could have avoided all this shit." I opened the files, and the wave of nausea that hit me made me almost pass out. Damien had gathered old emails from Walter to other clients of his. Contracts, new properties that he'd bought under another business name. My properties. Walter Rolesfield bought every property that I'd brought to him for my passion project, and he was secretly planning to turn them all into luxury condominiums. Every single one. Turns out the asshole was the one getting in the way of all of your hard work. Every single location he swept up to make a profit for himself. Dude, he sold you out. I wouldn't be shocked if the Queen's property fell through sooner or later, too. Why would he do that to me? From the jump, I looked toward Walter as a father figure. He taught me the ins and outs of business. He invested in me, in my dreams. Why would he go through all of that just to steal from me, to lie and cheat, to take something that I loved, something I truly believed in, and take it for himself? Hell, he'd stood beside me flabbergasted and angered by the fact that the deals kept falling through. Was that all an act? Was I some kind of pawn in some twisted game of chess he'd been playing? I trusted him. I trusted him more than I trusted anyone else in the business. The whole time, I sat stunned by how he could raise such a monster son, when in reality, Jason had been mirroring his own father. Right after I read through everything, I headed over to Walter's office. His secretary was quick to tell me he was in the middle of a meeting, but I didn't give a shit. I barged right into his conference room, not giving a damn what I was interrupting. The moment I flung the door open, a room of about 10 gentlemen turned to look my way. At the head of the table sat Walter. He narrowed his eyes at me, baffled.
"Connor, what are you doing here?"
"Is it true?" I barked, my chest rising and falling hard as I stared into a set of eyes that I'd trusted for so many years. Walter laughed nervously, shaking his head.
"I am in the middle of a meeting. Maybe later will be a better time to talk, son."
"Don't call me son," I hissed. "Is it true you bought all of the apartment buildings that supposedly fell through for me?" Walter grimaced and cleared his throat. He looked at the gentlemen sitting around him and pushed out a fake grin.
"I'm sorry, everyone. If you will excuse me for a moment, I need to handle this conversation in my office," he said as he stood up and marched past me. "I'll be back in no time."
He headed for his office, and I followed him, staying right on his heels. The moment we were inside, he slammed his door shut and turned to me fuming.
"Are you insane, boy? Do you know how important that meeting is to me?"
"Do you know how important those buildings were to me?" I echoed as rage shot throughout my entire system. The more I stared at the asshole, the more irritated I grew. He walked over to his bar and released the longest sigh as he began pouring himself a glass of whiskey.
"Ugh, truly, Connor, I cannot believe you are coming to me with this bullshit after everything I've done for you."
"I've done plenty for you too, Walter," I said. "Taking on Jason, for instance."
"If you think you've done anything for me, you must be kidding yourself. I made you, little boy. Without me and my investments early on, Row Real Estate wouldn't exist. A warning, don't bite the hand that feeds you."
He walked around to his desk, pulled out his chair, and sat. He was acting as calm as a clam, as if he hadn't ruined my dreams. "You screwed me over and pretended it was someone else."
"Between you and me, I'm shocked it took you this long to realize what had been going on. All the clues were there, but you know what they say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink."
"Why would you do this?"
"Isn't it obvious? Because I love money. Don't get me wrong, the properties you discovered are outstanding. They are going to make great homes for very wealthy people down the line, which in turn would make me very wealthy. It's a win-win."
He sipped at his whiskey and then paused.
"Well, I guess it's a lose-lose for you, but hell, I'm happy."
"You son of a bitch," I sneered, wanting nothing more than to slam my fist into his face. His smugness was driving me insane. "You lied to me about everything."
"Yeah, well, welcome to the real world. People fucking lie to get what they want. You really thought I made it this far in life with honesty? Truthfully, you've helped me a lot. I'll send you a thank you check after my profits start rolling in."
"I want nothing to do with you. I want nothing else from you. I'm done with you. Do you hear me, Walter? We are finished."
"Yeah, well, I wish it was that easy, but you see, there's something called contracts that keep you from walking away. When you signed to work with me, I was given 40% of Row Real Estate, so even if you're mad, we are still business partners."
"I still own a majority. I'll work like hell to get rid of you."
"Oh, no."
He shook his head in disappointment.
"You didn't read the small print of Jason's contract, did you? Ah, the young and naive always forget to read the small print. When you signed over the West Coast property, you gave Jason 20% of the company, which means you only have 30%. So it looks like majority of Row Real Estates belongs to the Rosefields. Tough break, kid, really."
"The contract only stays solid if Jason remains in the position for a year," I told him.
"Yes, and he will. I have a fat check waiting for him after he completes his year working there. And then he will sign his shares over to me, making me the majority owner of the company. Plus, Jason will now definitely stay at the position, knowing you're fucking his girl. He's petty that way. He'll hit you where it hurts. In your wallet. So let's have you stay in your lane. I don't want to end up firing you, son, but don't think that I won't."
"This was your plan the whole time, wasn't it? You planned to take over my business all those years ago. You were using me."
"Now you're catching on. You didn't truly think that I believed in your little dreams, did you? You had a charming face and personality that I knew people would eat up. You were the puppet, and thank you for making it so easy to pull your strings. Come on, Connor, you didn't truly think that low-income luxury properties would be a thing, did you? That's a joke of a concept. No one would touch that with an 8-foot pole.
I looked up to you. You were like a father figure to me, I confessed, feeling idiotic.
Ding, ding, ding. There it is, folks, the secret to this whole game. The moment you told me about how your father walked out on you, I knew that was my way in. Sorry if you took it personal, kid. It's just business.
Every part of me felt defeated. Everything that man had done for me in the past was simply to stuff his own pockets. I felt abused, used, and he had no problem destroying my life. Everything I'd built, everything I'd hoped to build was coming crashing down around me, and there was nothing I could do about it because I signed my soul away to the devil, who appeared as my guardian angel. He can't legally do that, right? There's no way that's legal, Aaliyah said as we sat on her couch. I went straight to her place after my conversation with Walter. I felt like a damn idiot. How had I been so blind to the truth that was right in front of me? I spent so much time thinking Walter was a saint, someone who saw a young kid and believed in them and their stupid dreams. In reality, all he saw was a way for him to make a profit. Even if it wasn't legal, I have a feeling he'd get away with it. This is what he does. He gets away with shit and profits from it. I doubt I'm the first person he'd done that with, and I doubt I'd be the last. I hate him, she sighed, moving in closer to me. She rested her head on my shoulder. Me too, I replied. I can't believe he tricked me for this long. If only I would have had Damien look into him sooner. This isn't your fault, Connor. Walter Rolsfield is a pathological liar. There was no way you could have known. I didn't know about Marie either. They both presented themselves as something they weren't to get what they wanted. Honestly, I think their whole relationship is built on lies. They can't be honest with each other because they are far from honest with themselves. It's actually sad, the lives they live. We should count our blessings that we found out at all. I'm sure there are still people who think very highly of the assholes. I sighed and rested my head on top of hers. What am I going to do now? I cannot in good conscience stay in business with him. I'll have to hand Row Real Estate over to him. Well, she laced her fingers with mine and held me close. If it comes down to starting over, we'll start over together. You're not in this alone, Connor. You built yourself a name over the past year from the ground up. We'll do it again. But no matter what, I'm here to build with you. Thank you, Red, I whispered, moving to brush my lips against hers. Always, Cap. Later on, we moved to the bedroom, and she fell asleep before me. I rested my head against her chest, listening to her heartbeats. My favorite song, my favorite lullaby. I had no clue how everything was going to be okay, but as long as her heart kept beating, I knew no matter what, we'd figure out how to face the world together.
46. Aaliyah. Aaliyah, what are you doing here? Marie asked as I stood on her front steps. Are you okay? Is it your heart? I hadn't seen her since she appeared at the hospital. I haven't even digested the information that she was my biological mother completely, but I wasn't standing in front of her for me. I was standing there for Connor. I'm fine. I coldly stand, wrapping my arms around my body. Can I come in? Yes, of course. She stepped to the side, allowing a pathway for me, and I walked into her home. Over the past few years, I'd spent a lot of time inside those walls. I dreamed of all of the family gatherings we'd share together in this home. I thought about all the holidays we'd have together. Funny how it was best sometimes when dreams didn't come true. If I would have ended up marrying Jason, my world would have ended up being a true tragedy. Can I get you something to drink? Water? Tea? She offered. Her hands were shaking. Clearly, her nerves were eating at her. A part of me felt a flash of guilt, but I couldn't feel bad about her being uncomfortable. I needed her to be uncomfortable for what I was about to request of her. No, I'm fine. She fiddled with her fingers and pushed out a smile. I didn't know if I'd be able to speak to you again after the last time. And after Damien took over my position, I wasn't allowed to see you. Of course you weren't. Only friends and family were allowed. That stung her. Well, what did you want to speak about? Do you want to continue our conversation? She asked.
No, not now. I'm not here for me. I'm here for Connor.
Connor? What does he have to do with anything?
He has everything to do with this. Walter is threatening to take over Row Real Estate, and I need you to stop him.
What?
Don't play dumb, Marie. We know everything. Walter told Connor about how he was planning to take over the company and buy Connor out down the line. I need you to tell him not to do it.
I'm sorry, Aaliyah. I have no clue.
I never asked you for anything, I cut in. I never asked you for anything, and you used me to get what you wanted these past few years. So you owe me. I need you to do this for me, Marie.
Wait, how would Walter be able to take his company? None of this makes sense to me.
She looked completely stunned by the situation at hand, but I couldn't tell if she were just acting surprised. That was the thing about catching people in lies. Once they told the truth, you'd always doubt it. Is he here right now? I asked.
Yes, he's in his office. I can't believe that he'd do that to Connor, though. Even with everything that happened between you and Connor and Jason, I can't believe that Walter would do this.
How well do you know your husband? I asked. There was a hesitation in her eyes as I asked her the question. She parted her lips to speak and paused for a moment before she cleared her throat and hollered.
Walter, can you meet me in the living room?
Woman, you know I don't like you hollering in the house like that. What is this about? Walter grumbled, walking into the living room. The moment he saw me, his eyes narrowed. Aaliyah, what are you doing here? Trying to settle an issue? I explained. Marie turned to Walter and stared at him, seemingly baffled.
Is it true you're trying to take over Connor's business?
Walter's thick eyebrows furrowed. You called me in for this nonsense? I don't have time for this, Marie. Her mouth dropped, stunned.
Why would you do that? Why would you try to take something that boy created?
I created him. Anything he has is because of me, which gives me the right to take it away, too. You didn't create him, I snapped toward him. Connor created everything about Row Real Estate. You simply profited from him being good at what he did. He might have been good, but I'm better, little girl. And honestly, I don't even know why you're here having this conversation, seeing how it has nothing to do with you.
It has everything to do with me. I love him, and I am here to fight for him.
Walter rolled his eyes. You love him for now. Wait until I take everything from him. You think I don't know what kind of woman you are? You're a poor girl who falls for rich men to find an easy way out of life.
That's not true, Walter. You know Aaliyah's a good woman,
Marie said, backing me up. I thought that before she was so quick to jump into bed with another man after my son, he spat out.
He stood me up on my wedding day, after cheating on me God knows how many times. And somehow, you are making me the bad person for falling in love with a man who treated me right?
He couldn't have treated you that well if he only wanted you after you had a new heart, he said coldly.
Walter!
Marie cried. But I didn't let his words anywhere near my emotions. I knew he was simply a cruel man who did and said cruel things. He waved her off. Oh, save the hysterics, Marie. You don't need to keep acting shocked by anything I'm saying. You knew who I was when you married me, which is why you thought you had to keep the fact that Aaliyah was your daughter a secret. Just like that, the air was knocked out of Marie's lungs as she stumbled backward.
You knew?
You really think I'm an idiot and couldn't put two and two together? I allowed it because I figured it could have been good to show our knucklehead son in a good light, and marrying Aaliyah would have done that. I weighed the pros and cons of the situation and came to realize it was the right business move to make.
You're an evil man,
I said, as my hatred built for him each passing second. Yes, well, at least I didn't leave my daughter at a fire station in order to stay rich, he said, rolling his sleeves up. Are we done here? Marie had tears of horror rolling down her cheeks, and a part of me wanted to comfort her. But then again,
She knew who she married. She knew who she crawled into bed beside each night. She made her bed, and now she had to decide for herself if she was going to sleep in it or move along on her own. We aren't exactly done yet. I pulled out my cell phone. I made a quick call, and when the person on the other line picked up, I said, "Hey, yeah, it didn't work out, so you can come in." Within seconds, Damien walked into the house without knocking and came over to me holding a stack of paperwork in his hands. "What's the meaning of this?" Walter asked, his brows lowered. If he should have been intimidated by anyone in the world, it was Damien. Connor bathed in kindness and love. But Damien? He could kill a person solely with a look. "Just a bit of good cop, bad cop," I explained. "You should have really worked with me. I was the good cop."
"And I'm the bad,"
Damien said, dropping the packet on the coffee table. "You really think I should be afraid of you and your tough guy act? You're a child. Nothing you can do." Walter picked up the files, and when he opened them, he paused his words. "Where the hell did you get this?"
"I'm the grave digger,"
Damien calmly stated.
"I dig shit up."
"What we're going to need you to do is sign all of Row Real Estate over to Connor. You're going to give him total control over it all, and you aren't going to try to cheat him out of anything," I told him.
"Otherwise, I'm sure the FBI would be interested in your whole money laundering issue,"
Damien said.
"Money laundering?"
Marie gasped. It was becoming clearer and clearer that she knew nothing about what was going on with Walter and the life he seemed to be living behind her back. Walter looked devastated by the fact that Damien caught him in a handful of scandals, some that would have easily landed him in prison for a very long time. Luckily, we didn't want to destroy him. All we wanted was for Connor to have everything he worked so hard for. Walter grumbled a bit and paced as he flipped through the pages. Then he looked over to me.
"I'll have my team draw up the contracts to have everything transferred over to Connor."
"Including the Queen's property," I said, knowing that Connor deserved the location that he'd fell in love with for his dream to come true.
"Fine,"
Walter muttered, unamused.
"And $100 million for him to invest into said property,"
Damien stated. I tried not to react to such a high demand as Walter's eyes bugged out.
"That's ridiculous,"
he shouted.
"Page 5. Do you really want that coming out, Walty Walt?"
Damien dryly asked. Walter flipped to page 5. The look of shock hit him hard as he closed the packet.
"Fine. Deal."
Damien smiled. He actually smiled a big, bold grin.
"It was great doing business with you, Rosefield. I hope you have a good, fucked-up life. Come on, Aaliyah. Let's hit it."
As we turned to leave, my eyes locked with Marie's for a moment. I saw the sadness in her eyes. My heart tugged a bit, but I wasn't ready to deal with what that tugging sensation stood for. I wasn't ready to deal with her hurts while I was still licking the wounds of mine. Damien and I stepped outside, and I looked at him, a bit confused. What was on page 5?
Let's just say it involved his pool boy in the Hamptons and plastic hot dogs.
Well then, I'd rather not know any more details.
47. Connor. Holy shit! I stared at my laptop as Aaliyah sat beside me, with hers in her lap. We'd both spent our Saturday in pajamas, playing catch-up on all of the work we'd been falling behind on. When a certain email landed in my inbox, I felt as if I were seeing things. What is it? Walter Rosefield. He's giving me his shares of the company. He's also taking the West Coast property back from Jason and shifting it to my name. Oh, wow. That's amazing, Aaliyah said, shutting her laptop and moving in toward me. Is that all he said? No, actually. He's also leaving me the Queen's property and giving me $100 million to invest in it. Whoa, that's wild, Aaliyah said a bit too excitedly. I narrowed my eyes. What did you do? Who, me? Yes, you. Why do I get the feeling you're keeping something from me? Spill it. Damien and I might have gone ahead and shook Walter up a bit and threatened him. Shook him up? What are you two, leaders of the mafia? No, silly, I was the good cop and Damien was the bad cop. We ruffled some feathers and got what we needed, what you deserved. I sat there a bit stunned by what she and Damien had done for me. I placed my laptop down before reaching around her waist and pulling her onto my lap. I loved how she fit against me, as if she was always meant to be there. You're too good for me, I whispered, resting my forehead against hers. I think I'm just right, she disagreed. This means more to me than you'll ever know, Aaliyah. You saved my career, but more than that, you saved me from a lonely existence. I love you. I love you more. I kissed her lightly, grazing my teeth against her bottom lip. Though I am kind of upset that you played cops without me. I even bought handcuffs in case Walter would have acted out, she joked. If you want, you and I can play good cop, bad cop tonight. Oh, yeah? Yeah. She pointed her fingers toward me as a pretend gun. Stick them up. I slightly grind my hips against hers, and I watched as bashfulness hit her cheeks. That's not exactly what I thought you'd be sticking up. Can you blame me? I miss feeling myself inside you, I muttered. I understood how important it was for Aaliyah to fully heal, and how she couldn't partake in any intense activities for a while, which meant our sex life had been put on hold. But I missed tasting her, pushing myself deep inside her, listening to her moan my name. She bit her bottom lip and slowly began to grind against my cock. How much do you miss me? I groaned in pleasure. Damn, that felt good. So much. She leaned in and slowly trailed her tongue across my bottom lip before sucking it gently. How much do you want me? Shit. So much. How slow can you take it with me, to make sure I don't overexert myself? Baby, trust me. I'll do all the work. All you have to do is let me have my way with you. All you have to do is say go. She wrapped her fingers around her t-shirt and pulled it over her head. Her beautiful bare breast sat in front of my face, making my cock throb even more. My eyes fell to the beautiful scar developing against her skin. That scar meant everything to me. It meant more moments like the one we currently shared. It meant more moments of love, more moments of laughter, more favorite memories to collect. More time. Time was such an odd concept, how it came and went, each second passing, each minute evaporating. If I had any magic, I'd love to be able to freeze time so I could enjoy my favorite moments a little bit more. But that wasn't how time worked. It kept ticking by. But I learned that was okay. Every moment that passed was a blessing because many never had the chance to witness them. I was thankful for being given a few extra moments of time to spend with Aaliyah. Each second mattered. I wouldn't waste a single one. I led her to the bedroom that night and lay her down. I undressed her bottom half as my hands roamed over her breasts. I kissed every inch of her, going slowly, being gentle every step of the way. I made love to my best friend that night, and I wasn't afraid to take my time. We rose the next morning before the sun and did what we'd grown accustomed to doing on Sunday mornings. We packed a picnic and headed off to go visit Grant. Every Sunday since Aaliyah and I came back together, we'd enjoy our Sundays with Grant. We'd sit and laugh and read the comics as the sun kissed our skin. There was nothing I loved more than watching the sunrises with Aaliyah, other than watching the sunset with her in my arms. I felt like I owed Grant the world for not taking Aaliyah away from me too soon, and I'd spend the rest of my life thanking him for that very fact. I held Captain America's book in my hand as I read out loud. Aaliyah sat completely wrapped up in the story. It was at that very moment that Captain knew he'd discovered forever, when Little Red Riding Hood showed up in his world, I said, making Aaliyah laugh. What? I kept reading, because Captain realized that the secret to life wasn't having powers. The secret to life was having love. Love was the greatest superpower any person could have ever had. So with that, Captain got down on one knee. I closed the comic and smiled as I reached into my back pocket and pulled out a ring. Connor, Aaliyah whispered, stunned as she stared at the diamond. You are everything good in my world, Aaliyah Winters. You are heaven on earth and my very best friend. So if you would do me the favor of becoming my wife, I'd really appreciate that a lot. Because it turns out I need more than flashes of love. I need your full-time love, because you make me whole. Your love is my destiny. Will you marry me, Red? Her lips pressed against mine within seconds, but not before she whispered, Yes. With one single word, my life became that much brighter. With one word, I was complete.
48. Aaliyah. It was December when I found the courage to call Marie. The snowflakes fell softly overhead and melted seconds after they hit the streets of the Upper East Side. The past few months had been a blur of me being in recovery and falling deeper in love with Connor, falling more in love with myself. If I'd learned anything over the past year, it was that loving oneself was truly the best act of rebellion anyone could partake in. I wasn't perfect. I still had flaws. Sometimes I judged others. Sometimes I judged myself. I nitpicked at my scars, and at times I hated the numbers sitting against the scale. Yet the greatest discovery of self-love was realizing you didn't have to be perfect in order to be worthy of love, of respect, of the ability to grow each and every day. The truest form of authentic love began when one could look in the mirror, see the flaws, and still accept yourself as a full being who deserved the highest level of happiness. I knew it was important to work on myself before I could face my past. I had to create boundaries strong enough to keep me from allowing others to hurt me. We planned to meet at our favorite coffee shop. "Are you sure you don't want me to come in with you?" Connor asked as we sat in the back of his car. I gave him a lopsided smile. "Yeah, this is something I have to do on my own. But can you wait for me? I'm not sure how this conversation will go or if I'll be in and out, but I'll be right here. I'll wait for however long it takes." My lips landed against his, and his kiss gave me an extra dash of courage. That was what Connor's love did for me. It made me stronger every single day. I climbed out of the car, allowing the snow to sweep against my cheeks as I tightened the belt on my wool coat. Marie was sitting inside the coffee shop already, staring down at her hands, which were wrapped around a cup of coffee. As I pushed the shop's door open, a bell dinged overhead, noting my arrival. Marie instantly looked toward me, her eyes filled with pain. Those eyes. How didn't I notice before how much they looked like mine? Her eyes, and nose, and the slight dimple in her chin. A wave of nausea hit me, but I didn't run away. I allowed myself to feel the discomfort, because no feelings were unwarranted. "Hi," she breathed out, going to stand. "No, it's fine. Keep sitting," I said, sliding into the chair across from her. She eased back down and returned her hands to her coffee cup. "I was going to order you a drink, but then again, I wasn't certain you were going to show. It's fine. I don't need anything. I was surprised when you messaged me about meeting. Yeah, sorry it took so long. I needed time." "I get it, Aaliyah, I do. I'm just happy that you called. I know you probably think the worst things about me, and I know my reasoning doesn't seem to make sense, but are you still with him? With Walter?" Her eyes flashed with guilt. That was her answer. No words were needed. "Now, I know it probably seems pathetic," she started to explain. "He's a monster. I can see why you'd think that, but I mean, She took a deep inhalation and released it slowly. "He's all I've ever truly known. Make a new story. Learn something else. It's not that easy." I didn't say it was easy, but it's always worth it. Over the past few weeks, I thought about what I'd ask her. I thought about the questions that I'd have, the pain that I believe she could make dissipate with her replies, the missing pieces of my soul that maybe she could have filled. But as I sat in front of her, I realized our conversation wasn't about me. It was about her. I'd already figured out how to love myself. Marie didn't even know where to start. It turned out self-love wasn't given to every individual by a certain age. Some people died without ever discovering themselves. Some individuals never were able to stare at their reflections and know that they were loved. That thought alone made me sad.
Because I knew with a few different choices in my life, I could have been her. That could have been me. I was no better than any other person who didn't know how to love themselves. I forgive you, I whispered, for your choices you made, for giving me up, for scheming to bring me back into your life, for the lies, the scandal. I forgive you. Her eyes flashed with hope as she reached across the table, placing her hands over mine. You have no clue how much that means to me. Aaliyah, this is it. This can be a new start for you and me. We can— No. I slowly pulled my hands away from her. You misunderstood. I forgive you, Marie, but that doesn't mean I can open myself up to having you in my life. Forgiving someone didn't mean you had to invite them back into your world. Sometimes forgiving meant finally letting them go. Forgiveness meant cutting the final cords of one's connection to your soul. I hope you find happiness, Marie. I do. I hope you start your journey to loving yourself. I hope you have more good days than bad, and I hope you laugh. I hope you find joy in the darkness. And I hope you leave him because even though you've hurt me, that doesn't mean you deserve to be hurt too. If you allow it, Walter will hurt you until the day you die. Maybe I deserve that. She lowered her head and stared at her hands. I placed mine against hers. No one deserves that. She looked at me with tears in her eyes. I've made so many mistakes in my life. That's okay. Begin again now. Can I ask why you stay with a man like him? At one point, he was my everything. I was just waiting for him to come back to me. To be the man I thought he'd always been. I'm waiting for something that I know was probably always a lie. Find your ugly truths, I said, thinking about the conversation Connor had with me months ago. It's better to sit with the ugly truths than bathe in the beautiful lies. She gave me a halfway grin before wiping the tears from her eyes. I'm sorry, Aaliyah, for everything, for hurting you, for leaving you, for all the bad choices I've made. I smiled. Thank you for that. I glanced toward the front window, where Connor's car was still waiting. I should probably get going. He proposed to you, she mentioned, staring down at the ring on my finger. Yes, a few months ago. Congratulations. He's a good one. Yes, he is. I stood up from the table. I wish you the best, Marie. I wish you the same. I turned to begin walking away and paused when I heard Marie call out my name. I looked back to see her standing with trembling hands. Cole was a good man, a powerful musician who loved the written word. He smiled like the sun and loved like the moonbeams. He laughed like you, tossing his head back in full chuckles. You have his nose and his Cupid's bow. He loved trying new things. And I know for a fact that if he knew you existed, he would have never let you go. Her lips parted as tears began falling down her cheeks. At your best, you are loved, she said, making me raise an eyebrow, confused by her words. It was the song Cole was playing as I walked into the jazz bar that first night. There's a version by the Isley Brothers, but the version I knew was by Aaliyah, I muttered, feeling a wave of emotions. I'd listened to that song a million times, wondering if it was crafted for me. She swallowed hard and nodded. At your best, Aaliyah, you are loved. I could count the number of facts I knew about my mother on multiple hands. She wore Chanel No. 5 and liked her coffee black. She loved to read, and when she smiled, you'd see all of her teeth. I'd gotten my eyes from her and my ears. She named me after the gone-too-soon musician Aaliyah, who I listened to throughout my teenage years. She dedicated, At Your Best, You Are Loved, to me. My mother loved brunch and hated peas, like me. She cried during commercials and ate a salad with every meal. She couldn't stand Brussels sprouts, and the way she loved, she probably loved so much it hurt her. She gave her love to people who didn't deserve it. She was flawed, like all humans. She had tight coils of hair, dipped in black ink. Her laugh was infectious, the kind that made others chuckle just from the enjoyment of her sounds. She danced, too. Poorly, like me. But oh, how her body swayed. And she was sad. Maybe sadder than most. Maybe lonelier, too. I hugged her. I pulled her into me and held on tight. She held me back, and as she began to cry into my shoulder, I held her some more. I knew once I let go, we'd probably never speak again. I'd move on with my life, and she'd hopefully begin to discover her own. So I held on a little longer, because I wasn't completely ready to let her go. "Thank you, Aaliyah," she whispered. "You matter," I softly said back. "You matter, Marie." I said the words I'd wish someone would have said to me when I was a child. I said the words I'd craved when I was sitting in the realm of loneliness. I gave her the words that she was never able to give to me. Then, I let her go. I walked back to the car where Connor hopped out and opened the door for me. He looked at me with concern in his eyes. The care he showed me made the cracked pieces of my soul begin to heal again. He didn't say a word, but he wrapped his arms around me as the snow fell overhead. He knew I needed the comfort, and he delivered it without question. When he arrived home, I still felt a bit emotional. I hadn't spoken to Connor about the conversation I held with Marie, and I didn't think I had to share all of the details. Not yet, at least. I needed to sit in them a bit on my own, but I placed the song, "At Your Best, You Are Loved," on his living room speakers. The music filled the penthouse, and I stood up from the couch. I closed my eyes and began swaying back and forth alone. Tears began to fall down my cheeks as I moved to the song. My emotions of the day started to catch up to me, and before I could crumple, before the ache in my chest could grow too large to handle, Connor caught me. He pulled me into his arms and began slow dancing with me. He didn't ask questions. He simply swayed his body with mine. He slow danced to a song that he didn't even know the backstory to. I lay my head against his shoulder as the tears fell freely. "Feel it all, Aaliyah. You are safe here," he said, holding me close to his body. The song played on a loop, and we kept dancing throughout the night. His lips fell against my forehead, and he whispered, "At your best, you are loved." He healed me by simply existing in my world. He was my person, my lover, my friend, my family, and at his best, he was loved.
Epilogue. Connor, 1 year later. She was nervous, and I couldn't blame her. It was a big day for her, and her anxiety was warranted. Hell, I was an emotional wreck. I couldn't imagine how Aaliyah was feeling. We sat inside the conference room at Row Real Estate, waiting for the group to arrive. "Do you think this is stupid?" Aaliyah asked, holding a huge teddy bear in her arms. "Oh gosh, this is so stupid." "It's perfect," I told her for the 50 millionth time. She rubbed her sweaty palms against my pants, and I didn't mind it one bit. "Hey, they're here," Damien said as he popped his head into the room. After he announced the arrival, a group of around 13 people walked into the room. 1 wife, 6 adults, and 6 grandchildren. For the longest time, Aaliyah went back and forth about meeting the donor's family. She was terrified that they'd resent her and be angry that she was able to live while they lost their loved one. But after going through the lengthy process of writing one another through the donor program, which protected individuals' privacy, Aaliyah and the donor's family decided they'd like to meet in person. The donor's name was William Brick, and he was loved. The moment his family entered the room, there was nothing but an outpouring of appreciation. William's wife, Addie, cried instantly, pulling Aaliyah into a hug, which made her cry too. And hell, I started to tear up from the interaction. It didn't take long for us all to be an emotional mess. "Oh my goodness, you're so young," Addie said, placing her hands against Aaliyah's cheeks. "This is good. This is so good." Aaliyah smiled and laughed nervously. I was scared to meet you all. I understand, but we are just thankful that you did. The fact that we get to see someone surviving and thriving because of our loved one, well, if that isn't magic, then I don't know what is. Please, everyone, take a seat, I said, gesturing to the chairs surrounding the table. We all sat and laughed as our nerves skyrocketed through the room. Aaliyah began telling her story about how she came into needing a heart transplant, and then Addie and her family shared stories of William. Aaliyah and I wanted to know them all, too. They told us about his service in the military. They told us about his bad taste in music and movies, about his goofy impersonations. He could do a perfect Jim Carrey impersonation like no other, his daughter Becca said, holding her son in her lap. She chuckled at the memory. I remember being a kid, and whenever I'd get pissed at him, he'd do the Ace Ventura impression and force me to laugh. That was our Grant, though, Addie nodded. He was the light in every room. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Aaliyah asked, sitting up a bit in her chair. Did you say Grant? Oh yeah, it was William's middle name. Most people called him Will, but the family called him Grant. I've been calling him that since the day we'd met. Aaliyah looked toward me, with stars in her eyes, and I felt it too. The overwhelming love that our Grant was sending our way. I squeezed her hand under the table, and she squeezed mine back. Well, I don't want to keep you all for too long, but I have this gift for you. Well, we have 13 of them, to be exact, in the other room. But here it is, Aaliyah said, standing from the table and walking over to Addie with the teddy bear in her hands. She handed it over, and Addie looked a bit confused. Well, thank you, sweetheart, she said, still a bit stumped. Squeeze it, Aaliyah said, nodding in her direction. Addie did as she was told, and within seconds tears began flowing from her eyes, as the sound of William's heartbeats began to be heard from the teddy bear. Is it? Addie asked, her voice cracking. Yes, I figured you all deserved to have him with you in some way, shape, or form, Aaliyah explained. Damn it, who was cutting the onions? By the end of the visit, everyone was in tears, but they were tears of love, of gratitude, of peace. After the family left, I stood in the office, pleased with how everything went during the conversation with the family. Aaliyah walked over to me and fell into my arms. His name was Grant, she beamed. Because, of course it was, I laughed. I glanced down at my watch and stood up straight. Oh shit, we gotta get going. It's already noon and we can't be late. It is, after all, our wedding day. We didn't start our day like most couples on their wedding day, and we were all right with that because we weren't like most couples. We were our own story, our own adventure, our own happily ever after. We headed from my office to the place where all of the magic began, Oscar's bar. A few years ago, I was a superhero, and she was a lady dressed in red. She was looking for an escape, and I was looking for her, without even knowing it. Oscar's was decked out with decorations, thanks to my mother and my small-town village who all came up to New York to celebrate Aaliyah and me. The moment we walked inside, Jax and Damien grabbed me to take me to the men's room to get ready, and Mom and Kennedy pulled Aaliyah over to the ladies' room. You're late, Jax said, handing me my outfit that was hanging on one of the bathroom stalls. You shouldn't have been late today. It's not like the show could go on without me, I said, unbuckling my pants and sliding out of them to toss on my wedding outfit. But before we get things going, how about a joke? Jax and Damien groaned in unison. Look at me, getting two grumpy best friends. I wouldn't have it any other way. A superhero walks into a bar and marries a woman dressed in red, and they lived happily ever after, I said. Jax narrowed his eyes. Are you being extremely corny right now? I'm being extremely corny right now. I love her, Jax. Shit, I'd hope so, seeing as how I paid an arm and a leg to fly up here for this wedding. Do you know how expensive direct flights are? This shit is wild. I laughed. Yes, well, I would say I'd pay you back for the flight, but I'm not going to. Why doesn't that surprise me? He arched an eyebrow. Are you really wearing that? He's really wearing that, Damien said dryly, looking at me as I slipped into my outfit. My Captain America costume. Still fit like a glove. Very, very tight glove, but a glove nonetheless. What? I think it looks good. And what else would I wear to a wedding on Halloween night? I can see the complete outline of your balls, he said, unamused. Wouldn't be the first time you've seen them, am I right? I joked, nudging him in the arm. Jack shot a look at Damien. I've never seen this dude's balls before. I know, Connor's just being weird as fuck. But for some reason, you two still love me, I smirked. We feel sorry for you and your mental illness. We'd be bad people if we abandoned you. Jack said, patting me on the back. I took a deep breath, feeling the nerves of the whole situation hitting me. I was really about to do this. I was about to marry my best friend. Any words of advice for a nervous groom? I asked Jax. I mean, you've been with Kennedy for years now. What wise words do you have for me and my marriage? You're wrong, he said without thought. Whatever the situation, even if you're right, you're wrong. Before I could reply, Kennedy popped her head into the bathroom. Jax, I need the diapers, and they weren't where you said they'd be. Did you check behind the bar like I mentioned? He asked. She sighed. You didn't say behind the bar. I did say... Jax paused. He looked at me, and then turned to his wife and gave a big fake smile. You're right, I didn't say that. I'm wrong. She nodded. Of course I'm right. I'm always right. Now come help me. Trevor's diaper exploded all over the place. Jax smirked at me and shrugged. See, kid, you're wrong. Just remember that and you'll be fine. I'll be back. He walked out of the bathroom, leaving me with Damien, who seemed even quieter than his norm. He was holding a piece of paper in his hands as his brows stayed lowered. What's going on, buddy? You okay? I asked, walking over to him. He grimaced, folded the piece of paper, and slid it back into his pocket. It's nothing. You can't lie to your brother on his wedding day, I warned. I'm not trying to bring down the mood. The mood can be brought down for a moment, then we'll turn it back up. What's going on? He sighed and handed me the letter. It's from my father. Well, it was sent on his behalf. He's been in California all this time. He's known where I've been my whole life. I guess he recently croaked. But before he died, he wrote me that note. The funeral is next week. Holy shit! I read the letter, stunned. His father's name was Kevin Michaels, and he'd invited Damien to California to find the answers that Damien had been searching for his whole life. The missing pieces to his story. Are you going out there? I asked. I feel like I need to, but I don't know how long I'd be out there. I don't know how long it will take me to get the answers I want. The answers I fucking deserve. Yeah, I get that. I don't even know what I do for work. I can't go out there wasting time and money looking for pieces of my fucked up story. Unless you had a West Coast real estate company to run, that is. He turned my way and cocked an eyebrow. What? Our West Coast property had been down since the situation with Jason and Walter. I'd been holding off reopening until we had the right person to run it. It makes me feel stupid that I'd taken this long to realize that the right person has always been you. Damien's brows knitted together, and he frowned. You don't have to do me any favors, Connor. Yes, I do. And that's what family does. We look out for each other. Go out there and find your answers, Damien. You deserve to know your history. He sniffled a bit, and that was the closest I'd ever seen Damien get to crying. Knock, knock, he said. I smirked. Who's there? You, he shrugged. You're there. You've been there for me since you showed up, and I don't think you know how much that means to me. You're the brother I always wanted. I felt myself on the brink of tears, and he rolled his eyes. Don't make it weird, Connor. No, I mean, I'm not going to cry. You're already crying. Well, you can't just say shit like that, Damien, and expect me not to cry, damn it. Can I hug you? No. Can I say I love you without making you uncomfortable? Probably not. All right, then. I hate you. He smirked. I hate you, too. I scratched at my beard. But we do need to get together sometime and work on your punchlines. That was a very odd joke. I'll leave the joking to you, seeing how you're such a joke yourself. I chuckled and nudged him. See, that's a funny joke. I wasn't kidding. I think you're a joke. I smiled and patted him on the back. I love you too. He stood up taller, shaking off his emotions. Enough about me. Let's get you married off, old man. I pointed a stern finger at him. Don't call me old man. Jax is an old man, not me. Yeah, whatever you say, old man. The rooftop of Oscar's bar was set up with chairs for our guests. There were sunflowers throughout the space, her favorite. There were bags of Cheetos resting in everyone's goodie bags, my favorite. I stood at the altar with my best friend standing beside me. The sun had begun to set behind me, and that was her cue. That was her sign to enter the space, in her beautiful red dress that made me fall in love with her all those years before. She stood tall, with a bouquet of sunflowers, and walked down an aisle sprinkled with quarters. Her skin shone as the light hit her, highlighting every beautiful inch of her being. As she reached me, she passed her bouquet off to my mother, and then Aliyah turned to face me. I took her hands into mine, because the idea of not touching her was too much for me. Hi, she whispered. Hi, I replied. Ready? Ready. She smiled at me, and I smiled back, feeling the warmth of her love radiating off her entire being. My beginning my middle, my end. She took my last name that evening, and we danced the night away with our loved ones. We celebrated life. We celebrated the beginning of something magical, something that would last forever. After the evening came to an end, Aliyah and I stayed on the rooftop for hours, waiting to witness the sunrise together. This time, when the sun warmed our skin, I didn't let her go. This time, I was wise enough to hold on to her tighter. This time, I'd stay as long as possible. I didn't care if it were for hours, months, or years. I was completely invested in her, in our story, in every single adventure we had yet to deserve. Every inch of me belonged to my little Red Riding Hood, and every piece of her was mine, for as long as we both shall live. The end.
This recording of Eastern Lights was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC, narrated by Nikki Thomas and Paul Stefano, and produced by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2020 by Brittainy C. Cherry. Sound recording copyright 2021, Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording may not be copied or played for an audience without the written permission of Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.